For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon. Link in comments. Mated to the Alpha Twins. Chapter 1. We pulled up to the rickety old house, and I felt a twinge of excitement that echoed within the sea of melancholy I had been feeling lately. The house was by no means new or luxurious, but it was much more than I had anticipated. We moved from California, where we had a 2-bedroom apartment in the worst part of town. Walking to work each day had become a constant nightmare. While I was thankful to move, I couldn't help but expect the worst. I've lived with my mother and her husband for 3 years now, and to say I hate it is an understatement. I was raised by my amazing grandmother for most of my life, but unfortunately, she died a few years back. The only other relative able to take me in was my mother, Melissa. She insists I call her, as though I'm just some child she found on the street. Melissa and I have a non-existent relationship, which means she pretends I don't exist and I stay out of the way. The issue lies in her husband. Frank likes to drink far too much, and when he does, he becomes a complete asshole. I keep my distance from Frank when he's been hitting the bottle too much. We just moved all the way to Georgia due to a job offer Melissa had gotten. Frank could hardly hold a job, so Melissa paid most of the bills. Typically, I worked part-time. I used my money to buy the necessities that Melissa refused to provide. The new house was much bigger than I had expected. It looked pretty old, sporting chipped white paint and a crooked porch jutting out from the front of the house. The only thing I was looking forward to regarding out cross-country move was finally having my own bedroom. My bedroom in California consisted of me hanging a curtain to block off the unused dining room. Frank insisted he needed the second bedroom as an office. I climbed out of the car and stretched, slinging my backpack over my shoulder as I walked to the front porch. I could hear Melissa and Frank already begin to argue, but I had learned to successfully tune them out. The front porch creaked and groaned under my feet, but I didn't mind it. Frank only ever stepped outside to run to the liquor store, so I would have plenty of time to myself on the porch. Melissa opened the front door and stepped inside behind Frank. I wasted no time heading upstairs to my bedroom. The smallest room, Aurora. Don't forget it. Melissa reminded me. Not that I could forget. I went upstairs and looked around. Instantly grateful, I had a bathroom close to my bedroom. I felt a smile form on my face when I peeked in Melissa and Frank's room. They had their own bathroom connected to their bedroom, which meant Frank would leave me alone for a change. Frank always pushed his boundaries with me when he was drunk. He was smart and never did it while Melissa was around. I had a constant air of caution when I was around Frank. He had gotten handsy a few times, but when he was drunk, he was easy to escape. I walked into my bedroom and looked at the paint peeling from the walls. Once I managed to find myself a job, I could make this room a little more presentable. I had a small fund saved up since I was old enough to get a job. While I was a student, I needed a backup plan in case I didn't get a scholarship. Escaping this place the moment I turned 18 was constantly on my mind. I dropped my backpack on the floor and looked around. It was a small room, but it had a working door and 4 walls. A rickety queen-sized bed sat against the far wall along with a dusty oak dresser. I ran downstairs and grabbed my large suitcase from the trunk of Melissa's car, struggling under its weight. Melissa and Frank were still arguing, but that gave me plenty of time to wrestle my suitcase to the top of the stairs. Everything I needed fit comfortably in my suitcase. I didn't have many clothes, but I had grown used to that sad fact. I stuffed what clothes I owned in the dusty dresser, pulling out an outfit for school tomorrow. Melissa had wasted no time enrolling me at the local public school. Anything to get me out of the house and out of Frank's thinning hair. I stuffed my debit card in my back pocket and ran downstairs. Melissa had her back turned to me, bickering at Frank as he set up the small TV in the living room. "Where do you think you're going?" Melissa snapped, turning around to face me as I opened the front door. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at her. She never cared where I went before. "I'm gonna go find something for dinner," I shrugged. I had stopped eating dinners with Melissa and Frank a long time ago. The court had made Melissa my legal guardian until I turned 18, so I refused to give her any of the money I worked for. Instead, I supported myself to the best of my ability. "Get me a 6-pack while you're out." Frank snapped. His beady eyes narrowed at the hazy image on the TV. I gritted my teeth together. This man was an idiot. "I'm 17. I turned on my heel and walked out the front door, ignoring Frank's mumbling. I walked out onto the main road inside. I had no idea where I was going. My eyes flickered left and right a few times before finally deciding to go right. All I needed was a gas station. I could get myself a bag of chips and a bottle of water and call it a night. I walked down the main road for maybe 15 minutes and sighed with relief when a small corner store came into view. That was one thing I'd miss about California. In Cali, you could walk in just about any direction and find a gas station or grocery store. I walked into the poorly lit corner store and said hello to the cashier. A girl not much older than myself. I grabbed a bag of chips, a couple bottles of water, and a granola bar, and walked over to the register. "Hi, do you know where Westlake High School is?" I asked the girl as I swiped my debit card. She had to be in her early 20s. Her hair was jet black, but she had a stripe of green running through it. The girl nodded as she pressed some buttons on the register. "Sure do. Just follow this road until you reach the traffic light and turn left. You won't be able to miss it," she nodded. "Thanks." I gave her a small smile as I took my receipt from her hand. The girl looked up from the register. "You knew around here. That obvious." I chuckled. I haven't seen much of the town, but it was clear that it wasn't the largest. The girl nodded, a small smirk playing on her face. "Town's pretty small. Most of the people in town have houses further out in the woods. She shrugged. As if it were nothing new, I furrowed my eyebrows. It just sounded strange. Why not just live in town? I dunno. People around here seem to like their privacy. She shrugged. I left the corner store feeling confused and a little wary. The girl didn't give me much hope for school tomorrow. If this town really was small, there was no way I'd go unnoticed. This was the middle of my junior year. Once I finished the rest of this year, I only had one more to go. One more year, and I could finally escape Melissa and Frank. Chapter 2. I woke up to the sound of my old alarm clock. It was 6 in the morning, leaving me with plenty of time to get ready and walk to school. Melissa would already be at work, and Frank typically slept in until 11 a.m. or later. I crept out of my bedroom and into the bathroom, making as little noise as possible. Frank was an absolute nightmare if you woke him up. I went into the bathroom and combed my long chocolate brown hair. Everyone on Melissa's side of the family had extremely light blonde hair, making me stand out even more. I also have this rare condition called heterochromia iridum, making my eyes 2 different colors. While my left eye was an incredibly light blue, my right eye was a deep chocolate brown. My grandma would rarely ever speak of my father, but when she did, she would mention he also had the same condition. Elle had a feeling that was why Melissa didn't like me, my own mother. Something bad happened between her and my father, resulting in him leaving the 2 of us behind. Grandma would always receive a mysterious check every month, always written out for me. The minute I moved in with Melissa, she began receiving the checks too. The only difference was she used them for herself and Frank. I looked in the mirror and frowned. I constantly felt like a walking abnormality. While I had friends at my old school, there were always kids who bullied me for my condition. It took me a long time to accept that part of myself and find it beautiful. I slipped on a simple and inconspicuous outfit, a simple pair of skinny jeans, a white tank top, and a black jacket. The point was to blend in. I grabbed the granola bar that I bought yesterday and left the house. I followed the girls' instructions and was happy the school wasn't too far of a walk away. My walk took up half of my time, and by the time I made it to the school, the parking lot was nearly full. Students hopped out of their cars and headed to the front doors. Chattering and conversations filled the air around us. I merged into the crowd of students and tried to blend in. My first stop was the office, which I managed to find quite easily. A large sign hung from the ceiling pointing out the small office. "Well, hello, dear." A plump woman in a purple sweater smiled at me, her rounded glasses hanging low on her face. "Are you new here?" I nodded at her and gave her a small smile. Aurora St. Clair. I had been given my father's last name as a child, and while Melissa insisted I change it to Frank's last name, I refused. Beautiful name. The woman smiled, rifling through a bunch of papers. "Here you are, Miss Aurora." She smiled up at me. "Thank you." I smiled back at her and turned to leave the office. I was looking down at the class schedule she had given me when I slammed into someone. I would have thought it was a brick wall if it weren't for the strong smell of cologne. My bottom hit the floor with a thud, and the hallway quickly became quiet. I looked up at the person I slammed into, and my jaw dropped. Standing in front of me were two very large and very angry twins. I had never seen two guys who looked the way they did, as if they belonged on the cover of a magazine instead of at a high school. The two of them had jet black hair, strong jaw lines, and extremely dark eyes. They were both extremely muscular, but held that athletic slimness in their body. One of the twins had his hair shaved on the sides and back, but long on the top. The other twin had hair down to the top of his ears, but it had that messy look that other guys try and fail to achieve. Each one was drop-dead gorgeous in their own way. One of the twins had a tall blonde clinging to their arm. An incredulous sneer formed on her heart-shaped face. What the hell is wrong with her eyes? The tall blonde sneered, looking down on me like I was a piece of trash. I hardly glanced at the blonde. My eyes kept flickering to the two godlike twins standing over me. They glanced at each other, as if they were having some silent conversation. I stifled the urge to roll my eyes, but my mouth replied without warning. It's a condition, fucking freak. The blonde spat. Watch where you're going next time. With those last words, the severely attractive twins and the tall blonde walked away. The twins hadn't said a single word to me, and I wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. The look in their eyes was cold, and I had the sinking feeling I was looking into the eyes of my new bullies. Staying to myself was already proving to be a nightmare. I picked myself off the floor and somehow managed to find my locker. I couldn't help but scan each hallway. Some small part of me wanted to see the twins again, to let my eyes roam them once more. After a stern conversation with myself on blending in and not drawing attention, I continued to avoid them at all costs. My first class had neither the gorgeous twins or the mean blonde girl. The teacher pointed me to a seat in the back, and I plopped down next to a girl with large glasses and curly red hair. She gave me a small smile and told me her name. I'm Tori. The curly redhead smiled at me, and I returned it with a small smile of my own. I cleared my throat and glanced around at the nosy students around us. I'm Aurora. Whoa, awesome name. Tori nodded as she doodled on a piece of paper. I shrugged. My father picked it out. My dad wanted to name me Charlie. Tori gave me a look of horror, and I giggled. Your eyes look awesome, by the way. Thanks, I smiled. Getting compliments on my eye condition seemed to be rare. My childhood friend had the same thing, but only in one eye. Tori grinned back at me. I spent most of the class talking to Tori and trying to subtly ask questions about the godlike twins I had quite literally ran into. Oh, the twins. Tori blushed as she scowled down at her paper. Cade and Alec. Which one is which? I frowned. Their names seemed to fit their bad boy personas perfectly. Tori frowned. I always get them mixed up, but I'm pretty sure the longer-haired one is Alec, and the other one is Cade. "Oh, okay." I nodded, as much as I wanted to. I couldn't get the two of them out of my head. The way they looked at me was cold, and it made me feel strange. Yet I continued to think about them. I wouldn't mess with them if I were you. Tori shook her head. They sleep around a lot. Wasn't planning on it. I shook my head. I promised myself then and there that I wouldn't get involved with the twins. Not that they would ever go for someone like me. It seemed like they were into the glamorous, model-type girls anyway. I was the complete opposite. I tend to stick to myself, and most often than not, I was completely clumsy. Tori and I made plans together this weekend, while we made small talk. She told me how she works at this restaurant in town, and even offered to get me a job as a waitress. She told me she'd give me a ride after school tomorrow to interview at the restaurant. It's not fancy or anything, but it's the fanciest we have in this town. Tori shrugged. You get decent tips, though, if you know how to be flirty. I chuckled. I have no idea how to be flirty. I was definitely worried about working as a waitress. My clumsiness seemed to increase the more nervous I became, and the last thing anyone wanted was a waitress spilling drinks all over them, you'll learn. It comes with the job. Tori shrugged. I felt as though I were having a lucky day when I walked to my next class and saw Tori sitting in the back. We spent the next class continuing our conversation. The people here really aren't all bad. Tori smiled. You'll survive with no problem as long as you avoid Grace and her friends. Grace. I frowned. The blonde girl who hangs around the twins. Tori replied, and finally I could fit the name to a face. Grace was the supermodel-looking girl that called me a freak. What a great start. I think I already blew that one. I frowned. Tori shuddered. Just completely avoid the twins from now on. She's with Cade at the moment, and she's super possessive. I was more than happy to take Tori's advice, but it seemed my luck had finally ran out. My next class held both of the twins. They sat by themselves at a large square table. My heart nearly fell out of my bottom when the teacher told me to sit at their table. As I was walking towards the back, my foot hit the leg of someone's table, and I nearly fell to the ground. I managed to catch myself in time and ignore the snickers from other students. With my face burning and my stomach doing flips, I sank down at the twins' table. I avoided all eye contact with them until I could get my thundering heart under control. I could feel 2 sets of eyes burn into me, and I let out a shaky sigh. I turned my head and met the gaze of both of the twins. The 2 of them were sitting across the table from me, their dark eyes boring into my own. Sitting this close to them was both a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing because I had a much better look at them. They were so much more intoxicating up close. Cade was the slightest bit more muscular than his brother, but their faces were nearly identical. Full eyebrows followed by long eyelashes and plump lips. As I sat there in silence, I tried to choose between the 2, and it just wasn't possible. The 2 of them were equally incredibly attractive, and I simply couldn't pick. Oh look, Cade. Alex smirked. his voice tinged with amusement. "It's the little girl with the strange eyes." I could feel my voice catch in my throat at the sound of Alec's voice. It was deep and rough around the edges. Cade's full lips turned up in a smirk, while his cold eyes roamed me. "This is the girl Grace was talking about. She's the one who didn't watch where she was going." Alec smirked at his brother. They were both talking to me and about me, like the incredibly alluring and smart girl that I am. I sat silently and tried not to gape at them. The two of them knew how attractive they were. It was completely obvious. That didn't mean they had to act like assholes. I was beginning to regret my strange and instant attraction to the twins. I hadn't noticed. Cade sneered, and I held back the urge to flinch, as much as Frank berates me when he's drunk. You'd think I would be used to it by now. For whatever reason, what the twins said actually bothered me, and I found them much harder to ignore than Frank. "Oh, look, Cade," Alex smirked. "The little doll is trying to ignore us." My heart jumped at what he called me. I couldn't figure out if it was an insult or a compliment. The way they both looked at me scared me and enticed something deep within me. "Ignoring us will only make it worse for you, sweetheart." Cade stared into my own eyes. His dark ones felt hot on my skin. My heart continued to jump at the names they called me. I wasn't familiar with the game they were playing. Borderline bullying, yet calling these names made it sound like they liked me. I scolded myself for actually thinking they might like me. Why would I, of all people, draw the attention of two godlike twins? I continued to ignore the twins, and Cade was right. It was most certainly worse. The entire class, they continued to make comments that pushed my buttons. I wasn't sure if they wanted a response from me or some kind of outburst, but I wasn't giving it to them. They made me do all of the work myself, including the project that was supposed to take a week to complete. I wasn't sure which class was worse. The class I had with the twins or the next class, the one I had with Grace and her friends. My next class featured Alec, Tori, Grace, and the rest of her friends. I was lucky enough to sit by Tori the entire time, but Alec continued to smirk and pester me. I could tell from one look, Grace absolutely loathed me, and that wasn't going to change anytime soon. The more attention Alec gave me, the angrier she got. Why she was concerned with her boyfriend's brother was beyond me. Somehow, I managed to get through the rest of the school day. Each day only consisted of 5 extremely long classes, and I was unlucky enough to have both of the twins in 2 of those classes. My last class of the day was gym. Gym class was always hated to begin with, but knowing I had it with both of the twins only made it worse. I was naturally uncoordinated, and feeling the hot gazes of the twins only made it worse. Luckily, I was able to sit out until they found me an extra uniform. Knowing I would officially start, Gym Monday put a huge knot in my stomach. An entire week passed before I fully realized it. Frank was as bad as ever, but I did my best to avoid any confrontations or Hansie grabbing on his end. The twins continued to torment me, both managing managing to upset me and leave me confused. Grace and her friends escalated from petty glares and snickers to full-blown mean comments. Tori and I became closer once I was hired at the same restaurant she works at, a little Italian place in the middle of town. I had even made a new friend in one of my classes, an athletic girl named Autumn with sandy blonde hair and large blue eyes. My first weekend in Georgia began, most of which I planned to spend on working. After getting myself school supplies and food for the week, I had a lot of money I needed to make up. I wasn't sure if things were looking up or slowly settling down. Chapter 3. And you're sure you don't mind? I sighed, looking at Tori with shameful eyes. Tori scoffed and rolled her eyes. Of course not. We work the same days anyway. I just have to come in 30 minutes early. Tori shrugged. When Tori found out I planned to walk 30 minutes to and from work, she insisted to giving me a ride every day. I wasn't used to people wanting to help me, so the gesture made me feel like crap. Let me at least give you gas money every week. I frowned, fidgeting with the tight uniform we were forced to wear, while my Saturday was spent completing the project Alec and Cade refused to do. Today was Sunday and my first day of work. The first half of the day was rather slow, but the people in this town seemed to tip well. I seemed to fare well, only spilling things on myself rather than everyone else. I was thankful the uniforms consisted of a black t-shirt with the restaurant's logo and a pair of tight black slacks. All of my spills were unnoticeable on the black shirt. My chocolate hair cascaded in waves down my back. Tori and I stepped back inside the restaurant. Our 30-minute break had just ended. I peeked my head from the kitchen doors and looked out at the restaurant. It was around 5 p.m., and there were a lot more people coming in the front door. My shift ended in 2 hours, and I was counting the minutes until I could fall right into bed. My heart nearly stopped when Cade and Alec came through the doors with Grace and another beautiful girl. I felt a strange, sharp pain radiate through me at the sight of them with 2 girls, but I shoved that deep down. Now wasn't the time for my stupid, conflicting feelings. They approached the hostess, and I audibly groaned when she placed them in my section. Cade and Alec looked even more delectable outside of school. Cade wore a black sweater rolled up to his elbows, a pair of dark jeans, and some black boots. Alec wore nearly the same thing, but he had a leather jacket thrown on top. I caught myself gawking at them and scolded myself. The last thing I needed was to go all doe-eyed and play right into their game. I watched in confusion when Cade's eyes scanned the room, stopping when he noticed my head peeking out from the kitchen doors. A smirk formed on his perfectly chiseled face when he caught my eyes. What's wrong? Tori frowned. Peeking out the door, I sighed. Cade and Alec, of course. I don't know what you did to get on their radar, but I feel for you. Tori shook her head with a sad chuckle. I grimaced down at my hands. I didn't do anything. I ran into them one time by mistake, and they decided to make my life hell. I'd tell you to go to the principal, but seemed to have everyone wrapped around their fingers. Tori frowned at me. I sighed and quit complaining. They wanted a reaction, and I refused to give them one. I wasn't interested in playing their games. All I needed was to hold out until I turned 18 next February, and I would be out of this little town. "You want me to wait on them?" Tori asked. I shook my head. "Nah, they'll never let me live it down." I let out one more sigh and chuckled when Tori gave me 2 thumbs up and an encouraging smile. "Here we go," I mumbled to myself. I could feel all 4 of their eyes on me as I approached the table they sat at. I plastered a fake smile on my face and kept my eyes on the girls. I wanted to look at the twins as little as possible. Grace sat alongside Cade, while Alec had a beautiful raven-haired girl on his side. "Hi, I'm Aurora, and I'll be your server today." I nearly grimaced as Grace shot me with a sneer. "Can I get you anything to drink this evening, Aurora?" "What kind of name is that?" The raven-haired girl snickered, causing Grace to let out a nasal laugh. I kept my smile in place and stared at the 2. "I'll take water," Grace sighed, "but I'm going to need something a lot stronger if I have to look at your freaky eyes for too long." I couldn't fathom what was so freaky about my condition. Was it really that weird to have 2 different colored eyes? Rare, yes. Freaky, no. Having 1 brown eye and 1 blue eye made it nearly impossible to find a color that suited me perfectly. Inconvenient. Definitely. I couldn't help but glance at Cade and Alec, almost grimacing at the stupid smirks that were on their faces. The twins ordered sodas, while the girls ordered water. I practically ran from the table and helped 2 others in my section. Finally, I rushed to the back to grab them their doctor inks. Before I could run back out, I was stopped by Tori and one of the cooks, Kyle. "How's it going with the twins?" Tori asked, a frown playing on her lips as she glanced out into the seating area. I rolled my eyes. Always pleasant when dealing with them. Who's always pleasant? Kyle appeared beside me and draped his arm over my shoulder. I felt myself stiffen. Kyle was one of those guys who flirts with every girl he sees and has absolutely no concept regarding personal space. I laughed at the number of times Tori had to tell him to get away from her in one afternoon. I never thought I'd be on the receiving end of his attention. Kyle was definitely attractive. He had sunkest hair that swooped across his head in a Superman-type hairstyle. His nose was sharp and spattered with freckles. He looked like a surfer in Cali rather than a cook in Georgia. Why do you feel the need to put your grubby hands all over everyone? Tori huffed, placing her hands on her hips while she stared at Kyle accusingly. Kyle smirked and tightened his arm around my shoulders, and I could feel my face turn red. All right. I swatted him away, feeling much too warm at the moment. Kyle smirked and walked back to the kitchen. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Tori. Vermin. Tori sneered at him, shaking her head. Her red bouncy girls jostled with the sudden motion and resembled a lit flame. I never had time to be interested in boys before. I was too young to notice them when I lived with Grandma, and when I moved in with Melissa, I was too busy taking care of myself. Grace really has it out for you, huh? Tori shook her head. I pouted. Seems like it. I grabbed their drinks while I still had the chance and tried to still my breath as I approached their table. I nearly cheered when I managed to make it all the way there without spilling anything. I set their drinks in front of them. As I went to set Cade's drink down, his hand flicked forward at the same exact second. The glass of soda tumbled over, spilling onto the table. My voice caught in my throat when a smirk formed on his full lips. His dark eyes twinkled mischievously as they burned into my face. I apologize for that. I kept my voice as polite as possible. I'll clean that right up and grab you another. I pursed my lips as I pulled out a rag and mopped the soda up. I couldn't help it when my eyes flickered across the table. I'd have to get close to Cade to clean that. Much closer than I wanted. Don't be shy, sweetheart. You made the mess. Cade gave me a sly smirk and watched the heat rise to my cheeks. I could feel the butterflies swarming in my stomach, and my heart nearly pounding out of my chest as I leaned across the table. Cade's face was inches from my own, and I could smell the husky cologne he was wearing. I had never smelled something so intoxicating before. It was earthy and husky, with just a tiny bit of sweetness to it. It had me wondering what Alex smelled like. Why do you smell like cologne? Cade demanded in a low voice, causing my eyes to snap up to his own. Cade's eyes flickered over to Alec, and both of them looked at me with the same demanding expression on their faces. Confusion and disbelief formed on my face as I processed what he was saying. I felt myself stammering for a response, unsure why I even wanted to give them one. I don't see why that matters, I murmured, butchering almost half the words as their eyes gazed at me with a strange intensity, eager to get away from the intense and borderline angry glares of Alec and Cade. I rushed back into the kitchen for a replacement drink. You all right, Aurora? Kyle stopped me with a sandy eyebrow raised. I huffed. Yeah, Kyle. I'm fine. I grabbed another drink and sped from the kitchen, desperately wanting to be anywhere else. I placed the drink down in front of Cade and felt relieved when it wasn't knocked over. Is everyone ready to order? I asked, my smile much more forced this time. Cade and Alec's mood seemed to drastically change. Neither of them were looking at me with their patented smirks, and quite frankly, they both looked pissed. I could hear Grace's nasal laugh from across the dining room, as well as the glares from the twins thrown in my direction. The rest of my shift went as expected. Grace had at least 60 things wrong with her salad that needed replacing, while Cade and Alec directed little insults my way. I grinned through each insult and bit my cheek, pretending I hadn't heard a thing. I let out an audible sigh of relief when the four of them got up to leave. I ran back to their table and grabbed the check before retreating to the back to clock out for the day. My eyes widened as I looked down at the check. Those twins were definitely playing some kind of game, and for whatever reason, I was their target. Their bill had been almost $70.00, and they left me a $60.00 tip. They had to have been rich, or somehow managed to find good-paying jobs. Judging from their incredible looks and their cocky demeanor, I'd guess they were rich. The tip wasn't the most concerning part of the check. What concerned me more, and sent butterflies and nausea rushing through me, was the little note at the bottom of the receipt. See you soon, doll. A&K Chapter 4. I clocked out of work after making quite a bit of money from tips alone. It would definitely help replenish some of the money I had spent on clothes and necessities. While I was happy to be free from work, going home was another situation entirely. When Tori dropped me off, Melissa was still at work for another hour. That left me alone with Frank. I knew he was completely shit-faced the second I walked through the front door. He sat in the recliner, watching some fuzzy football match on the TV. His face contorted in anger, and I sighed. Where the fuck have you been? He spat, struggling to lift himself off the recliner. I tried not to roll my eyes, knowing it only pissed him off more. Working Frank. I repeated myself for the 100th time. I turned to walk up the stairs and escape his drunken tirade, when something he said had me turning back around. Working, he scoffed, wobbling as he stood from the recliner. You were out whoring around like your fuck mother. This time, I did roll my eyes. If he wasn't drunk all of the time, he'd remember that Melissa made me pay for everything myself. I didn't have time to whore around when I was busy supporting myself and going to high school. Melissa isn't my mother, I snapped, turning to walk up the stairs. His hand wrapped around my wrist and yanked me backwards. While I didn't fall, I did stumble back a few steps. Get off of me, Frank, I mumbled, my body tensing in fear. The few times he had managed to get this close to me weren't pretty. Frank was always handsy when he was drunk, whether it be abusive or sexual. Fuck whore. He spat, his alcohol-tinged breath invading my sensitive nose. He yanked me closer to him, and I nearly gagged at the sight of his sweat-stained shirt. My entire body felt cold with fear. He was much too close for comfort. I grimaced at the disgusting smell of stale beer and body odor. His grip was tightening around my wrist, and I gritted my teeth against the pain. I said, get off, I screeched, bringing my knee up in between his stubby legs. Frank let out a hiss of pain as his hand dropped my wrist. I could hear his drunken yelling as I ran to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me. I fumbled with the lock through the tears that had sprung up in my eyes. Once the door was successfully locked, I flopped down on my bed and let a few tears trail down my face. Some days were harder than others, but it would all be worth it when I left this place. Over the years, I had quickly lost hope that Melissa would treat me like her own daughter, and instead looked forward to escaping the moment I turned 18. I sat on the bed for hours, not daring to move until I heard the front door open and Melissa come inside. It was then I pulled myself off the bed and trudged into the shower. The steaming water hid the tears as they fell from my eyes, and and I gave up and let them run freely. I was always extremely aware of Frank's movements in the house and always needed to be on guard around him. That fact alone was tiring and put me in a perpetual state of paranoia. I hopped out of the shower feeling completely exhausted and fell into bed. The morning came around much too quickly. After a few hours of restless sleep, I woke up and changed for school. I put on one of the outfits I had recently bought, a pair of skinny jeans and an off-shoulder long-sleeve shirt. I grimaced down at the handprint bruise left on my porcelain skin and yanked my sleeve down over it. As usual, my first and second class of the day was with Tori. We sat and talked while working on our assignments. My next class was the one I was worried about. Cade's comment about cologne at the restaurant had me confused, but I let it flit from my mind shortly after it had happened. Apparently, the two of them did not. Cade and Alec both looked equally irresistible. Both of the twins' hair were tousled and had that messy look that other guys struggled to achieve. Cade wore a dark blue button-down shirt, while Alec had on a simple black t-shirt. Cade and Alec sat at our normal table. Only this time, Alec sat across from Cade. I grimaced to myself, realizing I'd have to sit next to one of them. Cade seemed to be more serious than Alec, and sometimes scarier. So I plopped down in the seat beside Alec. Alec smirked at Cade, as if he had won some bet. I kept my eyes averted from the sinfully attractive twins, and pretended to be interested in what the teacher was saying. Did the little doll finish our group project? Alec teased, his hot breath curling around my ear. A shudder racked through my body, and Alec snickered. I clamped my lips shut and ignored him. Of course I finished the project. I couldn't let the troublesome twins ruin my grade. When I didn't answer, Alec's fingers danced over my shoulder and tickled my collarbone. I sucked in a sharp breath at the tingles that bubbled against my skin under his touch. Stop, I hissed, keeping my gaze on the teacher. I could hear a weird, rumbling sound coming from Alec, and the urge to look became overwhelming. My eyes flickered over to Alec, who had a strange glint hidden in his dark orbs. I couldn't understand these insanely gorgeous twins. First, the two of them chose me to pick on. Second, they wanted a reaction from me. Third, when they finally got a reaction, they seemed pissed. Why don't you make me stop, doll? Alec gave me a sly grin, his thick fingers running along my exposed collarbone. Just then, the teacher walked around the room, collecting the group project we were supposed to complete. Alec's wandering hand retreated to his own body, and I rifled through my binder in search of the project. After handing our project to the teacher, I nearly jumped from my seat as a large hand grasped my thigh. Alec smirked down at me, and I felt my body stiffen. Where's that feisty little attitude, doll? His gruff voice was quiet and much too close to my ear. I clamped my teeth down on the side of my cheek, determined not to feed into their bullshit. I wasn't sure if they got off on acting this way, but I wasn't planning on encouraging it. And that's how I sat for the remainder of class, sucking in sharp breaths when Alec's hand traveled where it shouldn't. At one point, his fingers found a strand of my hair and tugged playfully. I had to turn my head to hide the aggressive blush that formed on my cheeks. I quickly noticed that Cade was the quiet one of the two. His eyes were glued on me the entire class. When his blank stare wasn't on me, his eyes flickered to his brother. I swore I could see jealousy burning in his eyes. Such a shame. They wanted to take turns tormenting me. Chapter 5. My next class featured Alec, Tori, and Grace. I was beginning to have a love-hate relationship with this particular class. It wasn't all bad, because I got to sit next to Tori, which kept Alec from tormenting me. The downside was Grace, and her friends would constantly throw insults my way. For someone who acts like they're bulletproof, her insults sure hurt a lot. I had been dreading gym class all day. We were split between volleyball and basketball for the next month or so. Sports have always been challenging for me, and as funny as it sounds, the ball always seemed attracted to my face. I chose the option that didn't include Alec or Cade, which was volleyball. Much to my dismay, Grace happened to choose volleyball as well. My options weren't looking too great. Pick basketball and suffer the intruding touches of the twins, or volleyball and suffer mean comments from Grace. I'd choose mean comments any day. While the medium-sized gym shirt fit me comfortably, they only had a size small in the shorts. I was naturally slim, but my hips flared out along with a full bottom. The shorts constantly rid up my thighs, and in my opinion, looked as though they were going to tear at any moment. Thankfully, those weird mesh material gym shorts were made from was typically strong. I somehow managed to survive 15 minutes of dodging the volleyball when something had to happen. Grace had served the ball, and someone on the other team had hit it back. The ball was heading straight for my face, and I braced myself for the impact. Instead of getting hit in the face, I was abruptly knocked to the ground. My head bounced against the linoleum floor with a sickening crack. A dazed whimper escaped my lips as my teeth clicked together. "Shit, Aurora, you okay?" Autumn's familiar voice spoke from over me. She had her hand out, and I gratefully took it as she pulled me to my feet. The earth wobbled a little, and I knew I was going to have a killer headache tomorrow, but I'd survive. "What the hell happened?" I groaned, my fingers grazing the side of my head for any traces of blood. I turned my attention to Autumn's gaze and looked into the smug eyes of Grace. She was snickering with another one of the girls, and when she caught me looking, she gave me a taunting wave. Grace happened. I gritted my teeth, answering my own question. I noticed the rest of the class had stopped playing basketball and decided to gawk at what just happened. My eyes scanned the other kids until they landed on Alec and Cade. My heart nearly dropped as I took in their sweaty physiques and tousled hair. What made my blood run cold was the murderous glares they were throwing in my direction. "Autumn, take Aurora to the nurse." The gym teacher snapped. "Everyone else get back to playing." A couple whistle blows. hours later, and it was as if nothing had happened. Autumn walked me to the nurse's office, where we both sat waiting. "I'll be back in a jiffy, honey." Some poor kid threw up in science class. The nurse shuddered and zipped from the room. "At least you're not the only one having a bad day." Autumn's comment was phrased as a question, and she let out a little giggle. Fair point. I chuckled dryly, the side of my head beginning to throb. At least everyone else saw her knock me to the ground. It's not like anything will happen to her. Autumn grimaced, her lips pressed tightly together. I frowned. Why the hell not? Everyone saw her knock me down. Since when is that okay? Since she's Grace, a favorite toy to Cade. Autumn laughed humorlessly. I shook my head. What the hell is up with these people? How can they not get in trouble? Their parents like to own the town or something. Autumn shrugged, genuinely looking confused. No one wants to get on their bad side, especially the twins. That needs to change, I muttered. You don't have to sit here with me, you know. Any excuse to miss out on Jim is fine with me. Autumn chuckled. How's your head feeling? Like I need a new one. I shook my head. Hopefully, the nurse would give me some Advil. Oh, that reminds me. There's a party this Saturday, and I want you to come with me. I'll invite Tori too after school. Autumn grinned, showing a set of white teeth. I shook my head. How did that remind you of a party? Autumn shrugged. No clue, but are you interested? Autumn was one of those girls who seemed to fit into every social group. A lot of her friends were the athletic kids, but Autumn tended to fit in everywhere. I suppose. I shrugged. I only worked from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. That would give me plenty of time to take a shower and get dressed. Great, Autumn grinned. Wear a dress or something. I've got these heels I've been dying to wear. I pursed my lips together, not wanting to interrupt her monologue on shoes. I don't have any dresses. Besides, I'd rather be comfortable. I shrugged. There would be no drinking or smoking for me. I was simply going for a friend, and the last thing I wanted was to stand out. Wait, will the twins be there? I scowled. I definitely wasn't going to show if they were going to come. They never come to our parties. Autumn scoffed. They must think theirs are better or something. Who even throws parties out in the middle of the woods? Weirdos. I raised my eyebrow. That is weird and slightly murderish. Autumn was forced to go back to class once the nurse returned. She brought a rather green-looking kid into the room and shooed him towards the bathroom. After looking me over for a moment and giving me a couple of Advil, thankfully, she told me I could head home. No thanks. I shook my head. A friend drives me home, and I really don't feel like walking. I can always call your mama Han. The plump nurse gave me a soft smile. I shook my head a little too vigorously, wincing at the pain. No, not necessary. She's working and won't be happy if she gets a call. Well, all right, dear. Just take it easy and drink lots of water. Wouldn't hurt you to have a doctor check you out. The nurse gave me a weird look, but smiled politely. I nodded my head, really wanting to leave. Yup, sure. I'll have a doctor check me out. There wasn't a chance in hell I'd be going to a doctor anytime soon. One, I had no no idea where the closest doctor was in 2. I'm fairly sure I don't have any insurance. I left the nurse's office before she could say anything else and headed to my locker. I sat in the hallway for another half hour before I found the motivation to pull myself from the floor. Going home early simply wasn't an option. Frank would likely be home, and he'd go straight to Melissa if he saw me home early. The bell signaling the end of class rang when I finally stood from the floor. I moved slowly as I flung my locker open and stuffed my books into the ratty backpack I owned. Once the second bell sounded, kids would begin flooding from class. The familiar yet intoxicating scent of cologne and male sweat filled my nose. I resisted the urge to sigh and slammed my locker shut. Looks like the little doll is having a bad day. Alex smirked, his dark eyes flickering to his brother and finally back to my face. Alex stood on one side of me, much too close, I might add. Cade stood on the other side, his dark eyes looking down at my head. "How's your head, sweetheart?" Cade's voice was rough, but the corners of his lips turned down. Their mind games had my head throbbing all over again. And I swore I was going to get whiplash from their mood swings. 1 minute, they're calling me names, insulting me. The next minute, Alec won't keep his damn hands away from me. Then they hurl death, glares my way, only to care about my stupid head later on. Before I could say anything, Cade's rough hand gripped my chin, turning my face to his own. His touch sent a strange shiver down my spine, and I shuddered as Alec's breath hit my ear. Cade's other hand was much more gentle than I would have anticipated, only leaving me more confused. His hand reached out gently and touched the spot I had slammed into the gym floor. A hiss of pain left my lips under his touch, and I cringed away, pressing my backside closer to Alec. "Poor little doll is hurt," Alec murmured in my ear. "You know what that means, Cade. Will make you feel better, sweetheart." Cade's voice was a rough murmur as his fingers held tight on my chin. My heart was hammering in my chest, and the urge to run was ever so present in my mind. I was at war with myself. On one hand, I wanted to run, and on the other, I was basking in their gentle touch, in the attention they were giving to me. A yelp of surprise left my lips as Alec's hands grasped my waist. His fingers teased the end of my shirt, grazing the soft skin beneath it. "Stop," I muttered, using my hands to push him away. My hands were swatted away effortlessly as Cade tilted my head to the side. As his mint-filled breath wafted across my face enticingly, Cade tilted my head to the side with ease, and I visibly jumped as a pair of soft lips collided with my neck. "What are you doing?" I yelped as his lips moved down my neck. To say it felt good would be an understatement. Some hidden part of me wanted to stay in this empty hallway with the two of them forever, no longer plagued with life outside of our little bubble. A life where they'd go back to tormenting me at first chance. "Making you feel better, doll," Alec murmured in my ear, his fingers tracing patterns on my bare stomach. Cade was skilled with his mouth. He left little pecks and nibbles tendrils down my neck and shoulder, making me gasp in both pain and pleasure. Aurora. Tori's familiar voice echoed down the hall, along with her pattering footsteps. The clock on the far wall showed 2:12 in the afternoon. 2 minutes past the second bell. Faster than I would mentally handle, Cade and Alec retracted themselves from me. "Until next time, sweetheart," Cade murmured in my ear, the light stubble on his face tickling my cheek. I visibly shivered from his rough voice. My eyes were plastered on the smirk his full lips formed. I wanted to kiss the two of them, but I also wanted to shove them both away and run. What kind of mind games were they playing? I was beginning to think we should have stayed in California. The two of them turned and left me alone in the hall. Tori came into view only a second later, a strange look gracing her face. Well, the twins were right about one thing. My headache was a fading memory. Chapter 6. The car ride was awkward and silent as Tori flashed me suspicious glances. "You were awful red when I found you in the hall." Tori raised her eyebrow at me. I wanted to tell her the truth, but I knew nothing would come of it. If these twins were really as untouchable as everyone claimed, what good would it come? I was still completely torn about what actually happened. They had touched me against my will, kissed me against my will. If it was all against well then, why did I enjoy it so much? Why did some part of me want this to happen again? I chalked it up to reasonable insanity, and due to the fact the twins were irresistibly hot. After claiming innocence 1,000,001 times, Tori reluctantly stopped interrogating me. I navigated the house carefully, nearly jumping for joy when I saw Frank snoring on the recliner. I flopped down on my bed after finishing some homework and touched my head angrily. It wasn't even sore anymore. A muffled ringing pulled me from the bed, and I searched for the crappy phone Melissa had gotten me. Our social worker practically demanded Melissa provide me with a cell phone. So Melissa being Melissa, she got me the lowest quality phone possible. I didn't even know they made those chunky flip phones anymore. The only thing this phone was good for is calling people. "Hello," I sighed, already knowing who was on the other end. The only person who called this phone was the social worker. "Hello, Aurora." Jenny, my social worked for the last couple years, chuckled. "Just calling to check up on you and to see how everything's going." "Everything is the same," I shrugged. "Not bad, just the same." "I'm sorry to hear that, Aurora," Jenny sighed. "It was no secret Melissa never wanted me. We've actually just gotten word your father's been sending checks written out for you, and I wanted to see how they were helping." I snickered. "It's been years, and you just got word now. Your father's a pretty private person, it seems." Jenny chuckled. "They should fill up your college fund pretty fast." "Yeah, if I had gotten any of them," I scoffed, rolling my eyes. Melissa was expecting the next check any day now. No doubt she'd make some snide comment once she received it. There was a pause on the other end. "You haven't gotten any of the checks." "Melissa's gotten them just fine," I shrugged. I had long ago given up on receiving any of the checks. Not that I'd want anything from an absentee sperm donor see what I can do to fix that. Don't bother. I shook my head. I haven't gotten any since Grandma died, and I really don't feel like hearing Melissa yell at me, if you say so. Jenny sounded unconvinced. Sleep didn't come easy that night. The twins plagued my dreams, as though tormenting me in real life wasn't enough. I woke from sleep with a couple ragged breaths. My dream was set at school, where the twins hurled cruel insults my way. After the insults, they dragged me into a closet and picked up where they had left off in real life, leaving me even more confused. I was jolted from my bed as a crack of lightning split the air. Rain hammered down against the house, and what I once found calming now sounded sinister. I flicked my lamp on and pulled myself from bed. The chill of my room did nothing to cool my heated skin. I could practically feel the goosebumps under the twins' rough touches, as if my dream had been real. Leaning my head against the cool window in my bedroom, I peered out into the rain. We lived in a part of California that was horribly dry for most of the year. Everything about Georgia was green and wet, and I wasn't sure if I found it unsettling or comforting. Another crack of lightning sounded, and I watched entranced at how the lightning sent a flash of yellow across the forest beside the house. Everything was completely dark under the pale light of the moon, but the lightning spotlighted everything before it sent the forest plunging into darkness. I stood with my forehead against the cool glass, my eyes reflecting the brilliant flashes of lightning. Every now and again, the deafening crack of thunder would sound and make me jump a little. I squinted my eyes harder at the forest below me. I couldn't tell if it was the bustling wind or if something else was rustling the branches below. The lightning only provided seconds of clarity before the darkness returned. I leaped back from the window in shock. The lightning has crashed down, illuminating the forest, and I wasn't sure what I had just seen. Two very large, furry heads poked from the forest. The fur surrounding their intelligent eyes was dark as night. I had only a glimpse at the elongated snouts, but if I had to guess, I would have said they were wolves or a black bear. Did wolves and bears even live in Georgia? What was most unsettling was how the two wolves seemed to be staring directly at my bedroom window. I stayed home from school the next day, feigning sickness. In all honesty, I wasn't mentally prepared for school today. The relentless dreams had woke me up, and the sight of the strange animals had kept me up for the remainder of the night. I knew Melissa wouldn't notice if I stayed home from school. As usual, Frank was the one to look out for. I was determined to spend the entire day in my room, only sneaking out for the occasional bathroom break. I clicked the lock on my door and curled back up in bed. I wasn't sure how long I had slept, but I was beyond grateful it was a peaceful nap. My dreams weren't plagued with Cade and Alec. The day passed quickly and effortlessly, and once 2 o'clock came around, I got dressed for work. It wasn't a long shift, thankfully. I wasn't entirely sure if Tori would show up to take me to work, especially with me missing school today. Surprisingly, Tori's car pulled into the driveway, and I crept downstairs. Frank had his attention on some football game rerun, and I darted from the house. "Where the hell were you today?" Tori frowned. "I wasn't sure if I should pick you up for work or not." I frowned. "Sorry, had a rough night." "Did the storm bother you?" Tori frowned, curling a lock of fire-kissed hair around her finger. I shrugged. "Yeah, it woke me up. I had a hard time falling back asleep. Just needed a break is all. Next time, let a girl know." Tori scoffed and shook her head. "I don't exactly have a phone." I pursed my lips. There was no way I planned on pulling out my chunky flip phone. "Better no phone than this one." Tori frowned. "You don't have a phone. Can't you just get your own plan?" "I'm not 18 yet." I frowned. "Besides, I need to replenish my savings." Tori seemed perplexed, and it had never occurred to me that she might be one of the many wealthier families in town. "Why do you need to replenish it?" Tori frowned. I chuckled at her confusion. "I've already spent too much money on food, school supplies, and clothes." Isn't that stuff your parents should help with?" Tori grimaced, confirming my assumption about her. I sighed. "It's a long story, but I take care of myself." "That doesn't sound very nice." Tori shook her head. "Not everyone is." I shrugged, hopping out of her car. Thankfully, Tori dropped the topic of conversation and started a new one. Complaining about Kyle was one of her favorite things to do. At one point, I almost thought she had some strange crush on him. Tori reluctantly confessed she had dated Kyle 2 years ago and learned the hard way when he left her for another girl. The first half of my shift went on perfectly. Around the 4-hour mark, I managed to run into another waitress and splatter Alfredo sauce all over my dark shirt. The manager working at the time gave me another to change into, but unfortunately, it was short-sleeved. The bruise I had received days ago was already healing, but now it was an ugly yellow color. I slipped the short-sleeve black t-shirt on in the bathroom, tying my apron around my waist. As I left the bathroom, I slammed into something hard. That something emitted a familiar, intoxicating smell, and I stumbled as I tried to stay on my feet. A pair of warm and rough hands held my shoulders, steadying me. Alec's stern face looked down on me, his full eyebrow cocked as I had ran into him for the second time. "Well, if it isn't the little doll." Alec smirked down at me, his hands falling to his sides. His unruly and tousled hair hung on his head, a strand falling down to just reach his eyes. He looked like the typical bad boy you'd see in all of the movies, a type of guy I had never been interested in. Until now, sorry. I cleared my throat and tried to keep my voice even. Alec and Cade held some unseen power that made me act like a blundering idiot whenever I was around them. "You weren't in school today." Alec pointed out, a serious look on his handsome face. Anger and irritation flashed inside of me. Alec and his brother tormented me, and now he wanted to act concerned. It was clear that the approach I was taking held no effect on their behavior. They wanted me to have a reaction. Fine. Maybe that would bore them and end their strange fixation on me. I don't see how that's any of your business. I growled at him, glaring into his dark eyes. I was sure I seemed like a defensive kitten in comparison to Alec's large build, but I didn't care. Everything was beginning to weigh on me, and I wasn't sure how long it would be until my sanity had left me completely. I stepped around Alec and hastily made my way to the kitchens, not daring to search the room for Cade's intense gaze. I was in the kitchen for a total of 6 minutes when the waitress I had ran into stormed over to me. "What's so special about you?" The waitress snapped. I stared at her dumbfounded. Sure, I had ran into her by accident, but I apologized for that. She looked me up and down with a sour look on her face. Her hazel eyes pierced my skin with their judgmental gaze. "What?" I scoffed, reacting much too slowly for her liking. The waitress crossed her arms over her chest. "You must think you're so fucking great, huh? I literally have no idea what you're talking about." I snapped back at her, grateful when I saw Tori rushing up to us. "Whoa, what the hell, Cameron?" Tori barked at the caramel-haired waitress. "What's going on?" "I have no clue," I shrugged, trying not to shrink under Cameron's glare. This is the second time the twins have come in here, asking for her specifically. Cameron snapped, as if she's fucking special or something. My mouth ran dry as she said that, and my heart hammered unhappily. By all means, be their waitress. I forced the words out of my mouth. A look of surprise, followed by suspicion, crossed over Cameron's face. "I've already tried. They want you." For a split second, I contemplated quitting my job altogether, but that wouldn't solve anything. Was I really going to let 2 guys force me from my job, from school? Not a chance. I left the kitchen with a grumble, my stomach doing flips and my heart racing. I took a moment to collect myself. "Hello, sweetheart." Cade smirked as I walked up to their table. Alex sat on the other side, an identical smirk on his face. I gritted my teeth together. "What can I get you to drink?" The 2 of them ordered sodas, and I stormed away before they could say any more. It took me only a minute, as we weren't very busy today. It was always much easier having tables of 3 or less. I hated using those huge trays to carry drinks on. One little misstep, and all your drinks would go tumbling over. It was much easier to keep food balanced. Most of my accidents involved drinks. I set both of their drinks in front of them when Cade's rough hand reached out and snatched my arm. "What the fuck is this?" Chapter 7. "What the fuck is this?" Cade snarled, his rough hand wrapped around my wrist. I leaned over the table uncomfortably, while Cade and Alec glowered at the fading yellow bruise that stained my pale skin. "It's a bruise," I snapped, trying to yank my arm away from the 2 of them. Cade's eyes hardened at my defiance, and a yelp escaped my lips as Cade roughly pulled me onto his lap. "What are you doing?" I hissed, feeling my face flush under the glances of the other customers. I'm at work. Was that really the best I could come up with? I pushed my embarrassing comment to the side, knowing it would keep me up at night. Our family owns this place. No one cares, doll. Alex Alec's full lips turned up in a smirk, but his eyes remained hard. "Get off of me, Cade," I hissed, trying to squirm out of his ironclad grip. "You might want to stop doing that, sweetheart." Cade chuckled lowly in my heart. A deep rumble emerged from his mouth as I felt something stir against my bottom. I was positive my face was lit up like a Christmas tree right now. Gathering all of the strength I could muster, I pushed myself through his arms and attempted to stand up. I didn't get very far. Cade's arms wrapped around like a vice grip and grounded me back on his lap. "Do that one more time, and you'll be screaming my name." Cade's husky voice was deep and rich in my ear. Cade and Alec observed me with clouded eyes. Cade held my arm out, and Alec touched it gingerly. This didn't happen in gym. Alec pointed out, and I clamped my lips shut. Was it that cook? Cade growled roughly in my ear, his grip on my waist tightening. Was it Kyle? Alec demanded alongside his brother. I could feel my blood run cold as I worried for Kyle. Kyle was a douche most of the time, but he wasn't a woman beater. No, I sputtered, looking at the two of them incredulously. Kyle had nothing to do with this. What happened to your arm, sweetheart? Cade used his rough hand to turn my face towards the two of them. I grimaced at the both of them, my impatience reaching an all-time high. "I don't see how that's any of your business." I huffed at the two of them. I was sick and tired of their mind games. Not only was it exhausting me, it was also introducing new and foreign sensations I had never felt before. One minute, they acted like they hated me, and now they were acting like my well-being actually mattered to them. They didn't act like they had a mere crush on me. This was something different, something possessive. "Little doll," Alec chuckled as though I were an innocent and ignorant little girl. "It is most certainly our business. You belong to us, sweetheart." Cade's rough voice murmured in my ear, and something strange fluttered in my stomach. I could feel Cade's rough hands tracing circles on my lower back, and I took what would be my only opportunity to run away. I dashed off of Cade's lap and into the kitchens, not daring to look back. What the hell was that, Aurora? Tori's jaw was dropped as she clutched a stack of plates in her hand. I shook my head profusely. I have no idea. My body was quite literally at war with itself. A strange sensation was tingling between my legs, begging me to run back to the twins. For some insane reason, I felt safe and secure with them. While they overwhelmed me, I didn't believe they would ever cause me harm. They pushed my boundaries and made me feel some unexplainable things. On the other hand, they were two guys who quite literally barged into my life and tried to claim me as if I were some object. They didn't treat me like a normal girl whom they happened to have a crush on. What confused me the most was how willing they were to share me. What kind of twins, brothers even, would agree to sharing a girl? And why did I feel the same strange connection with both of the twins? "You look sick," Tori pointed out, setting the dishes aside. I nodded my head. "Definitely sick. Let me talk to the manager. I'll drive you home." Tori gave me a sympathetic smile and ran off. She was back only a few seconds later, my jacket in her hands. "Let's go." Tori nodded. "We can go out the back doors." Relief flushed through me, and I gave Tori a weak smile. "Thank you." We slipped into her car, and Tori took off without a second thought. "You want to tell me what that was?" Tori raised her eyebrow at me. Something glinted in the back of her eyes. Something like awareness. "I have no idea." I floundered for the words to say. "The twins just won't leave me alone. One minute I think they hate me, and the next they act like they have a weird crush on me or something." Tori pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say more. "Well, how do you feel about them?" "I don't know." I shook my head, rubbing my temples against the impending headache I was bound to have. "They make me feel strange. Strange." Tori noted with a nod. "Strange is better than nothing. You support this?" I looked at her wide-eyed. Tori sighed. "They're really not bad once you get to know them. I used to be friends with them when I was a kid. That's a lot of time for them to change, Tori." I huffed, shaking my head. Tori frowned. She definitely wanted to say more. "Look, I know they can press your boundaries, but they're not bad people." Tori shrugged, dropping the topic for the time being. "I appreciate the advice." I nodded. "But I think I need to figure this out on my own." Tori dropped me off at home and left after giving me a sympathetic smile. I trudged into the house, ready for a nice hot shower, when Melissa stomped up to me. "What the fuck did you do?" Melissa spat at me, her blonde hair flying wildly behind her. I clamped my lips shut and looked at her blankly. "I have no idea." "What did I do this time, Melissa?" She grimaced at the use of her name. Not that I noticed. "I just got a phone call." "Your check isn't coming," Melissa spat, slamming her phone down on the counter. Despite my best judgment, I let out a dry chuckle. "It's about time. You've been getting them for years. They're not even for you. Your pathetic fucking father ditched me, and I got stuck with you." Melissa spat. "I deserve the money more than you ever will," I shrugged. "If you say so. That won't change anything." I turned and retreated up to my bedroom, hearing Melissa's screaming in the background. I took quite a while in the shower, simply staring at the fading bruise on my arm and contemplating my non-existent relationship with Melissa. I suppose the social worker managed to reach my sperm donor after all. Life is full of surprises. Chapter 8. After my pointless conversation with Melissa, I hopped in the shower. My body refused to put me out of my misery and allow me some restful sleep. Instead, I laid awake staring at the chipped ceiling, mulling over what Alec and Cade had said to me. How could they possibly think I belonged to them? I had just started school here, and I hardly even knew them. Yet they claimed I belonged to them, as if they had known me forever. It would have been easier to ignore the twins if I wasn't feeling this annoyingly strange connection to the two of them. Sure, they were drop-dead gorgeous, but some innate part of me wanted to be around them. It was as if my instincts were pushing me closer to them, while the logical side of me pulled away. Nonetheless, my body seemed to react on its own under the twins' touches, as if it wanted to be claimed by them. I had no choice but to go to school the next day. Melissa had a day off, and the last thing I wanted was to be stuck inside with her and Frank. Their arguing would torment me enough. I pulled myself from the bed with a tired groan. I had slept a total of 4 hours last night, I groaned as I looked down at the dirty pile of clothes in my room. I had completely forgotten to do my laundry yesterday, leaving me with minimal options on what to wear. I had a floral thigh-high dress, a pair of extremely short shorts, and one pair of fuzzy pajama pants, choosing the option that would grant me the least amount of attention. I slipped on the floral dress. I paired it with an old jean jacket I had available and a pair of ratty old sneakers. My eyes were bright and somewhat bloodshot as I stared into the mirror. I glared at the bags forming under my eyes and silently cursed the twins. I came downstairs at the last minute. Ignoring the death glares, Melissa shot my way. "Aurora, come here for a minute," Melissa called out, and I ground my teeth together. My body instinctively clenched as I approached the woman who had carried me in her womb for 9 months. Yes, I pursed my lips and stared into her pale eyes. When I had first moved in with Melissa, it hurt to look at her. Every time I looked into her pale eyes, I saw what she could have been. She could have been the mom to teach me about boys, to take me out to the mall, and spend afternoons laughing and watching movies. She could have been so much more if she had only tried, if she had only cared in the slightest. Over time, I stopped seeing what she could have been. Now, I only saw her for what she was. Something lurked in her pale eyes, and I knew any kindness she portrayed would be false. "Why don't you call the social worker and tell her you were just being dramatic?" Melissa said nonchalantly, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. Why would I do that? I frowned, crossing my arms as I looked into her blue eyes. Frank sat off to the side in his recliner, watching something on the TV. I purposefully kept my eyes away from him. "I'll tell you what. If you do, I'll split the checks with you." Melissa's voice was unusually soft, and I wondered how much effort she put into her words. On extremely rare occasions, Melissa would say or do something that made my insides hurt with longing. The softness in her voice caused a sharp pain to radiate through my chest, wishing she wasn't putting on a cheap facade. Think of how much that could help for college. Melissa pointed out, and my chest continued aching. I had no idea she even knew of my plans for college. I certainly had never told her, and she never asked. I clenched my teeth and fought against the pain. "Let me think about it, of course." Melissa nodded, turning back to her task in the kitchen. I turned my back and headed for the front door. "Have a good day at school." Her words sliced through me like a knife, and I was sure she knew the impact they had on me. My heart ached the entire way to Tori's car, and for once, I desperately wanted to walk to school. Tears formed in the back of my eyes, making my head and throat ache. Just when I thought I hardened myself against any pain Melissa could cause, she did something that hurt me. Whenever Melissa wanted something, she used everything she could at her disposal. She knew deep down I wanted a mom, that I wanted to be loved and accepted. She'd pretend to care for her as long as it took to get her way, reverting back to her usual self once she succeeded. "You feeling all right?" Tori raised her eyebrow at me, pulling out of the driveway and down the road. I took a few seconds to compose myself and chase away the tears that threatened to form. "Yup." I forced the word from my lips. "Didn't sleep very well." That was one thing I was beginning to truly appreciate about Tori. When you wanted to drop the subject, she didn't fight it. She simply went with the flow, loving the dress by the way. Tori smiled, nodding to the floral dress I had on. I shrugged. "I've had it for a few years. I forgot to do laundry yesterday. You need to let me take you shopping sometime." Tori sighed and shook her head, making her fire-kissed curls bounce. "I told you, I don't have the money for clothes right now." I raised my eyebrow at her, knowing she could be quite stubborn at times. "I already told you," she started, but I cut her off. Nope. You're not buying me clothes." I shook my head. "I could never pay you back for that." Once again, "I already told you I wouldn't need you to pay me back." Tori rolled her eyes at me. "My family can definitely afford it. If I say maybe will you be satisfied?" I lifted my eyebrow at her, grimacing when a smirk came over her face. Yes, I will." Tori smirked. "Fine." I rolled my eyes, but a smile played on my lips. "Maybe, good. Maybe is 2 steps away from a yes." Tori grinned, and 1 step away from a no. I snickered at her. The first 2 classes went perfectly. I somehow managed to maintain an average and turned my homework in on time. School never came hard for me. It was everything else that gave me a hard time. My 3rd class was just another speed bump in my normal day. Cade and Alec, once again, sat on opposite sides of the table, leaving me to choose between who I was sitting next to. The 2 of them looked cocky and gorgeous as they stared me down. I could feel my face heat uncomfortably as their dark eyes trailed my exposed legs. I should have just worn the fuzzy pajama pants to school. Cade leaned against his chair. His short hair tousled to perfection, while the t-shirt her wore showed off his defined arms. Alec's hair was intoxicatingly messy, and the leather jacket he wore made him look like some kind of bad boy biker. If I was being honest, I didn't really have to choose who to sit next to. Cade was more stoic and serious than his brother, while Alec seemed to be more playful at times. Instead of choosing, I just picked randomly. Either way, I would be tormented. I plopped down next to Cade and made sure the hem of my dress was tucked under my bottom. "Looks like the little doll chose you this time." Alex smirked at his brother, his eyes flickering dangerously as he looked me over. Cade leaned farther back in his chair and draped his arm over the back of my own. There were a few wary glances from some of the other students, but no one said anything. I let out a long sigh, setting my books on the desk and opening them to today's assignment. "Something wrong, sweetheart." Cade's rough voice was low in my ear, making me jump unexpectedly. "Just wondering if I can ever catch a break." I stared pointedly at Alec and Cade. I nearly wanted to laugh at the innocent looks that fell on their chiseled faces. Even with my discomfort around them, I was becoming bolder with my reactions. continued pushing my boundaries, and in return, I began pushing back. "Why would you want a break, sweetheart?" Cade murmured in my ear, a smirk on his face. "Especially when we're having so much fun, little doll." Alec's devious smirk matched his brother's. I raised my eyebrow at the two of them, ignoring the feeling of blood rushing to my face. "The only ones having fun are you two." I grimaced at the two of them, turning my attention to the teacher's enthusiastic lecture on the 19th century. "Are you not having fun?" Cade's voice sounded amused, shooting goosebumps down my exposed legs. "Isn't it obvious?" I mumbled, keeping my eyes locked on the teacher. "We're going to have to change that, brother." Alec smirked, his voice growing husky. I kept my attention on the teacher for the remainder of class, but Alec's words stuck with me. Something about the way he said them held some underlying meaning. My stomach twisted into knots, and I suspected they had something planned. My next class was quite miserable. I sat next to Tori as usual, but that didn't stop Grace from being unusually cruel today. Typically, I could ignore the snide comments and insults, but she was growing much more bold. "Such a shame." Grace snickered to her friends. "The little freak didn't show up today. I was hoping something happened. Too bad she's back." Grace sighed as though I had massively inconvenienced her, and all of her little friends laughed. I made the mistake of rolling my eyes, not finding her little comment amusing in the slightest. Typically, I had self-control when it came to bullies, but I was feeling unusually cranky lately. I felt constantly on edge and agitated, with no explanation on why I felt that way. "What was that, freak?" Grace spat, standing from her desk and stomping over to me. The smell of her designer perfume was strong and almost sickening. It made my head feel strange and floaty. Her strong perfume triggered my gag reflex, and I clenched my teeth together to maintain some control. Some distant part of me wondered if I was pregnant. The first girl pregnant without ever having sex. A hilarious anomaly. Tori sat next to me, rigid as can be. Her face was reddening, turning the same shade as her fire-coated curls. Alec sat across the room, talking to a group of guys about something unimportant. "Why don't you leave her alone?" Tori spat, sounding much more venomous than I ever could. Grace turned to Tori and snickered. "So the little freak can't defend herself now." "Fuck off, Grace," Tori growled. It was such a strange sound coming from a girl as small as Tori. "Ooh, you're so threatening." Grace feigned shock. Why not let the freak stick up for herself? Got a little crush on her. I don't think Alec would like how you're talking to Aurora. Tori glared at Grace, speaking loud enough to catch Alec's attention. My eyes flickered over to the godlike twin, and I couldn't control myself in time. My eyes flickered over his towering form, lingering on the dips and grooves his muscles formed in his shirt. Alec's dark eyes locked on my own, then flickered over to an equally pissed-off Tori and Grace. What happened next was somewhat strange, and I would have given more thought to it hadn't my head been swimming by Grace's overwhelming perfume. Alec said nothing Grace, but his expression turned furious, and deadly. Grace paled, all traces of anger wiped from her slim face. With one last glare that screamed absolute hatred and murder, Grace turned around and twitched back to her seat. Alec nodded once at Tori before his dark eyes flickered back to my face. Stupid bitch. Tori grumbled under her breath. I laid my head down against the cool desk and took a few calming breaths. My head was completely swimming now. The smell of Grace's perfume was lodged somewhere between my sinuses and frontal lobe. You feeling all right, Aurora? Tori's concerned voice was close by. I opened my eyes for a second and looked at her concerned face. Yup, just feeling kinda nauseous. Do you want to go to the nurse? Tori frowned, her eyes flickering somewhere across the room. No, I sighed, lifting my head from the desk slowly. It'll pass. Honestly, Grace's perfume is just really strong, if you say so. Tori looked at me strangely. I could hardly smell it. Maybe there's something wrong with my nose. I shrugged. Tori stood from the desk and walked over to the window, cracking it open wide and letting a gust of fresh air invade the classroom. You're amazing. I sighed, leaning my face against my hand. Tori snickered. You flirting with me, Aurora? I just might be. I chuckled alongside her. Chapter 9. The gym class was last, and I was completely dreading it. The volleyball and basketball lesson was still going at full force, luckily. I was placed on Autumn's team. Just stay close to me, and when the ball comes run the other way. Autumn chuckled, slamming her locker shut as we walked out into the gym. I appreciate that. I nodded gratefully. And keep away from Grace. Not that I think she'll be a problem anymore. Autumn shrugged, my brows furrowed in response. What do you mean? You didn't hear? Autumn smirked, her eyes flickering over to Alec and Cade. The two of them were in the middle of playing basketball, outrunning the other guys on the team with ease. No. I stared at Autumn impatiently. Apparently, Alec flipped out on Grace. Autumn shrugged, and she went to Cade all upset. I ignored the strange pang that went through me. It felt oddly similar to jealousy. What was there to be jealous of? I didn't own them, and I wasn't dating either one of the twins. Some small, hidden part of me mumbled incoherently. If they say that I'm theirs, that means they're also mine, and I don't share. I ignored the small part of me burning with possessive jealousy, wondering where the hell she came from. I'm guessing Cade was mad at Alec. I shrugged, unable to keep my eyes from glancing their way. That's the thing, Cade wasn't mad at Alec. Autumn shrugged. He was mad at Grace. Another weird pang of emotion ran through me, and I felt somewhat smug. Grace was finally getting what was coming to her. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen Grace hanging around Cade and Alec for the past few days. What even caused all of this? I grimaced. No one knows. Autumn shrugged, but Grace has been pouting all day. Autumn was definitely right. Grace hadn't caused a single issue the entire class. Halfway through the class, Autumn had gotten distracted. We were in the middle of a volleyball game, and I stood in the center of the court. Autumn stood next to me, but But as soon as the ball was served, the coach called her name. "Be right back." She shouted back at me, running towards the coach. Everything seemed to happen quickly, and I questioned how bad my luck truly was. One girl served the ball, and another one hit it back to my side. The ball was flying down towards my face. The rest of the girls on my team reacted much too slow, staring at me with mixtures of sympathy and shock. I couldn't really explain what happened next. It was like a freak shot of adrenaline into my system, and I felt myself jumping towards the ball instead of dodging it. I vaguely remembered the instructions the coach gave the class on how to hit a volleyball. Instead of feeling the sharp impact against my face, I felt it against my hand and wrist. I had actually managed to hit the damn volleyball. The rest of the girls on my team didn't find it impressive, but I was reeling. I had always been horrible at sports, never managing to land a single hit in any game I played. This was the first time I managed to land a successful hit, even if it was a one-off. Great hit. Autumn grinned at me proudly, and I couldn't help but grin back. I can't believe I did that. I chuckled. I couldn't either. Autumn laughed. "I definitely thought you were going to get hit in the face for a second there." "Oh, I did too." I laughed alongside her. We finished up gym early and headed to the locker rooms to change. Autumn and I said our goodbyes, and she reminded me about the party on Saturday. I headed down the empty hallway to my locker and flung it open. Out of newfound habit, my eyes flickered around me, searching for any sign of the twins. I decided to grab my stuff from the locker and head over to Tori's, knowing she would be out of class in 20 minutes. Halfway through my walk, someone grabbed me around the waist and yanked me into an empty classroom. My scream was muffled by a large hand placed over my mouth. "Relax, doll," a familiar voice chuckled. "No need to freak out." I whipped around with an incredulous glare on my face. Alex stood 2 feet away, his patented smirk etched onto his face. Cade was a little farther away, sitting against the teacher's desk. "What the hell?" I gasped. My hammering heart was practically audible. "So ferocious," Alex smirked, his chest rumbling with laughter. I could feel my face flush and turn red just as the intense nervousness kicked in. Alec had dragged me into an empty classroom. I was alone with Alec and Cade. My body reacted accordingly and sent excitement flooding through my veins, while the rational side of me told me to get the hell out. I decided to listen to the rational side. I turned for the door and grimaced as Alec blocked my path. "What are you afraid of, doll?" Alec's dark eyes smoldered as they looked down on me. My heart jumped as an audible click was heard. Alec had skillfully locked the door, trapping me with the two of them. "You know what I'm afraid of." I pinched my lips together, wondering if I should run towards the door or one of the windows. Alec walked forward, and I took a few steps back. I was forced to stop when my back hit into something hard. Alec continued approaching me, leaving me squished between the intoxicating twins. Cade's large hands rested on my hips, igniting more foreign feelings within me. "You can't possibly think we would hurt you, sweetheart," Cade murmured down in my ear. "You belong to us." Cade's rough words made that small part of me roar to life, a wave of desire pulsing through me. I belong to no one. I forced the words from my lips, putting my frustration and anger into them. What was supposed to sound firm and hostile felt weak and flimsy. "Then why aren't you putting up a fight?" Alec murmured as he leaned down, his face only inches from my own. His rough hand lifted my chin, turning my head to face his own. Alec's smirk deepened, and I realized he had said something to me. I had been holding my breath this entire time, my eyes locked on Alec's plush lips. "You said you weren't having fun," Cade murmured in my ear, making me shudder as my eyes were pulled back to Alec's. "We needed a chance to change that, doll," Alec smirked, and I sucked in a sharp breath as his rough thumb ran across my lower lip. A ragged gasp left my lips as Alec lifted me from the ground, setting me down on the teacher's desk. "Alec, don't," I exhaled sharply, noting how he parted my legs with ease and stepped in between them. "Begging will only make us enjoy this more," Alec murmured, his nose trailing slowly down my neck. My body went rigid as he inhaled along my skin. Confusion, desire, fear, and lust, all were swarming in my head like an angry bee's nest. "Both of you," I sucked in another sharp breath. Alec's fingers grazed the inside of my thigh, sending pangs of desire rushing up my legs. A weird sensation formed in between my legs. A type of pressure I had never felt before throbbed against my core, following a swift wetness that pressed against my panties. Those perfect little lips say stop, but your body is saying something else entirely. Cade murmured roughly in my ear, turning my head so my face was inches from his own. Chapter 10. Those perfect little lips say stop, but your body is saying something else entirely. Cade murmured roughly in my ear, turning my head so my face was inches from his own. Cade's hot breath fanned across my face, smelling strongly of mint and something sweet. I had little time to collect my thoughts as plush lips fell on my own. Cade's hand rested behind my head, holding my lips against his. For just a moment, I was completely dazzled. Cade's lips were soft and firm, melting with my own in a way that showed ferocity and experience. It was as if Cade was pouring his heart out, making his desires and thoughts known against my lips. His mouth moved feverishly against my own, moving in their own written language I could not decipher. Once the initial shock of losing my first kiss wore off, I struggled against his grip. My body pushed closer to Cade, while my mind protested the very thought of him touching me. I was all too aware of Alec's wandering hands. His fingers tickled up my inner thigh slowly, causing my core to clench painfully. A clouded smirk formed on Alec's face, and he brushed the hair from my shoulder before placing his lips against my cool skin. While Cade's lips worked against my own, Alec sucked and nibbled on the sensitive flesh of my neck. "Scent." I began to mumble the word against Cade's lips, only to have Alec nip my neck playfully. The word was caught in my throat by the a sudden pang of pleasure. I had never been touched like this before, and my body was marveling in the attention. "Open your mouth, sweetheart," Cade murmured against my lips, his fingers tangling in my hair. I shook my head, claiming my lips together. I had to find some resolve, some shred of control to hang on to. The twins knew the effect they had on me, and knew saying no would be next to impossible. Cade was right. My lips could say what they wanted, but my body showed the truth. My legs parted on their own accord, welcoming Alex's wandering fingers. Cade tugged on my hair, still trying to part my lips. Another swift bite to the soft flesh of my neck, and I nearly opened my lips to let out a muffled whimper. Alex's fingers trailed higher, grazing against the front of my panties. His touch was brief and gentle, but it did the trick. My lips parted in a gasp, and Cade slid his tongue into my mouth. Sharp peppermint coupled with something sweet. Cade's tongue tasted incredible as it fought against my own. I could taste the experience on his tongue as he flicked it against my own. My licks and strokes were tentative and shy, while his were demanding and possessive. My willpower was shriveling, crumbling into nothing under the heated touches of the twins. My body reacted to their touch, and the logical side of me bowed in response. Alex's fingers were rougher this time, grazing against my covered clit. The touch sent a pulse of pleasure coursing through me, and I whimpered against Cade's lips. Alec pushed my panties to the side, and a cool breeze washed over my exposed pussy. I jumped at the rush of cool air, and a whimper left my lips. "Message, you'll enjoy this, sweetheart," Cade murmured, his voice raw and husky. His voice alone encouraged the wetness that seeped from my lips. I had never felt arousal quite like this. While I was still a virgin, I had pleasured myself in the past, and while it felt good, it was nothing compared to this. Alex's finger ran the length of my parted lips, feeling the moisture they had stirred. "So wet for us, little doll," Alec murmured roughly against my neck. "Free her lips, brother. I want to hear her." Cade gave my lower lip a final nibble as his own lips trailed down the opposite side of my neck. My breath was coming out in heavy pants, the sensitive spot between my legs pulsing. Alec's finger parted my soaked lips and pressed gently against my entrance, sliding his finger in skillfully. A breathless whimper left my lips as I experienced a new sensation. Alec pumped in and out of me, making my pussy clench and grip onto his finger. His finger felt quite large within me, and I couldn't help it when the thought of their cocks came into mind. What would it feel like to have him fully inside of me? "You like having your pussy played with, sweetheart," Cade murmured against my neck, nibbling along my jaw. Alec's thumb brushed against my swollen clit, sending a wave of pleasure through me. The onslaught of pleasure was so strong, my head fell back, and a moan left my parted lips. "Answer my brother, doll," Alec murmured lustfully as he used his other hand to grip my chin. Alec forced my eyes back on his own, and a harsh blush creeped up my face. It was bad enough they went against my wishes and tormented me. Now they wanted to watch. word fell from my lips before I could stop it. A low growl left Cade's lips. So fucking sweet. His tongue flicked out and ran the length of my neck. My senses were being overwhelmed, and my body was basking in it. All I could feel were Alec and Cade's touches. All I could hear were my breathless moans and husky whispers from the twins. I had completely forgotten our surroundings. The school classroom left my mind without a second thought. All I could focus on was the inescapable pleasure I was being put through. "I want to watch you come all over my fingers, doll," Alec murmured. His rough voice had me parting my legs even further. "Let me see that pretty little face." Alec's pace turned rougher, sliding in and out of me with doubled intensity. My breathless whimpers turned into full-blown moans as his thumb rubbed hungrily at my clit. A familiar pressure was building within my pussy, growing at a rapid rate under Alec's touch. I couldn't control myself as my hips began to buck, grinding my pussy against Alec's hand. "That's it, doll," Alec murmured, his dark eyes plastered to my face. "Just like that. Come for us, sweetheart." Cade murmured against my neck, sucking and biting on the sensitive skin. The bubble within me began to burst, shredding at the seams under the twins' touches. A loud cry left my lips, a sound I had never made before, as I began to come undone on Alec's fingers. I could no longer hear the quiet comments the twins made, fully caught in my own bliss. My toes curled in my shoes, and my entire body stiffened as I was racked with the most intense orgasm I had ever felt. "Fuck, doll," Alec growled under his breath, his fingers continuing their steady rhythm. "Look at her," Cade murmured in the same husky tone his brother had. "She's fucking perfect." My pussy throbbed against Alec's fingers as the waves of intense pleasure began to die down. Alec slipped out of my throbbing pussy and licked my juices from his finger. "Such a sweet little thing," Alec murmured, watching my senses return to me finally. The horror and satisfaction of what just happened hit me like a ton of bricks. My body hadn't even put up a fight against them. It had completely given in, succumbing to their touch as though it had no choice. A deep smirk formed on Cade's face. "Having fun now, sweetheart. Until next time, little doll." Alec's smirk matched his twins. The two of them left the empty classroom, and I began to drown in my thoughts. Something had to be wrong with me. To have absolutely no control wasn't normal. I'm positive I didn't react this way to any other man. Hell, Kyle put his arm around my shoulders last week, and I wasn't ready to drop down on all fours. The more the twins touched me, the more muddled my mind seemed to get. What's so wrong with wanting them? A random voice ran through my head, posing a question that had me lost in thought. It wasn't exactly normal to be shared between two guys, but I couldn't choose between the twins. They both clearly wanted me for some odd reason, and obviously weren't opposed to sharing. And deep down, I wanted both of them. I wanted to be shared, but the twins were demanding, overwhelming, possessive, and kind of dangerous. My logical side screamed and pleaded, but there was more boiling in my head. A new side of me had emerged, since we moved here, a side I had never encountered before. That side of me reacted to the twins in a pleasurable and intoxicating way. They touch you against your will, Aurora. The logical side of me screamed this over and over. But why did I enjoy it so much? Chapter 11. The final bell pulled me from my hectic thoughts. I pulled myself from the empty teacher's desk and wobbled over to the door. My legs felt shaky, and the sensitive spot between my legs was slightly sore. It was a short walk to Tori's locker, and much to my surprise, she was already there. Tori's first words had me nearly falling over. "Whoa, what the hell happened to your neck?" Tori gaped, her eyes locked on something I couldn't see. What? I gasped, and Tori stepped aside, gesturing to the mirror hanging on her locker door. I stood on my tiptoes and peered into the mirror, choking on my own breath at the dark, bruise-like spots that ran down my neck. The fuck twins had left hickeys all over me. There was no way I'd be able to hide this from Melissa or the people at work. I never had hickeys before, but I knew they didn't go away in 24 hours. Tori pursed her lips and eyed me knowingly. The twins. I clenched my teeth together and fought against the furious blush that stained my face. Apparently, my reaction was a suitable answer. If I give you this, I want a detailed explanation. Tori cocked her ginger eyebrow and held up a bottle of concealer. Deal. I huffed, grabbing the bottle from her hands. Now explain. Tori placed a hand on her hip while I flipped my hair forward. I shook my head. Not here. In your car, so I can put this on my neck. We hopped in Tori's car, and she helped me dab the creamy liquid on my neck. It wasn't the perfect shade, but it hid the spots just fine. I'll pick you up one in your shade. Tori nodded to herself, and I was forever grateful. While I wanted to decline, I valued self-preservation more. Frank would be incorrigible if he saw my neck coated in hickeys. Being called slut and whore would be the least of my concerns. By the time I was done explaining what happened in the empty classroom, we were parked in my driveway. Tori had been speechless the entire time. A look of shock lingered on her face. "I'm horrible, aren't I?" I groaned. "Can't even control myself." Tori shook her head. "I don't think most girls would resist them either, myself included. That's the thing, though. I want to resist them." I sighed, confusion swirling within me. Is that really what I wanted? It had to be. It had to be what I wanted. A year from now, I won't be in this town anymore. Alec and Cade were players, the twins who took what they wanted. For whatever reason, they set their sights on me. This back and forth was exhausting, but I needed to make a decision and try to stick to it. Cade and Alec weren't good for me. I had always looked out for myself, and now I needed to more than ever. Oh, almost forgot. Tori grinned sheepishly. "I got you something." I pursed my lips and stared at her. "I don't want it." Tori contorted her face into one of mock offense. "You don't even know what it is." "Tusk, tusk, and I thought you liked surprises." "I hate surprises." I raised my eyebrow at her. "You know that." "Well, that suck for you, but I happen to love surprises." Tori smirked. pulling out a small box. "Tori," I groaned, but was cut off by the flaming redhead. "Listen here, miss." Tori glared at me. "You are going to accept my gift, and you are going to like it." I gave her one last, weary glance and peeled back the bright wrapping paper on the box. "It isn't even a holiday," I murmured grumpily. "It gives a friend a gift day, bitch." Tori snickered, a grin playing on her lips as I looked at what was inside the box. A phone, an actual phone. Not a chunky flip phone like the one Melissa got me. This phone was shiny and new, set with a huge screen and multiple cameras. I shook my head furiously. No, not a chance. I could never afford to pay you back for this, and I can't even afford my own phone plan. You don't have to pay anything back, Aurora. Tori shook her head, turning the phone on for me. And it's already on my phone plan. Everything's paid for. Why would you get me something like this? I frowned. It made no sense. Tori had only known me for a whopping total of 2 weeks. "I told you my family has money." Tori shrugged. "And besides, you're my friend." I could tell she was holding something back, but I decided not to question it. Fine, I'll accept it. I clenched my teeth together. But the minute I have the money for my own phone, I'm giving this one back. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Tori grinned, giving me one of those one-armed hugs. By the way, my number's already in there. I went inside feeling a little teary-eyed, tucking the new cell phone deep in my book bag. This morning had momentarily been forgotten when Melissa approached me again. "So, did you think about what I said this morning?" Melissa asked softly, forcing a carefree smile to her face. Another sharp pang. "Yeah, I did," I lied through my teeth. I had tried to forget about this morning the second it happened. And Melissa grinned at me. This time, Frank was listening in on the conversation from his recliner, a fresh beer in his hand. I paused for a moment and thought it over hastily. The money would definitely be useful for my college fund, even if I only got half, sure. I nodded. "I'll call her, but on one condition." Melissa's smile twitched for a moment, and I stiffened as she wrapped a single arm around my shoulders. This made me more nerve-wracked than anything Alec or Cade did. "What's your condition?" Her voice was cool, even. "I want to stay home until Saturday." I pursed my lips. It was only 2 days of school. I could make the work up easily. Plus, it gave me plenty of time to think about Alec and Cade. Melissa nodded. "All right, deal." My mother, Melissa, was hugging me. "It's just a fluke," my mind repeated. My defenses shot up and did what they could to protect me when the inevitable happened. Melissa had what she wanted. Sooner or later, she'd go back to treating me like vermin. "I gotta go do homework." My voice sounded strained and hoarse. "I'll call her when I get upstairs." "All right, Han." Melissa called as I turned and scrambled away. My lungs and heart were on overdrive as I flopped down on my bed. I knew it sounded silly, but Melissa had that effect on me. Even after living with her for years, some part of me wanted a mom. Every time Melissa needed something from me, she'd turn all nice and caring. Over time, I learned she'd never change. She'd just continue manipulating me. It was nice, though, for a moment. those short hours, I had an actual mom. Once my breathing finally stilled, I called the social worker. The call went straight to voicemail, and I recited the line Melissa had told me. I was just a bratty kid who made the entire thing up. Of course, I was getting my checks. Of course, they helped me. I was just mad at Melissa. Once my homework was finished, I took an extremely long shower, basking in the hot water. My defenses slipped for just a moment, remembering what it felt like to be hugged by Melissa by my mother. I let a few tears slip down my cheeks and gave into the hollow feeling in my chest. 5 minutes passed, and I raised my defenses, pushing Melissa from my mind. 5 minutes was all she deserved. I snuck downstairs at one point, grabbing some leftovers I had taken home from the restaurant. Whenever an order was messed up, they'd set the food off to the side. No one noticed or cared when I slipped a few containers for myself. It saved money on buying my own food and tasted much better than anything I could make on my own. I flopped over on the bed and unlocked the phone Tori had given me. It was only fair of me to let her know about missing school the next 2 days. Aurora, 8:58 p.m. Hey, I'm not going to be in school these next 2 days. Sorry, Tori. I cringed at the text I had sent, wondering if it was sufficient. It took me long enough to tap the letters out on the phone. Tori 9:00 p.m. Aw damn, slightly frowning face, you feeling all right? Aurora 9:03 p.m. Just need some time to think. I'll be back Monday. Promise Tori 9:05 p.m. Ugh, all right. I get its slightly frowning face also. Just a heads up. I'm inviting myself over to your place tomorrow, slightly smiling face, my stomach clenched at the thought of Tori meeting Melissa and Frank. Not a chance I was going to let that happen. Aurora 9:08 p.m. Actually, can we just hang out at your house? There's some renovations going on at mine. I felt guilty for lying, but I refused to see the look of pity on her face when she saw where we lived. The most run-down looking house in town. Plus, Melissa would put on a good show for her. She'd act like the caring mom for a couple hours, and I couldn't handle that. Quite a bit of time passed, and I wondered if I said something wrong. Maybe Tori was just as uncomfortable with bringing friends over her house as I was. Tori 9:34 p.m. Sounds good to me. Be ready at 3:30. Good night, chapter 12. I went to bed early that night, hoping to get some decent sleep for a change. The twins lingered in my waking and sleeping moments. I thought about them a minimum of 329 times a day. I'm not sure how that's possible, but you'd think that would keep them from lingering around in my dreams. I tossed and turned for half the night, finally falling asleep around 3 in the morning. I didn't bother setting an alarm. I wanted to sleep through as much of the day as possible. I woke around 1 in the afternoon, noticing a voicemail on the flip phone Melissa had gotten me. The social worker had got my message and sent it along. She told me to expect the next check in the mail any day now. Melissa would be thrilled. I wonder how long it'll take her to revert back to her usual self. Hopefully, She'll keep to her word and give me half of the money. I trudged down the hall quietly, slipping into the bathroom when I thought the coast was clear. I did my business and stared sleepily into the mirror as I brushed my teeth. The bathroom door creaked, then swung open, and a very drunk Frank stepped in. I choked on the toothpaste I had in my mouth and took a tentative step back. In an instant, my skin was clammy and fear coursed through my veins. Frank had that dead stare most drunk people have, and he smelled like piss and liquor. "You a liar now, girl." Frank slurred drunkenly. Taking a fumbling step forward, I shook my head. Of course not. My voice was scratchy and muffled by the toothpaste in my mouth. I inwardly cringed as I swallowed the toothpaste, nearly gagging from the overwhelming taste of mint. I couldn't see any way out of this that didn't lead to me hitting or kicking Frank. "You're lying to me right now." Frank rumbled, his beefy arm shooting out from his side. His hand slammed into my shoulder, and my teeth clicked as my back hit the drywall. The corner of the windowsill jammed into my shoulder blade, leaving a stinging pain behind. I'm not lying. I forced through gritted teeth. Staying on my feet was my number one priority at the moment. If I ended up on the floor, who knows what would happen to me? "You were talking to the social worker cunt." Frank yelled boisterously, "Telling her you didn't get none of them checks. Fucking liar." I called her back and told her I lied. I knew it was useless reasoning with a drunk person, but he had me cornered. "What else did you lie about?" Frank snapped. "You lie and say I touch you." I clamped my lips together. There wasn't a chance I would tell anyone about that. I would just be thrown in a foster home to rot, forgotten about until my 18th birthday. Living with Melissa at least granted me freedom. She didn't care where I was or what I did. I could work, have friends, and do what I wanted, so long as I supported myself. Of course not. I shook my head furiously. My eyes were darting around, looking for any exit I could manage. Fear made my hands slick with sweat, and adrenaline rushed through my veins. I could try and get out the bathroom window, but I wouldn't be fast enough. Frank would just grab me and throw me to the ground. The only way out was through the bathroom door. If I was fast enough, I could race down the hall and to my bedroom. My bedroom door, thankfully, had a lock. Fucking liar. Frank snapped, and everything seemed to happen in slow motion. His hand lurched out, no doubt to aim a punch at my torso. Even drunk, Frank wasn't stupid enough to hit me in the face. I made the mistake of ducking to the floor in an attempt to dodge his hit and leap for the open door. Frank's balled-up fist connected with the side of my face, sending me off to the side. My rib cage slammed against the porcelain bathtub, but with the adrenaline rushing through me, the pain was blocked out. I didn't stay on the floor long. Frank took longer to recover, being drunk and all. Alarm flashed over his drunken features after realizing his fist connected with my face. I used the moment of confusion to dart under his arm and out the bathroom door. His confusion was short-lived as he spun on his heel, wobbling slightly. I darted for my bedroom door, feeling him close behind. His hand was mere inches away from my door when I slammed it shut in his face and clicked the lock. Frank pounded on my bedroom door, screaming obscenities. His words were muffled for the time being, but I didn't plan on sticking around until he broke my door down. Thankful I fell asleep in a pair of sweatpants, I grabbed a jacket and slipped on some shoes. After stuffing my wallet and cell phone in my pocket, I yanked my bedroom window open. I silently thanked whoever made the house for including a roof to the back porch. My bedroom faced the woods, and my window was only a few feet above the porch ceiling. Closing my window silently behind me, I dropped down onto the roof. The action sent a small pain through my ankle, but I ignored it. Getting down from the porch room would be harder than I thought. There was nothing there for me to hold on to, nothing to ease myself to the ground, with the adrenaline was slowly wearing off, and I was all too aware of the throbbing pain in my face. I scooted close to the edge of the roof and let my feet hang down. I wasn't sure how I'd manage this, but the goal was to hit the ground in one piece. I slid my body off the roof and held on with my hands. My upper body strength was clearly lacking, and I could feel my fingers slip with every second that passed. Somewhere in the back of my head, I had the feeling someone was scolding me. Ignoring the odd feeling, I let go of the ledge. I was pleasantly surprised to find out the porch roof wasn't that high. Not nearly high enough to cause me serious harm. However, I'm clumsy and have a talent for getting injured. As I landed, I felt my ankle roll out from under me. A sharp pain shot up my foot and into the side of my leg. While I was fairly sure my foot wasn't broken, it hurt pretty badly. I let out a relieved huff and looked around our crappy backyard. I had stressed so much about getting out of Frank's grasp that I hadn't thought about what I'd do once I made it outside. The backyard was in absolute shambles, and I wondered who the previous owners of the house were. There was a rickety old play set in the backyard, tossed into the corner to collect dust and termites. The grass was extremely patchy, and weeds grew in large clumps. I wasn't sure when was the last time the lawn was mowed, but judging from the height of the grass, I'd say at least 6 months or more. It was nearing 2 o'clock now, and school would be letting out soon. My stomach's angry rumble cut through my thoughts, and my feet headed in the direction of the gas station I visited the first day we moved here. The same girl was at the front counter as I walked in. I gave a tentative wave and walked towards the drinks. After grabbing a water, I headed to the front of the store to grab some granola bars. A familiar face walked in, and I found myself blinking as I looked at a sheepish Autumn. "Hey, Aurora." Autumn had a forced grin on her face, as though she had been caught doing something bad. I frowned. "What are you doing here?" I chided myself just a moment later. Why wouldn't she be here? It's a gas station. I'm skipping last period. Autumn shrugged, a light pink color tinging her cheeks. "Don't tell anyone you saw me, all right?" "Of course not." I grinned at her. "If you hadn't noticed, I'm not in school either." That makes me feel much better about skipping gym. Autumn chuckled. Grace has been insufferable today. Really? I frowned. Glad I didn't show then. She's been extra obnoxious since her and Cade got back together. Autumn rolled her eyes and flipped her long hair behind her back. Something painful echoed within my chest at the thought of Cade getting back together with Grace. They had me locked in a damn classroom, and Cade was back with her, as though nothing happened. Sleeping around wasn't something I did, but I certainly wouldn't be used as a damn toy for anyone. They got back together. I tried to keep the utter disappointment and pain from my voice. Doesn't even matter, I told myself. He was never yours, and it's your fault for getting swept up in them. Should have known you'd get hurt in the end. You probably didn't even mean anything to them. Just another piece of ass. Seems like it. Autumn shrugged. She's been hanging off his arm all day. Best of luck to Cade then. I let out a forced chuckle. When are you planning on coming back to school? Autumn asked as I swiped my card to pay for my things. I shrugged. I'll be back Monday. What I really wanted to say was never. I needed to get a damn grip and learn to resist the twins. There was no way I'd be Cade's little plaything while he was still involved with Grace. I'll see you Monday then. Autumn smiled, and I headed for the door. Oh, don't forget to be ready by 9 p.m. Saturday. Put your number in my phone. I mumbled half-heatedly, still peeved that Tori gave me an entire cell phone. After Autumn put her number in my phone, I sent her a quick text and headed out the door. I wandered aimlessly around the parts of town I was familiar with and shot a quick text to Tori. Me, 2:23 p.m. Hey, my folks needed me out of the house for a bit. Any chance you could pick me up early? Another bold-faced lie. What else was I going to say? Hi, can you pick me up early cause my drunk piece of shit step Frank decided to go crazy and hit me? Oh, and I fucked my ankle up jumping out of the window, so bring some ice along. That definitely wasn't going to cut it. Tori, 2:26 p.m. Sure thing. Slightly smiling face. I'll be at your house in 5. I wasn't sure what I did to deserve a friend like Tori, but goodness, was I thankful. I hadn't had a friend like her since elementary school. Once middle school rolled around, bullying began, and I learned to stick to myself. Me too, 37 p.m. Actually, could you just pick me up from the park in the center of town? I felt horrible for asking even more of her, but my ankle was throbbing like crazy. The short walk to the gas station had me hissing in pain with every step. Tori, 2:39 p.m. Damn, you walked that far. Be there in 5. By the time I thought out a coherent response, Tori was pulling up next to the curb. Hop in, bitch. Tori's yelled from the car, sticking her head out the window to grin at me. Her fire-colored locks shifted with the wind and hung out of the car window. I rolled my eyes at her, but a grin crept onto my face. I clamped my teeth down on the side of my cheek and tried not to limp as I walked over to the passenger side. Just a little tiny heads up. Tori grinned at me sheepishly, and I nearly let out a groan. What is it? I raised my eyebrow at her, a bad feeling nestling itself in my stomach. So, I kind of sorta live next to Alec and Cade, Tori squeaked out, her voice getting higher with each word. You what? I stared at her deadpan and let out a long breath. All right, it's all right. I can handle it. I'm not giving in to them anymore. I'm done with them. You got this, Aurora. Tori nodded proudly, speeding off down the road. I'm tough. I can handle this. I nodded sternly, giving myself a half-hearted pep talk. Super tough. Tori nodded, obviously doing her best to cheer me on. I gave her a pointed look and chuckled when she burst out into laughter. You gotta work on your pep talk skills. Tori shook her head mournfully, and I munched on my granola bars. Tori pulled down a road that led directly into the vast forest that surrounded town. I cocked an eyebrow at her questioningly, and she shrugged. A lot of people live out here, she shrugged. As if it were no big deal, some familiar words ran through my head. Words the young cashier had spoken to me when I first moved here. Town's pretty small. Most of the people in town have houses further out in the woods. People around here seem to like their privacy. Chapter 13. Tori drove deep into the woods, and I watched the trees pass by in silence. We drove about 10 minutes into the forest until spotting another paved road. I let my fingers wander up to my cheek, wincing at the soreness that radiated across my face. Frank had never hit me in the face before, and I wondered how long it would take until my face began to swell and bruise. Hopefully, it could wait until I made it safely home. I didn't bother letting Melissa know where I was. I didn't have her number anyway. Tori turned down another road, and I felt my jaw drop as a mini town came into view. A small town nestled in the middle of the forest, and it looked all shiny and new. A sprinkling fountain sat in the middle of the small town square. Hell, they even had a few shops lingering around. I instantly spotted a coffee shop and a little diner-type restaurant. Wow, I gaped, looking around the town square. People were out and about, walking down the sidewalk and sitting on benches. Some were even planting flowers or maintaining the grounds. Awesome, right? Tori turned and grinned. As she rolled the windows down, I inhaled deeply, the smell of fresh flowers mingling with the cool breeze. The sound of chattering and running water was in the air, and I couldn't get over how peaceful it felt here. Completely away from everyone else, nestled deep in the woods. Who knew there was a whole town back here? I chuckled and shook my head, but my eyes were glued to my surroundings. So this is where Cade and Alec lived. My heart ached just thinking about them, an image of Grace popping into my mind at the worst moment. Stupid tears pricked at the backs of my eyes, but I forced them down. No way I would even spare a tear over the two of them. My heart felt twisted and confused. Sure, Alec wasn't dating Grace, but my heart told me I wanted them both. One without the other made me feel empty inside. It's not quite the size of a normal town, but we have amazing coffee, so that's a plus. Tori giggled, making a turn down another road. You have to take me there sometime. I grinned back at her, confused by the hidden emotion flickering in her eyes. Of course. Tori grinned, the hidden emotion buried deep. We turned down a different road, and headed a little deeper into the forest. The town square was still visible as Tori pulled into a strange-looking cul-de-sac. An absolutely huge house sat at the end, with a driveway big enough to fit at least 6 cars. It was at least 3 stories high, painted the color of a clear sky. Huge windows adorned the house, making it look like a modern version of a farmhouse. Who lives there? I gaped at the huge house, noticing there were no cars in the driveway. Flowers lined the entrance to the driveway, giving the house a colorful and cheerful feel. Biggest house in our little town. Tori chuckled. I'm sure you can guess who lives there. Kate and Alec. I pursed my lips and gave her a pointed look. You'd be correct. Tori chuckled humorlessly. This is my house. Tori grinned as she pulled up to a similar but much smaller looking house. Tori didn't lie when she said she lived near Alec and Cade. By near, she meant right next to them. Her house was nestled on the side of the cul-de-sac, sitting just a few feet away from the twins' home. It was a simple 2-story house, painted a brilliant white. Deep blue shutters stuck out on the side of each window, along with a long wrap-around porch. I had never seen houses this shiny and new before, only in movies. Wow, I grinned, running my eyes over every detail of her home. Seeing these new houses made me realize the dump of a house I've been living in. Mom and Dad painted the outside a year or 2 ago. Tori grinned. Mom gets tired of the color every year and insists on repainting it. I couldn't help but notice the way Tori talked about her mom. The amusement and love that filled her eyes at the mention of her parents. Having amazing parents was a privilege that most people never took into consideration. I tried to keep the blatant jealousy from my eyes as I followed Tori to her house. We made it to the porch when a woman identical to Tori practically burst through the front door. She was almost vibrating with excitement as she juggled a plate of food, 2 glasses, and a pitcher of something dark. Mom, Tori groaned, giving me an embarrassed glance. I told you to give us a minute. I gave you plenty of minutes. Tori's mom dismissed her with a wave and a cheeky grin. I just wanted to meet your friend. Hi. I smiled shyly, taking a seat next to Tori on one of the outdoor couches scattered on the porch. The couch was placed against the wall of the house, giving us a good view of the entire cul-de-sac. Mom, this is Aurora. Tori gave a forced-looking grin, putting emphasis on my name. Aurora, this is my mom. So nice to meet you, Aurora. Tori's mom beamed, looking so much like her daughter, while I was surprised at how welcoming and giddy Tori's mom was. The entire situation was kind of odd. Tori continued using my full name, putting emphasis on it, as though her mom would forget. It was also strange how excited Tori's mom was to meet me. I'm sure Tori had other friends, and I couldn't find an explanation for her mom's unruly excitement. Tori's was the spitting image of her mom, while her mom had laugh lines around her mouth and eyes. She had the same curly red hair. I made the 2 of you some sandwiches and sweet tea. Tori's mom grinned happily and sat the plate and pitcher down. I glanced glanced down hungrily at the food. I can't remember the last time I had an actual sandwich. Usually, I just bought cheap frozen foods for dinner and small snacks for the rest of the day. No, it wasn't healthy, but it was very cost efficient. I tentatively grabbed a sandwich and nibbled on the corner, visibly jumping as Tori's mom plopped down beside me. "Mom," Tori whined, placing a hand against her forehead. "I just want to talk to your friend." Tori's mom grinned. "You never bring anyone over." Tori rolled her eyes and gave me an apologetic smile. Embers of jealousy swirled in my stomach as Tori's mom grinned happily at me. "So I heard you just moved here." Tori's mom grinned, pouring some sweet tea in a glass and handing sliding it my way. I nodded, swallowing a mouthful of sandwich. "Yeah, we came from California. Such a long way." Tori's mom gave a soft smile. "I'm sure you had to leave a lot of people behind." I shrugged. "Not really. I didn't exactly have friends in Cali." My face was burning under the gaze of Tori and her mom. I felt like I was at some kind of twisted interrogation. Sweat, tea, and sandwiches to calm me, and a million questions to worry me. "Why is that?" Tori's mom frowned. "From what Tori's told me, you're such a nice girl." "Mom," Tori groaned again, earning another sheepish smile from her mom. I was trying really hard not to be creeped out by the entire situation, but it was hard. My grandma and I were fairly close, but I still lacked that mother-daughter relationship. It was completely foreign and weird to see how close Tori was with her mom. I just never had the time. I shrugged, taking another bite. Work and school took up most of my time. "You held a job and went to school." Tori's mom frowned for just a moment. "Did your parents make you get a job?" I know Dan, Tori's dad, tried for the longest time, but I told him she needed to focus on her studies. "Mom, really?" Tori rolled her eyes and took another bite of sand, which I chuckled quietly as Tori's mom finished her little mini-rant. Her and Tori's relationship was what I always wanted with Melissa. It was clear they loved each other, even in the way they argued. "No," I chuckled, shaking my head. "Melissa and Frank don't make me work. I'm saving up for college." Melissa and Frank. Tori's mom raised an eyebrow, and I looked at her in confusion. I know it was probably weird calling your parents by their first name, but I'm sure other kids did it too right, my mom and stepdad. I grimaced, the words tasting sour on my tongue. Tori's mom opened her mouth to say something else when the sound of amused yelling filled the air. A jeep full of guys sped down the cul-de-sac, skidding to a stop in front of the sky blue house. "Aurora, maybe we should go inside." Tori frowned, picking up her book bag. "Nonsense." Tori's mom gave her a stern look. "I'm sure Aurora wouldn't mind meeting the twins." "Mom, she's already met them." Tori grimaced, and I couldn't keep my eyes from wandering over to the parked jeep. Alec and Cade hopped out of the jeep, followed by 2 other guys. As if they could feel my eyes on them, they turned their heads in my direction. The other 2 guys went silent and looked our way. Jealousy and longing churned in my stomach as I looked into the dark eyes of the twins. I definitely wanted to go inside. I was practically itching to go up to them. An entire day without seeing them felt too long, but I wouldn't let my resolve crumble. Cade had Grace, and I'm sure Alec had someone for himself as well. I wasn't going to be some side piece. Nice kids. Tori's mom nodded, sending a weird smile my way. Troublemakers, but good kids. Let's go inside, Aurora. Tori nudged my shoulder, snapping me out of the staring competition I was holding with the twins. Yeah, I nodded, peeling my gaze away from them. Let's go. I turned my back on the twins, still feeling their eyes burning holes in my skin. A frown formed on my face as I went inside Tori's house. It felt like I was leaving a piece of myself behind, in the care of Alec and Cade. Chapter 14. I followed Tori into her house, my ankle absolutely screaming in protest. I could in the short time I'd been hanging out with Tori. My ankle had swelled up considerably. I tried to cover my horrendous limp, but the sharp pain shooting up my leg made it difficult. Are you limping? Tori frowned, her eyes locked on my injured ankle. It's nothing. I shrugged. I fell earlier and must have twisted it. I hadn't much experience with lying, but I hoped I had enough skill to fool Tori. My heart was thundering in my chest from the simple lie, and Tori stood quietly for a few moments. The more seconds that passed in silence, the faster my heart began to beat. You should let me wrap it. Tori pursed her lips. She didn't look fooled. It'll hurt less to walk on. I contemplated that for a few moments and nodded in defeat. I could easily cover up a twisted ankle. A simple fall would be the perfect excuse. She knew how clumsy I was, so it was no wonder I somehow managed to fall. Wait here. Tori called out over her shoulder as she walked down the hall on the first floor. Tori came back a few moments later with a first aid kit in hand. I'm going to help you up the stairs to my bedroom. Tori nodded, her lips still pursed. It's all right. I can get up the stairs. I mumbled, sulking past her. I gritted my teeth and held in a hiss of pain as I pulled myself up each step. Tori was completely silent behind me. It was clear she wasn't buying my story about falling. My heart hammered in response. The last thing I needed was for someone to report Frank and Melissa for abuse. They wouldn't find any proof, and the accusation would only piss the two of them off. Tori pointed at a door down the hall, and I let her take the lead. Her room was huge, full of fuzzy pillows and plush carpets. I plopped down on a couch she had in her room, pushed up against the wall. I looked around in amazement as Tori pulled out a thick looking wrap. I had never seen a room so huge or so decorated. Her room looked more like a suite. A 4-poster bed sat across the room. A white comforter sat on top with tons of fuzzy white and purple pillows. It looked like one of those bedrooms you see in an interior design magazine. Your room is amazing. I gaped, hoping to change the subject. Mom's an interior designer. Tori grinned. She went crazy with the entire house. Well, that explains it, I chuckled. Send her over to my house sometime. I clamped my lips shut hastily, hoping I hadn't implied anything strange. If I had, Tori didn't seem to notice. How's renovations going over at your place? Tori looked up and smiled. They're going good. Great, really. I shrugged. Just fixing up the bathrooms and kitchen. Maybe you could stay the night sometime. Tori smiled. Something flashed across her eyes, but was gone before I could identify it. Maybe, I grinned back. Any night is fine with me. Your parents don't care if you stay over on a school night. Tori inquired, her eyebrow raised curiously. Not really. I shook my head. Melissa kinda lets me do my own thing. The voice in my head groaned. By trying to remain relaxed, I was simply attracting more unwanted attention. I was truly horrible at keeping anything a secret. Take your shoe off. Tori poked at my shoe. I could feel my jaw clench as I untied my shoelaces. Every little movement made my ankle throb, and I was beginning to worry something was actually wrong with it. I averted my eyes once. I peeled my sock off. Tori's startled gasp had me gnawing on the inside of my cheek. I let my eyes flicker down warily, and they nearly bulged out of my head as I took in the state of my ankle. It wasn't simply swollen. It looked like a damn balloon. Splotches of black and purple intertwined and mixed on my foot like an art palette. This was definitely more than a twisted ankle. Oh my God, Aurora. Tori placed her hand over her mouth, and this happened when you fell. I gritted my teeth together and let out a hiss of pain when Tori gently lifted my foot. Yeah, I nodded. I tripped over something and fell down the stairs. I didn't think it was this bad. You need to go to a hospital. Tori gave me a hard stare, glancing down at my purple foot. Fear knotted itself in my stomach, and I turned my head away from her intense stare. What happened to your face, Aurora? Tori's tone was blank, guarded, tentatively. I lifted a hand to my cheek. It was definitely sore, painful even when I touched it. I couldn't tell if it had swelled up or not. What do you mean? I frowned. Tori huffed and got up from the floor, placing a compact mirror in my hands. I pursed my lips as my eyes trailed over the side of my face. My cheekbone was swollen. Not horribly, but enough to draw plenty of unwanted attention. The skin around it was turning a deep shade of blue. I must have hit my face when I fell. I shrugged, my eyes flickering from Tori's to my throbbing foot. Lie better, my conscience was telling me. Yeah, we need to get you to a hospital. Tori nodded with finality, and I sputtered for a reasonable response. I can't, I shook my head, reaching down to pull my sock back on. I don't have insurance, and Mel, my family, doesn't have the money. Tori's eyes flickered rapidly from my purple foot to my swollen cheek and back to my eyes. I could practically see the gears in her head turning. Any second now, I expected steam to erupt from her ears. Her hair was such a bright red. It already looked like her head was on fire. My dad's a doctor. Tori crossed her arms. He has an office here in town. We're going, Aurora. Tori, I can't afford that. I shook my head. I slipped my shoe back on through clenched teeth and went to stand. Tori met me halfway and wrapped an arm around my waist. You don't need to pay for anything. Tori sighed impatiently, helping me down the stairs. "Look, I'm kind of afraid of doctors and hospitals," I hissed through clenched teeth. While this wasn't a complete lie, I was basically grasping at straws. Some primitive part of my bra, and even contemplated just running away from Tori. Even if I somehow managed to get far on my busted ankle, I didn't know my way around. I understand. Tori's just trying to be a good friend, but the truth could ruin everything for me. Child abuse would get reported to social services, and another agent would come out and investigate. Melissa would clean up her act and pretend to be the caring and dutiful mother. Once the social worker found no proof, they'd leave me with an extremely pissed off Melissa and Frank. See, no happy ending in sight. My happy ending was graduating high school and getting out of this town. "Aurora, you're my friend and I care about you." Tori grimaced. "You're going to the damn doctors. I'll carry you if I have to. You might need to." I hissed. My strength was quickly waning. I was practically panting as we made it to the bot 5 tom of the stairs. "Here, shift your weight." Tori nudged my side, and I grimaced. She hit the exact spot I slammed against the tub, but there was no way I'd make that known. Oh gosh, what happened to Aurora? Tori's mom poked her head from the kitchen. Her concerned eyes locked on Tori and I. I swallowed and gave her a weary smile. The concern in her voice hit me hard, something I had never heard in Melissa's words. She hurt her ankle earlier. Tori gave me a pointed look before she turned her gaze back to her mom. "I'm taking her to Dad's office." "Good thinking." Tori's mom nodded. A frown formed on her face. "Do you girls need any help?" "Nah, I got her." Tori shook her head, practically propping me against her as she opened the front door. "Thanks, Tori's mom." I gave her a small smile, ignoring the thundering pain in my heart. "Call me Olivia, dear." Tori's mom smiled softly as we walked out onto the porch. I wasn't sure how she managed it, but Tori supported most of my weight on her own. She didn't even seem to be struggling. My blood ran cold when a familiar voice called out. "Shit, what happened?" Kate's rough voice called out from the blue house next door. I clamped my jaw shut as Kate strolled up to Tori and I. Alec followed behind his brother. The 2 guys they had driven home with stood off to the side awkwardly. "Is she all right?" Alec frowned, glancing at his brother. The 2 of them looked absolutely godlike, but that wasn't a surprise. Alec wore his typical black t-shirt and a leather jacket, his chocolate hair a tousled mess on his head. Cade wore a black button-down shirt, which was rolled up to his elbows. My eyes couldn't help but flicker over his muscular, vein-filled forearms. The 2 of them were devastatingly handsome, and my heart reacted to that fact. My heart thundered and pleaded to seek out comfort from the twins, and I had nearly given in. A clear image of Grace in Cade's arms sent jealousy flooding through me and allowed me to take control of my hectic emotions and to think I was going to give in to their confusing advances. "I'm fine," I snapped, taking the 2 of them by surprise. Their widened eyes made me feel smug, and I tried not to let that show. "She hurt her ankle. Tori shrugged, giving me an apologetic look. I'm taking her to my dad's office. Cade nodded and gave Alec a hard look before turning back to Tori. We'll take her. Cade nodded to Tori, and I watched the muscle in his jaw work. His voice was rough and demanding, sending a weird shiver down my spine. Not a chance. I shook my head furiously. All right. Tori nodded, and I gaped at her incredulously. But I'm coming with, that's fine. Alec nodded at Tori and glanced at Cade. No, I pursed my lips, but none of them were listening to me. What the hell, Tori? I growled under my breath at her. I'm sorry, Aurora. Tori frowned, but her gaze continued to flicker to the twins. I wasn't sure what pissed me off more. Tori blinding listening to the twins, even though she knew I wanted to avoid them, or the fact that she acted like she had no choice in the matter, as though Cade's word was law. Come here, doll, Alec murmured, knocking my legs out from under me and pulling me into his arms. I can walk, I snapped, squirming as I tried to force myself from his grip. Someone's feisty today. Cade's full lips turned up in a smirk as he opened the door of the Jeep. Shouldn't you be worrying about someone else? I snapped at Cade, watching his eyebrows lift in surprise. And who do you suppose I should be worrying about, sweetheart? Cade murmured, getting much too close to me. My heart pounded erratically, and my brain became cloudy as the husky smell of Cade's cologne filled my nose. Grace would be a good start. I snapped and clamped my lips shut once I realized what I had said. Much to my dismay, amusement flashed over Cade's features, and he looked over at Alec with a deep smirk. Alec set me down in the passenger seat of the Jeep, and I tried to ignore the fact that the entire vehicle smelled just like the twins. Alec had his own identical smirk on his face, which only pissed me off more. They continued to toy with me, and now it was funny. Cade had taken back his girlfriend. She's practically shaking with jealousy, Alec murmured to his brother with a low chuckle. I ground my teeth together in a poor attempt to keep my mouth shut. You wish I was jealous. I snapped to the two of them, keeping my gaze on the window. We drove back through the small town square and stopped at one of the small buildings in the center. I hadn't even noticed a doctor's office sat in the middle of town. My turn. Cade smirked at his brother, and I rolled my eyes. I'd much rather have Tori carry me. Speaking of which, Tori had been completely silent the entire ride. Careful, brother, Alec chuckled lowly. She's seething. A frustrated growl left my lips. If they weren't trying to sexually harass me, they were trying to provoke me with words. It felt good giving them a reaction, though. They obviously didn't expect it, and it helped me let off some steam. Cade lifted me off the seat as though I weighed less than a feather. I refused to melt into his arms, despite how much I desperately wanted to. You are too small to hold this much anger, sweetheart, Cade murmured in amusement, and I scoffed. You haven't seen angry yet, I mumbled, equally disgruntled and ecstatic to be nestled in Cade's arms. Chapter 15. Alec, hello there, Tori. The new receptionist grinned. Hey, JC. Tori smiled in return. Is my dad in the back? JC had just recently graduated high school, and her parents practically begged for their daughter to apprentice under the pack doctor. Sure is. JC nodded. Go on through. He's not busy at the moment. My fingers twitched irritably, and I glanced over at my brother, while I relented and let Cade have a turn holding Aurora. I was already beginning to miss her twins were exceedingly rare in the werewolf community, making Cade and I a medical anomaly. While Cade happened to be a few minutes older than I, the two of us shared the role of alpha. We had spent out entire lives sharing things. The only thing we refused to share was women. Cade and I had never found a woman worth sharing, someone we both couldn't part with. Our parents were at a standstill. It was clear Cade and I were both alphas, but what would that mean for our future mates? Would we each find a separate mate? Or would we share a woman, like we had shared everything else in our lives? In all honesty, the idea of sharing a mate with my brother made my blood boil. That is, until we met Aurora. The little thing ran into us in the hallway, provoking an irritating response from Grace. The two of us were completely stunned. While sharing a mate was always the topic of discussion, it had never been done before in our history. The two of us felt the mate bond clearly, drawing us in and making us crave the quiet new girl. Cade was quick to end things with Grace, and I wondered if he would stay true to his word. The two of us have had many sexual partners, but Grace was someone Cade could always turn to when he wanted an easy fuck. The two of us were completely captivated with Aurora. Her name as unique as per personality. Her eyes were the first thing to draw us in, one a brilliant shade of blue, the other the color of molten chocolate. We had never seen someone with two different colored eyes before. Cade and I have always enjoyed games. After realizing how quiet and timid the little doll was, we made it our mission to provoke a reaction. The two of us had clearly underestimated the power of the mate bond. The urge to touch her, to feel her creamy skin beneath our fingers, was stronger than the two of us anticipated. After a heated discussion between the two of us, we decided to resist the mate bond. Neither of us wanted to share, and yet neither wanted to part with Aurora. It took some time for us to accept the situation for what it was. We were both destined to love the same girl. Tori thanked the cheerful receptionist and turned back to Aurora. Her gaze was guarded, giving Aurora a look I couldn't place. It was clear Aurora was unaware of what we truly were. Cade and I struggled to come to a consensus on how to approach that subject. While we were determined to keep the little doll, the last thing we wanted was to completely scare her off. While we were absolute shit at showing it, we wanted her. We wanted her love and affection, but my brother and I are not what you'd call romantic. Hell, neither of us have ever had an actual girlfriend. We simply had pieces of ass that wished they were our girlfriends. Grace would fall under that category. We were completely thrown through a loop when we met Aurora. JC's eyes nearly popped out of her head as her eyes flickered between my brother and I. I tried to shoot my brother a warning glance, His eyes were glued on Aurora. She pouted in his arms, still seething from the latest rumor she somehow heard. How she heard it when she failed to come to school was beyond me. Cade and I had been irritable all day. Seeing our mate in school was what we looked forward to most. The two of us hoped we hadn't scared her off with our little fun in the empty classroom. But we simply couldn't keep our hands off of her. Cade and I adored a girl who tried to resist our advances, secretly fantasizing about our fingers roaming her heated skin. The fight made it fun, and boy did Aurora put up a fight. The desire she held for the two of us was clear in her unique eyes, but so was the determination that fueled her defiance. It was thrilling and incredibly arousing, pushing Aurora's boundaries, crumbling her willpower into dust. Her body responded to the two of us fully. She had truly been made for Cade and I. Perfection in a petite and feisty form. Alf, JC's voice was shaky, her fingers smoothing the cream blouse she was wearing. "Thank you, Jessie." My brother cut her off with a polite smile, now that he finally peeled his eyes away from our entrancing mate. Cade and I followed Tori down the hall, walking into a large room. Cade and I had never visited the pack doctor before. The two of us were exceptionally skilled at fighting, and neither of us had ever been harmed bad enough to visit. "Tori, what brings you here, darling?" Tori's dad. The pack doctor grinned at his child. Tori had once been close friends with Cade and I, but sometimes people grow apart. It was sheer luck that Tori found lasting friendship with our mate. My friend hurt her ankle. Tori smiled, raising her eyebrow at Aurora. Tori was silently daring her to argue. I couldn't keep the smirk from my face when defiance flashed through Aurora's intoxicating eyes. She clearly wasn't happy to be here. Although, seeing her with Tori answered a few questions. Aurora obviously wasn't sick, so why did she stay home from school? Was it really to avoid Cade and I? She doesn't know what we are. Cade informed the doctor through the mind link. We would like to keep it that way. Very well, alphas, the pack doctor replied, shooting a glance our way. You can set her down over here. The doctor motioned for Cade to come forward. Cade sat Aurora down on the thick pad, and I could tell he missed having her in his arms. That makes the two of us then. She's quite angry over a silly rumor. Cade murmured through the mind link in amusement. I rolled my eyes. You should have pushed Grace off of you. Grace knows we are done. Cade grimaced, his eyes locked on Aurora. You know Grace as well as I do. She will not give up. I pursed my lips, watching the doctor remove Aurora's shoe. Then she will be punished for defying us. Cade crossed his arms over his chest. I have no use for her anymore. That was Cade's romantic way of saying no one else could replace Aurora. As I said, we aren't the romantic type. Regardless, we would strive to become whatever Aurora wanted us to be. My teeth clenched together audibly as I looked down at Aurora's foot. It was 3 times the size it should have been, and was covered in purple and black splotches. What the fuck happened to her foot? Cade was the first of us to snap. His glare was directed at Tori. Aurora Cade's outburst, and his eyes instantly softened. I could tell Cade hated the idea of Aurora in pain as much as I did. The urge to be near her, to comfort her, was overwhelming. Her vanilla and pear scent swirled around the room like an alluring perfume. I'll have to take Aurora down the hall for x-rays, the doctor informed us, a concerning look on his face. What's the problem? I demanded through the mind link. The concerned look on the doctor's face twisted my insides painfully. It looks like a simple fracture, but I would like to know how this happened. The doctor responded quickly. She has a bruise on her face. Has she been in any fights at school? Cade and I locked eyes. I wonder if he had the same sickening feeling in his gut. Neither one of us knew much about Aurora's family. However, she was a clumsy little thing. Regardless, my blood boiled at the thought of someone laying a hand on her. I could easily tell Cade felt the same. No, she wouldn't fight anyone. I shook my head. Aurora might be feisty at times, but she wouldn't fight anyone. She might act tough at times, but it was clear she had a kind heart. If I could make a suggestion, I'm going to carry her to the next room, if that is all right with the two of you. The doctor's eyes flickered up to Aurora as she hissed in pain under his touch. You can see what Tori knows. Cade flashed me a hard look, and I could practically tell what he was thinking. No way in hell did we want any man touching our mate, but I highly doubted Aurora would tell us anything. She was still pissed at the thought of Cade getting back with Grace. Very well, I muttered, clenching my fists as the doctor lifted Aurora into his arms. Aren't you coming? Aurora frowned at Tori, her eyes unusually large. Tori shook her head. She gave Cade and I a hard look. I'll be right there. Give me 5 minutes. Aurora sighed and nodded her head. It was clear she felt uncomfortable, and I desperately wanted to wipe away the frown that fell on her plush lips. Tori waited patiently for her dad to leave with Aurora, and turned to the two of us with a frown. Before you ask, I only know what she told me. Tori huffed, her gaze flickering between the two of us. But in return, I have a question for the two of you. You want to negotiate. Cade spat irritably. Aurora is hurt, and you plan on keeping information from us. I rolled my eyes at my brother. He was the more temperamental one of the two of us. Let's hear her out before we condemn her. I murmured through the mind link. Very well. Cade's reply was gruff and irritable. What's your question? I asked Tori, her eyebrow cocked as her hazel eyes canned my brother and I. Tori had once been a close friend. It was interesting how much she had changed over the years. Once a shy and timid child, she had become just as confident and outgoing as her mother. It's not a question, really. Tori pursed her lips. More so, I want your input on Anne. Observation I made. Well, that definitely gained our attention. What Tori said next had my brother and I exchanging weary glances. Aurora's your mate, isn't she? Tori's lips twitched, fighting a smirk. Cade and I were rendered speechless for a moment, glancing at each other hastily. She doesn't miss much, does she? I let out an amused chuckle through the mind link. Apparently not, Cade remarked. Even if you deny it, your reaction tells me everything I need to know. Tori nodded, looking somewhat worried for her friend. We decided to keep the news of finding our mate from the pack. We didn't need anyone slipping up and telling Aurora what we truly were. Even our parents were in the dark about Aurora's identity. And she's really both of your mates. Tori frowned, confusion shining in her eyes. That's never happened before. I was the first to answer. She is. We would appreciate if you kept this to yourself. I was the more charming and diplomatic brother, if I do say so myself. I spoke my words carefully, not wanting to use an alpha command unless absolutely necessary. Of course. Tori nodded. She's my best friend. But it's not my place to say anything. Good. I nodded, satisfied with her response. We have an agreement then. Now tell us, how did she get hurt? Cade grimaced, his anger and impatience lingering in his words. I decided to chime in. We know she has a bruise on her face. Are those the extent of her injuries? Tori frowned. I have no clue. It's not like I can just tell her to take her clothes off. I raised my eyebrow at Cade. I'm sure we could convince her. Desire for our little mate flashed in my brother's eyes, just as it flashed within my own. Tori snorted in disbelief, earning an incredulous look from Cade and I. If it wasn't already obvious, she's not happy with the two of you. Tori gave the two of us a stern look, oddly reminding me of my mother. There's no way you'll get her out of her clothes anytime soon. I shot Cade a hard glare, unsupervised, when he snapped at me through the mind link. I've made it more than clear. Grace and I are finished, Cade snapped. How was I supposed to know she'd spread rumors? Make it clearer. I snapped back. There is something else. Tori frowned, looking mildly worried and uncomfortable. She told me she got hurt falling down the stairs. It's not a long shot, Cade murmured. She is quite clumsy, she is. Tori nodded. But I think she's hiding something. What do you suspect? I grimaced, 2 seconds away from storming up to Aurora and demanding some answers. I don't suspect anything. Tori shrugged. She just got real nervous and defensive when I asked what happened. We'll just have to keep an eye on her. I nodded. We'll stay in the woods. Keep to wolf form, so she doesn't think we're stalking her. Chapter 16. Tori's dad was really nice as far as doctors go. While I still hated hospitals, I felt a little more comfortable. Tori's dad had given me half of some little white pill. After about half an hour, the pain in my foot subsided to a dull throb. You have a fracture in your foot. Tori's dad pursed his lips, obviously eyeing the bruise on my cheek. Quite a fall you had, sure was. I nodded, fighting to keep my voice relaxed and even. I'm pretty clumsy, though, so it isn't a surprise. Make sure to be careful next time. Tori's dad nodded, seeming unconvinced. Will do, I murmured. My folks are renovating the house at the moment, so it's been pretty cluttered at the moment. I was just burying myself in lies at this point. Lying about my relationship with my family. Lying about my house. Lying about my bruises. I reminded myself it'll all be worth it once I graduate and move the hell out. All of the lies would be worth it in the end. You're going to have to wear this boot for a few weeks. The doctor informed me. wrapping my foot up tightly. My heart jumped at the thought of wearing a boot. If Melissa noticed, it would be game over. She'd assume Frank hurt me and would know I went to the hospital. But how the hell was I going to hide a damn boot? Tori would flip out if she caught me not wearing it. Either way, I was screwed. It was only a matter of time. Alec, Cade, and Tori filtered back into the room. Each had a strange look on their face that made the knot in my stomach grow heavy. Tori wasn't stupid. She knew something was up. Pair that with my crappy lying skills, and she was almost halfway there to figuring out the truth. It's not like Frank constantly abused me. It was few and far between. Mostly verbal abuse, which I could take with ease. It was a mistake on his part that caused my face to bruise, and a mistake on my own that led to my foot injury. I'm sure my torso was covered in bruises, but no one would have the opportunity to see those. The porcelain tub left my ribs feeling tender and painful, but I wasn't about to bring that up. So, how bad is it? Tori grimaced, her face matching Cade and Alex. Just a small fracture. Tori's dad nodded. Nothing a boot won't fix. Just gotta let the body heal itself. My visit to the doctors had taken almost all of the time I had. Hanging out with Tori definitely did not go as planned. Alec and Cade drove us back to Tori's house. The ride was silent, something I was thankful for. I refused to let either one of them carry me again, choosing to hobble along at an excruciatingly slow pace. I was officially declaring myself done with the two of them. I'd have to muster up the willpower and hope they didn't manage to get me alone again. Cade could have fun with Grace, and Alec could have fun with whoever else. While my insides burned with jealousy at the thought, I wasn't sticking around as some toy they could screw with. You really have to go. Tori pouted. I gave her a small smile. Mel, my mom, wants me back before dinner. Another lie. I just wanted to get home before Frank woke up from his drunken stupor. I'd be safely in my room with the door locked by the time he got up from the recliner. Next time, you gotta stay for dinner. Tori scolded me. My mom isn't gonna let me hear the end of it once I take you home. Maybe next time I could sleep over. I grinned, thankful she forgot her suspicions for the moment. Mind if we talk to Aurora for a moment? Cade stepped forward, and I clenched my teeth together angrily. Tori bowed her head to the side, a really strange move to make. Of course, she murmured. I'll be right back. What the hell was that about? Since when could Tori not stand up for herself? She seemed to do it easily with Grace, or anyone else for that matter. What do you guys want? I sighed, leaning against Tori's car. I felt antsy with the two of them around. It felt like the two of them were a drug, and I was just a junkie trying to resist the pull. Sweetheart, you can't truly be mad at us. Cade gave me a breathtaking smile that made me weak at the knees. His smile was almost bashful, full of an unspoken apology. My heart lurched at the sight, making it nearly impossible to resist them. Don't sweetheart me, I growled under my breath. I can and will be mad at the two of you. Goodness. Why was it so hard to stay mad at them? They both looked at me with wide, adoring eyes, and I had to force force my gaze away from theirs. Doll, Cade isn't back with Grace. Alec shook his head, his hand reaching out to turn my face to theirs. It was a stupid rumor courtesy of Grace. Again, my heart thundered. The two of them looked so sincere. It was a side I had never seen before. But truly, what chance could there be for the three of us? People didn't just share other people. Guys didn't share girls, and twins definitely didn't share a girl. Within another year, I would be gone from this town, and I wanted to do that with as little attachment as possible. I could handle leaving friends behind. I wasn't sure I could handle leaving someone I was in love with behind. I planned on leaving without any notice, sneaking out in the middle of the night. I wouldn't be able to do that to the twins, not if this continued. Look, whatever this is between us needs to stop. I forced the words from my mouth, cringing at how weak they sounded. I'm not a toy you can just play with when you're bored. You'll never be a toy to us, sweetheart, Cade murmured with his rough voice, his hand reaching out to play with a piece of my hair. The second I graduate, I'm gone. I frowned at the two of them. I could practically feel my heart splitting in two. I'm not sticking around any longer than necessary. Why would you want to leave, doll? Alec frowned. I hesitated. That's personal. All that matters is I'm done with this. It's not normal to share a girl like this. We've never been normal, sweetheart. Cade's dark eyes burned into my own, honesty pouring through his words. Cade and Alec exchanged a meaningful look, one that made me wonder how many times they'd had this particular conversation before. You might be done with us, but we aren't done with you, beautiful. Alec murmured, something strange glinting in his eyes. Too many emotions bubbled in my gut, ones that made me question if I was making the right decision. You're ours, Aurora, Cade murmured, his dark eyes flashing with concealed emotions. Always will be. Alec chimed in. Both of their eyes were locked on my own, and I swore they could hear my hammering heart. That side of me wanted them desperately, as though my life depended on it. They weren't just two hot guys. They were like a part of me. Tori chose this moment to come walking back outside. While I was grateful for her interrupting before I did something I regretted, I desperately wanted to reach out and touch the twins. We'll see you in school, sweetheart, Cade murmured, and I tensed as the two of them did something completely unexpected. Cade seigned forward and pressed his lips against my forehead, his rough stubble grazing my skin. Alec was next, doing the same as his brother. All of the stress I had felt at the doctor's had vanished as their lips met my skin. The move felt strangely intimate, and not in the sexual way I was becoming used to. I hopped into Tori's car before they could say another word. They seem to really care about you, Tori murmured as she drove me home. I frowned at her and her strange behavior. What's up with you lately? I grimaced. It's like you can't say no to them. Tori sighed and rubbed her forehead wearily. I can't really explain it, but their family kinda owns everything in town. It's not like you can just say no to them. I ignored her flimsy excuse, deciding not to comment. "Are you coming to school tomorrow?" Tori frowned. "Probably not." I gave her a weak smile. "I think I'm just going to take it easy tomorrow. Maybe get some homework done. And you'll be at work on Sunday." Tori raised her eyebrow at me, daring me to flake out. "Yes, ma'am." I nodded, chuckling as a grin fell on her face. Tori dropped me off at home, and I let out a sigh of relief as Frank was passed out cold in the recliner. I grabbed some cold leftovers from the fridge and hobbled up to my room. The first thing I did when we moved in was install a new lock on my bedroom door. You needed a key to get into my bedroom, making it easier for me to come and go. Frank and Melissa couldn't touch any of my stuff while I was gone. I unlocked my door quickly and stepped inside. I picked at my food whilst laying in bed, staring up at the ceiling. I went to bed early that night, determined to sleep through as much of the day as possible. Sleep was a peaceful break from the conflicting emotions that haunted my every move. Chapter 17. I somehow managed to sleep well into Friday, and I was grateful for the few extra hours. Alec and Cade's words swam in my head like hungry sharks. They said I belonged to them, and for whatever reason, the feeling was mutual. No matter how hard I resisted, some part of me felt they were mine. That the twins belonged to me, I kept to my room most of Friday, only dare venturing out when I knew Melissa was at work. Frank was the biggest risk. Shit would go downhill instantly if he was awake. It must have been my lucky day. As I tiptoed downstairs, Frank was snoring away in his recliner. I managed to grab another box of leftovers from the restaurant and creep back up to my bedroom. I couldn't wait until I managed to get out of this hellhole. Sneaking around my own house was miserable. Constantly tiptoeing around, hoping I didn't step on a landmine, my Friday was spent in complete solitude, and I was thoroughly enjoying it. Either Frank was completely unaware I stayed home from school, or he simply didn't feel like bothering me. Melissa left me alone the entire day. Not that she made it her mission to talk to me. I texted back and forth with Tori a little bit, commenting as she gave me a rundown on her day. Autumn and I texted a little as well, but it was mostly about what Autumn planned to wear to the party Saturday. While Autumn had a dress and heels picked out, I planned to take the comfortable route. The remainder of my Friday was spent thinking about Alec and Cade. I wanted to resist but why did I miss them so much? Why did I wish they were with me? I went to bed Friday afternoon, ready for another night of blissful sleep. Sleep was a break from the stress my conflicting emotions were bringing on me. Unfortunately, tonight would provide me with little rest. I woke in the middle of the night, sitting straight up in my bed as my heart hammered away. A deafening crash of lightning had ripped me from my strange dream. This particular dream featured Alec and Cade. I was dreaming about a girl I had never met before. She sure seemed to know me. She was yelling at me, but I felt no danger from her. "Clean your damn ears out and start listening to me," she yelled. Followed by, "Quit fighting Alec and Cade, stupid. They belong to you." While it was an interesting dream, I couldn't see it changing anything. It was simply a reflection of my subconscious, telling me what I wanted to hear. While I found the intense storms quite beautiful, I wasn't used to them. Moving to Georgia had exposed me to a whole new side of the weather. I was used to the dry heat and desert-like surroundings. Georgia was so green, so intense with its humidity and storms. I shuffled out of bed and to the bathroom. Walking over to the window once, I came back to the bedroom. The thick ledge by my window was probably my favorite thing about the small bedroom. I could squeeze right onto the ledge and watch the intense storms. I kept my eyes trained on the forest, half expecting to see the two wolves looking up at me. Admittedly, I was disappointed when I didn't see their familiar dark eyes. I wasn't sure how long I saw on the windowsill. The rain had gradually faded, leaving behind a wet afterglow on the forest and grass. Once my legs and back were stiff from sitting on the windowsill, I trudged back to bed and hoped sleep would finally claim me. I woke sometime in the afternoon. Peeking my head from my bedroom, I crept down the hall and into the bathroom. My shower was a total of 4 minutes. Any longer would simply be a risk. Melissa was home from work today, meaning I would have to be extremely careful when leaving my room. I applied the concealer to the fading marks on my neck, courtesy of Alec and Cade. My dinner consisted of a couple granola bars I had left over from a few days ago, and a tall bottle of water. I worked on some overdue homework while lounging around my bedroom. By the time I was finished, it was nearly time for Autumn to pick me up for the party. I wasn't exactly looking forward to said party. I was simply going for Autumn, and the fact that Tori would be there only encouraged me further. I texted Autumn my address and dug through the small pile of clothes I owned. I settled on a thin long-sleeve shirt, jeans, and my usual beat-up sneakers. My boot was large and uncomfortable on my foot, making me hobble unsteadily. Comfort over everything in my opinion, once I got the text from Autumn telling me she was here. My heart began hammering. I could only hope Melissa and Frank had went to bed early. I opened my door slowly and glanced down the hall, only leaving my room after listening for several seconds. There was no way in hell I was planning on jumping from my window anytime soon. I crept down the stairs and nearly jumped out of my shoe and boot when I noticed Melissa and Frank watching TV. Neither one of them turned to look up at me. I made it to the front door before Melissa dared to look up from the TV. I kept half my body out the front door, shielding my boot from view. Melissa said nothing about me leaving so late at night, which I figured she wouldn't. She simply raised her eyebrow at me and turned her attention back to the TV. I closed the front door behind me with a shaky sigh and locked it before walking down to Autumn's car. Autumn wasn't lying when she said she planned on wearing a dress. She had on a skin-tight crimson dress with a pair of black heels to match. Her chocolate hair framed her face in large curls. You weren't lying when you said you'd dress comfortable. Autumn chuckled, pulling out of the driveway I shrugged. I'm probably not going to know anyone there anyway. Autumn's gaze flickered down to the giant boot on my foot. What happened to you? Fell down the stairs. I frowned. I had been telling the lie so much. It almost sounded convincing. Autumn chuckled and shook her head. Only you could break your foot falling down a flight of stairs. While Tori remained suspicious, Autumn believed my lie with no problem. Tell me about it. I shook my head. My clumsiness will be the death of me someday. We'll have to wrap you in bubble wrap to keep you safe. Autumn chuckled. I wasn't sure who was hosting the party, but they didn't live very far from me. We turned into a much nicer neighborhood than what I lived in, and pulled up to a large house. The house wasn't as big as Cade and Alex, but it was much bigger than my own. 2 stories and very wide. House sat at the beginning of the neighborhood. I could already hear the thumping music coming from inside. Kids stood around the front yard and in clusters on the porch. I hobbled from the car, and Autumn waited for me patiently. There were so many people inside. No one noticed when Autumn and I strolled in. Many girls were dressed much like Autumn, flashy dresses and short skirts. I had never been to a party before, but I felt underdressed. Autumn's crimson dress hugged her athletic body perfectly, and I silently wondered if I'd look that good in a dress. My body wasn't athletic by any means, but my stomach was technically on the slimmer side. I felt beyond awkward, trailing after Autumn half the night. This party was truly a testament to my conversation skills, meaning I had none. Around 30 minutes into the party, I trudged into the kitchen. Bottles of liquor were strewn about everywhere. Avoiding anything with alcohol, I poured myself a cup of some soda. I had been looking for Tori for the past half an hour, failing miserably at finding her. Instead of wandering the house, I pulled out the phone she had gifted me. Aurora, 10:12 p.m. Hey, where are you, Tori? 10:18 p.m. Home lol. Where are you? I frowned down at my phone for several minutes. Was she not able to make it? Why hadn't she let me know? Aurora, 10:23 p.m. I'm at some party with Autumn. She said you were coming too. Tori, 10:28 p.m. I never heard anything about a party. You sure she meant me? I shoved the phone into my pocket. Something unfamiliar and threatening swirling around in my stomach. Maybe Autumn was talking about someone else, and I had thought she meant Tori. This was partially my fault to begin with. I hadn't mentioned the party to Tori at all this week, too wrapped up in my conflicting thoughts. I simply assumed she knew about it already and planned on going. Aurora right. A deep voice caused me to turn. I looked into a pair of bright hazel eyes. A guy around my age was talking to me. Sandy blonde hair sat on his head long enough to graze his shoulders. Yeah, that's me. I frowned. The guy was definitely my age, but I don't remember ever seeing him before. I'm Carson. The guy grinned, showing a perfect smile. I'm in your first period class. Oh, my mouth popped open. I had never noticed him before. Sorry about that. I never noticed before. It's not a problem. Beautiful. Carson grinned. Normally, butterflies would swarm in my stomach at the thought of talking to a guy as hot as Carson. But this time I felt nothing. Anxiety was still swirling in my stomach, and at the moment, I just wanted to talk to Autumn. I gotta find my friend real quick. I mumbled awkwardly. It was nice talking to you, Carson. I grabbed my cup of soda and walked back out to the living room, the last place I had seen Autumn. Autumn was talking to a group of people. 3 girls and 2 guys, to be more exact. I tapped on her shoulder timidly, nearly cringing when their conversation came to a halt. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? I raised my voice over the thumping music. Confusion flickered on Autumn's face, and she nodded. We walked over to the dining room, which had far less people than the rest of the house. What's wrong? Autumn frowned, noticing the look of worry on my face. You told me Tori was coming, right? I pursed my lips at her. Autumn nodded. Yeah, I talked to her about the party last week. I texted her, and she said she never heard anything about a party. I frowned. Realization flashed in Autumn's eyes. Shit. I might have forgotten to mention it to her. Did you want me to take you home? I could see the reluctance in Autumn's eyes, and I instantly felt guilty. Here, I was practically freaking out that Tori wasn't here. I could survive another hour or 2. Just long enough for Autumn to have some fun before she took me home. I drank the rest of the soda in my cup and shook my head. No, it's all right. A relieved grin came over Autumn's face. You're the best, Aurora. I've been talking to this guy over there, and I think he's into me. I chuckled along with Autumn, glancing over at the guy she was talking about. He was nothing special in my eyes, strutting the bad boy look as best he could. I couldn't help but compare it to Alec and Cade. The guy was a kid playing dress up compared to the twins. My stomach was still swirling though, despite my decision to stay at the party. I'm gonna head to the bathroom. I nodded. I'll catch up with you later. Autumn nodded and gave me another grin, walking back to the living room as I trudged up the stairs. My stomach wasn't just swirling now. It was flip-flopping in my torso. The feeling made me nauseous and a little dizzy. I managed to find the bathroom with little issues and closed the door behind me. Splashing cool water on my face did nothing to make me feel better. Any sort of movement made my head swim and my vision blur. Something was seriously wrong. I was having difficulty forming coherent thoughts. My mind was only able to think of one thing at a time. I yanked the phone from my pocket and stared at the shifting screen. The letters on the brightened screen were floating and swirling around my head. I could vaguely make out Tori's name, but everything else was a blur. Tori, 10:30 p.m. Do you need me to come get you? Autumn never said anything about a party. Are you all right? Aurora, answer me. Send me the address. Hello. I barely managed to shove the phone back in my pocket when another one-track thought came to mind. I needed to find Autumn fast. I flung open the bathroom door and walked out, but whatever was happening began to get worse. I couldn't walk straight, and it was becoming harder and harder to stay on my feet. The entire hallway was tilting, swirling into one big jumbled mess. I couldn't remember which way I had come from. which way led to the stairs. I picked a direction and stumbled down the hall, my hand grazing against the wall in a pitiful attempt to keep myself upright. My leg buckled from under me, and I fell towards the floor. "I got you," a familiar voice murmured, lifting me from the ground. Chapter 18. I got you. A familiar voice murmured, lifting me from the ground. I felt weightless in Carson's arms. My mind was swimming numbly, struggling to form any kind of coherent thoughts. All I knew was something was desperately wrong with me. My limbs refused to respond, and if they did, it was incredibly delayed. Carson carried me somewhere. Sights and sounds I had experienced multiple times were now completely foreign. I was thrown on something soft. My mind couldn't comprehend what it was. My fingers twisted in the soft material slowly, winding and unwinding. She didn't even notice. Carson's voice rang out, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. I could hear the words clearly, but I couldn't understand the meanings. In the midst of the absolute cloudiness of my brain, something else was happening inside of me. At first, it felt like little pinpricks, like something hitting against a brick wall. The feeling was like an itch inside my head. It was the only thing I could focus on at the moment. Quit ignoring me, stupid. Ugh, what the hell have you gotten yourself into? Some part of my brain was having its own running dialogue. Should have listened sooner. Damn it. Gotta do everything around here. A giggle left my lips. I was having an argument with myself. The itching feeling grew stronger, while the brick wall grew weaker. Something began rushing through me. Something warm and potent was coursing through my veins. Like a gulp of hot chocolate after playing out in the snow all day, my mind became clearer, and the details around me became much sharper. I was laying on a bed, and Carson stood only a few feet away. He was talking very animatedly on the phone. "Carson," I mumbled. "What happened?" "Shit." Carson hissed under his breath, and I wasn't sure how I was able to hear it. I could hear someone coming up the stairs, walking down the hall. My mind was beginning to clear, but it was taking longer for my body to get the message. The bedroom door opened, and two people stepped inside. My stomach clenched, and anger swam through me. The anger felt misplaced, like it wasn't coming from me. Grace and a dark-haired girl came into the room, a malicious look on both of their faces. Grace. My voice was clear, confusion swirling in my words. The smug look on Grace's face slipped just an inch as she turned to Carson. "I told you to give her enough." Grace spat angrily. "Can't do a simple fucking job." "I gave her exactly what you told me to." Carson snapped. "I don't know why it's fucking wearing off already." It took all of my energy to sit up from the bed. My movements were slow and groggy. It felt like my mind was wide awake while my body was asleep. Their words had cold fear rushing through me. Tori. Her name left my lips, feeling like a lifeline. Tori had sent me multiple texts. She could easily be on her way. "Tori," Grace spat. "Don't tell me that bitch is here." Grace turned to her dark-haired friend. "Go get the other one." Grace's friend left without a word. And finally, Grace turned her attention on me. Her blue eyes were glinting maliciously. I had never looked into the eyes of a psychopath before, but I assumed this is what they'd look like. There was no light behind her ocean blue eyes, just an emptiness that had me shaking with fear. Poor little Aurora, Grace spat. You moved to the wrong town and fucked with the wrong girl. I've never done anything to you. I pointed out, my voice shaking. Oh, but you have. Grace's smile was serpent-like. You think they see something in you. They see an easy little bitch who can't say no. I paused. The twins. While everything was beginning to make sense, that didn't stop the fear from continuing to wash over me. Grace had that unhinged look in her eye, a look that said she'd go to any lengths for what she wanted. Who else? Aurora. Grace's voice was soft, her eyes murderous. I'm going to make sure that no one wants you after this. No one at all. Got her. Grace's friend came back in the room, a familiar face in tow. Autumn. My mouth dropped. Too many emotions were running through me, half of which felt like they didn't belong. Sorry, Aurora. Autumn replied with a straight face. Any familiarity was wiped clean. Shut up, Grace hissed. Did Tori come with her? No. Autumn shook her head. I did as you said. Tori never knew about the party. Good. Grace turned her reptilian smile back on me. That means we won't be interrupted. Carson leaned against the dresser, a silent player in Grace's twisted game. You're going to stay away from the twins, Aurora. Grace spoke, her voice crystal clear. Hell, drop out of school if you have to. I don't really care. Before I could bite back a reply, something hard slammed into the side of my face. I was knocked back onto the bed with a thud. Black spots danced across my vision, and my face pounded ruefully. My vision cleared, and I locked eyes with a smiling Grace. Her fist was cocked back, aiming for another hit. I couldn't understand how she was so strong. Grace was thin, with little muscle on her body. She shouldn't be this strong. Another blow slammed into me. A sharp pain pulsed along my lip, following a spurt of something warm and metallic tasting. Stop the word was a garbled whimper as it left my lips. My eye throbbed, and I could feel the skin around it swelling. Autumn stood across the room, her eyes looking anywhere other than at me. Grace, on the other hand, grinned, admiring her handiwork. You won't tell them about this either, Aurora, Grace murmured, getting close to my busted face. Trust me, I have no problem getting rid of you. Permanently. I'll stay away. I whimpered, nodded my head profusely. Nothing was worth this. Nothing was worth the pain, the torment, or the fear. If she wanted me out of their life, I'd do just that. The look in her eyes terrified me, and I knew she'd enjoy getting rid of me. Surviving until I graduated was no longer a waiting game. My frantic brain was trying to come up with options. Anything to get me out of this town. Good, Grace murmured. I'm glad we have an understanding, Aurora. A strangled gasp left my lips when Grace turned to leave the room, her dark-haired friend and Autumn beginning to follow. I tried to assess the damages done to me. My eye was swelling. My lip was definitely busted. I'd need a mirror to see the full extent. Grace turned and said something to Carson. impossible for me to become more afraid, but I was wrong. Grace was telling the truth when she said she'd ruin me. She was staying true to her word. "Have fun with her, Carson," Grace murmured, a single manicured hand placed on his shoulder. I tried to turn and lift myself from the bed, but my movements were still staggered. Whatever drug Carson slipped me was wearing off, but not nearly fast enough. This couldn't be happening. What kind of high school girl went to these lengths? What made her think she could get away with doing something like this? This wasn't the kind of stuff that happened in real life. Just movies or violent books. Grace, Autumn, and the dark-haired girl left the room. Carson stared at me, something burning in his gaze. His eyes racked down my body slowly. I felt disgusted with myself and what was done to me. "She fucked your face up pretty bad," Carson murmured, a smirk forming on his face. "But I can just look away. It doesn't bother me." "Carson, don't." I opened my mouth to plead, to beg with him. SHH Carson cooed, the same cruel look Grace had was gleaming in his eyes. "It'll be easier for you if you don't struggle." Carson knelt onto the bed and grabbed onto my legs, tugging me towards him. My movements might have been sluggish, but fight or flight kicked in with a violent crash. I used all of the energy I had and kicked my legs out, praying it was enough. "Going to put up a fight," Carson chuckled. "Good. Makes it more fun." Carson was much stronger than me, and my sluggish movements did little to hurt him. The itching feeling in my head was stronger than ever, setting my teeth on edge. It felt like someone constantly poking at the side of your head, but when you turned, no one was there. "Let me through. Damn you." A pissed-off voice filtered through my head. I must have been going crazy. That, or the drugs Carson gave me, left me mentally unhinged. "Fight, Aurora." "Fuck. I can only do so much if you don't let me through." Carson's hands fumbled with the button on my jeans when a surge of energy rushed through me. I sat up with a force I didn't know I had. Carson cocked his fist back, landing a solid blow to my face before I could throw my arms up in defense. Carson's strength matched Grace's, leaving me dazed after a single punch. Focus. Everything sharpened in what felt like an instant. I could hear the people downstairs, their insignificant little conversations. The music thumped and pulsed, carrying a fast-paced beat. The smell of cologne, alcohol, and sweat was in the air. Carson continued fumbling with my jeans, finally getting the button undone and the zipper down. No. The word was ripped from my mouth, and I brought my knee forward. The goal was to hit Carson in his sensitive bits, but I aimed too high. Instead, I managed to knee him in the gut. For just a split second, I froze. Fear surged through me. I was terrified I didn't hit him hard enough, that I didn't have the strength to cause any actual damage. "Get up, Aurora." I rolled off the bed, my movements becoming easier and easier. The strength that was running through me made me move much faster than normal. Carson groaned and clutched his stomach, frozen long enough for me to take action. Without thinking, I grabbed the thick lamp that sat on the table and forced it down on Carson's head with all the force I had left. The lamp base was metal, I learned. The sound reverberated off of Carson's skull. He crumpled to the ground, a gruff moan leaving his lips. I didn't take the time to assess whether or not he was knocked out. Fight or flight mode was in full effect, and right now it was telling me to get the fuck out. I ripped the bedroom door open and sped down the hall. Pictures on the wall rushed by in a blur of color. I couldn't remember ever running this fast. The fear coursing through my veins kept me from appreciating it fully. I didn't bother looking for Grace or Autumn. I wasn't looking for anyone. I stayed clear of the living room. Once I reached the bottom of the stairs, I turned and darted out the back door. I had a vague idea of how to get home, remembering the way we took when Autumn was driving. I ran through the backyard and jumped a fence. Circling around the side of the neighbor's house, I ended up on the sidewalk. The house I had just fled from was only 50 feet away. Cars were lined up down the block. My thoughts were racing at 100 miles an hour, but I could understand each one clearly getting home. That was the only thing I needed to concentrate on. I darted down the sidewalk, my gaze continuously flickering back to the house. My foot was howling in agony, screaming and begging for me to stop, but I couldn't. My left eye was nearly swelled shut, but I didn't care. I let the pain and fear of getting caught push me farther. A strangled scream left my lips when I slammed into someone, and their hands wrapped tightly around my forearms. Chapter 19. I felt hands wrap around the tops of my arms, and a strangled scream left my throat. Fear was a powerful thing. I had never experienced it to its fullest. Fear cripples the mind and clouds the senses. Fear brings out our most animalistic tendencies, forcing everything that makes us human from our minds in an attempt to escape, to survive. I didn't look into the eyes of the person that grabbed me, nor did I want to. A strangled scream tore through my throat as my hands lifted to defend myself. The strength I once had was waning, but I used what was left to its fullest. I kicked, punched, and clawed the person touching me. I only bothered to look up when the person's hands left my body, and my bottom hit the sidewalk. Cade and Alec looked absolutely fucking horrified. Like I was a caged animal who had escaped and was now on a murderous rampage. I watched the emotions shift in their eyes when they took in the state of my face. I had no idea how bad the damage was, but judging from their clear emotions, I was in pretty bad shape. I peered at them from my one eye. The other was too swollen and sore to bother moving. Horror, fury, disbelief, agony. Each emotion played across their face like a movie. For a moment, just a small moment, I felt safe. For just a second, I contemplated throwing myself into their arms, sobbing my heart out about what happened tonight. I was so close, but Grace's words ran through my head. The fear that had left me at the sight of the twins had roared back to life. The fear was a smoldering ember buried within me, looking for anything to rekindle the flame. Cade was the first to move, leaning forward to help me Gee, get away from me. My voice was hoarse, stammering, and sounded nothing like my usual self. I scrambled backwards, stumbling to my feet in what I'm sure looked like a horrendous and slightly drunken effort. Aurora. Alec opened his mouth, his eyes practically glowing in pain as he struggled to find the words to say. Leave me alone. I hissed, please, just leave me alone. I gathered all the remaining strength I had left in my body and propelled myself the only way I could. I darted through the grass in between houses, barreling into the woods. Alec and Cade wouldn't follow me this way, and I was sure I could still find my way home. I didn't look back as I ran, nor did I listen for anyone following me. All I paid attention to was my uneven gait and the searing agony spreading through my booted ankle. That other side of me, the one that sent strength flooding through my muscles, urged me to return to the twins, go back to them. They can help us. The voice didn't sound like my own, but it was impossible to have someone else in your head. The voice was just my inner thoughts or conscience. There was no other plausible option, no. No one can help us. We got hurt because of them. I argued with myself, proving my insanity was reaching its peak. We're safe with them. Can't you feel it? The voice in my head was growing quieter, more muffled. No, I am not doing this. I am not arguing with myself, I screamed in my own head. My thoughts grew silent, incredibly silent. I could no longer feel the irritating itch in my mind, nor the strange voice lingering in my head. The brick wall in my mind was solid, standing tall. The sound of my uneven steps echoed throughout the forest. Branches whipped against my skin, but my long-sleeve shirt shielded me from the pain. My pants were still unbuttoned, but I didn't dare stop to fix them. I slowed my sprinting pace to a jog when I emerged from the woods and found myself on the main road. Relief thundered in my chest, and I resumed my fast pace. I stuck to the forest line, using the brush and shrubbery to conceal me. I didn't know who would be driving down this road, and I didn't need to be spotted. I was hyper-aware of everything my body was feeling. My lungs burned from the lack of oxygen, while my muscles pumped and contracted to propel me forward. My ankle radiated a sharp pain, while my eye throbbed and my lip ached. My rib cage was a thundering mass of pain as I ran. Slamming into the porcelain tub had done me no favors. I felt like my entire body was practically falling apart, and yet I had never felt so strong. I took Carson down with more strength than I had ever thought possible. My house was just in sight, and for the first time in my life, I was fucking ecstatic to be back with Melissa and Frank. I didn't care what they thought of my face or the boot on my foot. They could think whatever they wanted. None of it mattered. It wouldn't make Melissa magically care, nor would it fix our demolished relationship. I thundered up the steps to the front porch and barreled through the front door. My heavy steps sounded like a freight train, but I didn't care. I couldn't force myself to give a crap about Frank or Melissa. Frank had never never hurt me as bad as Grace did. I slammed the front door behind me and practically collapsed against it. The last sliver of my strength was responsible for keeping me on my feet. My chest heaved, and I sucked in deep breaths, selfishly. Only when my lungs stopped burning did I realize Melissa and Frank were still in the living room. Frank was snoring loudly in his recliner, a half-finished bottle of beer still resting in his hand. Melissa stood frozen in the kitchen, her eyes locked on my face. She had a look of horror similar to Alec and Cade's. Any other time, my heart would clench at the thought of her looking at me with so much concern. After the night I had, I was beyond caring. If I just had more money in my bank account, I would leave tonight. Melissa's mouth was parted in shock, her eyes lingering on my swollen face. I stood paralyzed as her eyes flickered from my face down to my unbuttoned jeans and down to the chunky boot on my foot. I didn't wait for her to say anything. Instead of longing for my mom, the look of concern in her eyes pissed me the hell off. I darted from my spot against the front door and launched myself up the stairs. I didn't stop running until I found myself safely in the bathroom, the door locked behind me. I looked into the bathroom mirror and stared into the familiar stranger's face. She looked just like me. Chocolate-colored hair down to her waist, only there were twigs and leaves poking out at odd angles. Her face was similar too, but was swollen horribly. Her once heart-shaped face was now a lumpy oval. The deep chocolate-colored eye she once had was swollen shut. Her blue eye looked much too pale with a milky film hanging over it. Her full lips were much too full now, swollen and crusted with blood. She was me, and yet I didn't know her. I turned the sink on and cleaned the blood from my face. My gaze never left the milky blue eye in my reflection. Once I was finished, I stumbled back into my room. The strength I once had was now completely gone, and I felt scared and so very tired. I collapsed onto my bed, a strangled squeal leaving my lips at the sound of a loud ringtone. The phone Tori had gotten me had somehow stayed in my back pocket. The screen was scratched from my fall, but it was still intact. A photo of Tori flashed on the screen, accompanying the blaring ringtone. I hesitated, but ultimately answered the phone. Oh my God, Aurora. Tori practically screamed on the other end, and I cringed away from the phone. What the fuck? I got you a phone, and you can't even answer the damn thing. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry. My voice was hoarse. The phone died. How could I tell her the truth and protect myself? I couldn't. Plain and simple. This wasn't about getting back at Grace. This was about surviving so I could leave. Fuck graduating high school. The second I had enough money, I would be gone. Grace, Melissa, Frank, Alec, Cade, Autumn, and everyone else long forgotten. My heart squeezed at the thought of leaving Tori, Alec, and Cade behind, but I couldn't dwell on the things I couldn't have. The phone died. Tori sounded calmer, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Not one bit, yes. My hands shook. I just got home. Did you see Alec and Cade? Tori responded. couldn't figure out where the party was, so I asked them. They said they'd show up and make sure you were all right. My heart lurched. My lips couldn't physically form the words to explain what happened to me. A sob racked my chest, and I gave up trying. She'd find out tomorrow at work just by looking at me. There was no way I could bail on work now, not when I was so close to leaving. I saw them. I kept my answers clipped and short, fighting the tears that finally made their way to my eyes. Oh, okay. Tori sounded unsure, nervous. I'm gonna head to bed now, I murmured. I'll see you tomorrow. See you, Aurora, Tori replied just as I hung up. The tears finally came, and I fell back onto the bed in a broken mess. I cried until I fell into a blissful and dreamless sleep. Chapter 20. I finally woke up around 1 in the afternoon. My sleep had been the most pleasant part of this entire weekend. The twins had vanished from my mind and dreams. I forced any and all thoughts of them from my head. I was left with a dull and sometimes excruciatingly sharp pain in my chest. It honestly felt like a chunk of my soul was missing, but it doesn't help to dwell on what could have been. My plan to leave was officially set into motion. I would leave Friday night. That gave me an entire week to work and pick up my check Friday morning. I had a little over 25 grand in my bank account. While it wouldn't sustain me forever, it would be plenty until I found myself a job. I had everything planned out. Friday night, I would catch a bus to Atlanta, Georgia. From there, I'd get the soonest plane ticket. My destination didn't matter. I wanted to be far away from Georgia, somewhere no one would look. Once the plane landed, I'd find myself a job and somewhere cheap to live. I had no intention of going to school at all this week. It simply didn't matter anymore. Once I was established in a new state, I'd work on getting my GED. For the first time in years, I was truly excited. I trudged into the bathroom, no longer caring whether Frank was awake or not. Melissa was home from work for the day, which would hopefully prove a worthy distraction. My face looked awful. My eye was swollen, only showing the smallest sliver of my chocolate brown iris. The skin around it was a sickly shade of purple. My lip had seen better days, but the bleeding had stopped. Any other bruises would be successfully covered by my work uniform. I pulled the concealer Tori had given me out of the bathroom drawer and applied some to my face. I blended it into my cheek and eye area as best as I could, while it did nothing to help the swelling. The bruises were completely covered on my skin. I slipped my work uniform on and inhaled a couple granola bars while sitting on my bed. Tori would be here within the next 5 minutes, forcing me to retreat downstairs. Melissa was in the kitchen cooking, and my stomach rumbled at the thought of eating some hot home-cooked food. It grew tiring living off of restaurant leftovers and granola bars, but I refused to cook in the kitchen. It would only give Frank more time to torment me. Melissa stiffened as she heard me coming downstairs. I kept my eyes away from her and walked over to the window. The window was directly by the front door, giving me a clear view of the empty driveway. Aurora. Melissa called my name, snapped thoughts, with a hard flinch, I turned my head and looked at the woman who carried me for 9 months. She had a small white bottle in her left hand, 2 round pills in her right. Take some aspirin. Melissa mumbled awkwardly. It'll help the swelling. I took the pills from her, ignoring the shaking of my own hand. For the first time, I felt absolutely nothing towards Melissa. Not hate, not the sharp pangs that racked my body whenever she did something the least bit motherly. It was truly nice feeling nothing for a change. Thanks, I mumbled, swallowing the pills and taking a long drink of water. I turned my attention back to the window and the empty driveway. For the second time, Melissa pulled me from my thoughts. I nearly wanted to laugh at the irony. This was the most she's spoken to me in months. If only I knew it would take getting my face fucked up for her to show the tiniest shred of concern. I don't suppose you'll tell me what happened to you. Melissa's voice was low, yet even her voice held a tone I had never heard before, her words churning with concern. The emotion nearly made me sick. It was too much to process after what happened. I already had too many thoughts and emotions bubbling within me. This threatened to send them over the edge. Why do you care? I murmured, my eyes never once straying from the empty driveway. You left last night with some girl and come running home looking like this. I could hear the frown in her words, the concern hidden underneath. I couldn't help but notice she hadn't answered my question. Who did this, Aurora? Her voice was strong and stern. She had that tone that only a mother could pull off. What will it change, Melissa? I sneered as her name fell from my lips, turning to see the hurt in her eyes. We both know nothing will change. The hurt lingered in her eyes for a few moments, but I felt nothing. Her dismissal of me had caused years of hurt. She could handle a few seconds. They wouldn't be able to hurt you again. Melissa murmured, her blue eyes burning into my own. You say that, but you don't mean it. I scoffed. We both know nothing will change until I leave. Until then, quit with the fake fucking concern. Tori picked the perfect moment to pull into the driveway. I hesitated for a moment, wondering which option would be worse. Melissa or Tori? Tori would without a doubt be worse. Her eyes would flood with suspicion and concern as she hounded me with endless questions. But I needed the money. I needed all the money I could manage before I left Friday. I turned my back on Melissa, as she had done to me for years, and left the house. Tori's eyes were locked on me the moment I closed the front door, and I ignored her burning gaze. Even walking down the driveway, her gaze set my teeth on edge. The minute I opened the car door and sat down, rushed and slightly hostile words left her mouth. What the fuck happened to your face? She hissed, not even bothering to put the car in reverse. We're going to be late. I pointed out, but I knew the effort to change the subject was futile. Tori scoffed. Fuck work. What happened to you? I really don't want to talk about it. I pursed my lips and stared into her hazel eyes. Something happened at the party, didn't it? Tori snapped. Alec and Cade said you flipped out on them, but I didn't believe it. All that matters is it'll never happen again. My voice was lacking emotion. I sounded cold and detached, but I didn't mind. Maybe it would placate Tori. Who? Tori growled like a damn animal, earning a wide-eyed look from me. Who? I repeated, my face blank. Don't play stupid. Tori growled again. The sound was funny coming from her mouth. A petite red head growling like an animal. Who hurt you? I shook my head. Doesn't matter. It won't happen again. Damn it, Aurora, Tori hissed, slamming her fist against the steering wheel. I never knew Tori had anger issues like this, but I didn't find her reaction surprising. I had known she'd react this way. Obviously, the defensive route wasn't working. What would another lie hurt? I had been telling so many of them lately. Look, I sighed, forcing emotion into my words. I don't want to talk about it right now. I just need time to process everything, but I'll tell you exactly what happened Saturday. Tori looked at me blankly for a few minutes. Her hazel eyes were much darker now. I shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. Just when I was about to look away, she opened her mouth. Fine. Tori pursed her lips. 1 week. But I swear if you don't tell me I will hunt you down. I nodded, feeling her threat churn in my stomach. Tori wasn't one to talk idle. She meant every word she said. Hopefully I'd get far enough to be way outside her reach. The car ride was silent, and for once I appreciated it. Awkward silence or not, it kept me from giving any details of my weekend. We got to the restaurant and walked inside. I got a few strange looks from the other employees, but I didn't care. I ignored the ones who asked what happened, and praised the ones who kept quiet. The only one to snicker and make rude remarks was Cameron. Obviously still jealous, the twins wanted me to be their server. But that also didn't matter anymore. 3/4 of my shift had gone off without a hitch. I made good money in tips, my busted face earning the sympathy of many customers. Pair my swollen eye and busted lip with the giant boot on my foot, and I was a walking charity case. My booted foot was throbbing with pain, as was my swollen eye, but I was managing just fine. Another employee had a few Advil in their bag, which I took greedily. 2 hours before the end of my shift, my heart nearly stopped. Cade and Alec walked in, no doubt looking for me. I hid in the kitchen, not daring to peek out the window at them. Alec and Cade are asking for you. Cameron spat, her shoulder banging into mine as she stormed past me. I'm not waiting on them. My words came out in a frantic rush. Excuse me. Cameron froze in her place, turning to look at me incredulously. I'm not doing it. I shook my head furiously. Tears were prickling at the backs of my eyes, but I absolutely refused to cry at work. Cameron paused and looked at me, something lingering in her gaze. Come here. Cameron's voice was harsh and impatient. I felt rooted into place. I trusted Cameron as much as I trusted Grace. It would be my luck to follow Cameron and get my ass kicked yet again. I wasn't falling for it this time. Oh, come on, Aurora. Cameron hissed, but there was no menace in her words. Her hand wrapped around my forearm as she pulled me towards the employee bathroom. She grabbed her purse from a coat hanger on the way and slammed the bathroom door behind us. The employee bathroom was basically one room with a toilet, sink, and urinal inside. It wasn't for any specific gender, but it wasn't accessible by the customers. Pull yourself together. Cameron mumbled to herself, grabbing a wad of paper towels and placing them in my hand. What? My voice was broken and confused. You're crying, Cameron mumbled, looking somewhat uncomfortable. And your concealer is fading. Cameron pulled a little tan bottle from her purse and dabbed some of the concealer on her finger, blotting it gently against my cheek. Look, I don't know what's going on with you, and I'm not gonna ask. Cameron mumbled as she blended the makeup into my skin. But your face is fucked up, and you're obviously upset. Don't worry about the twins, all right. I'll get them, or make someone else do it. Thanks, I nodded. Just stay in here until you're ready to come out. I'll cover for you. Cameron nodded, giving my face and boot one last glance before she closed the bathroom door behind her. I let out a sharp breath that I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Cameron was blunt and didn't have a filter, but she lacked the dead cruelty in her eyes that Grace clearly had. Maybe Cameron wasn't so bad. Chapter 21. I somehow managed to get through an entire shift without once running into the twins. I finally emerged from the bathroom after pulling myself together and was pleased to find the twins had already left. My pitiful joy was short-lived when Cameron handed me a note. They wanted me to give this to you. Cameron frowned. They didn't hurt you, did they? No, I shook my head. That was all the answers I was willing to give. Good, Cameron nodded. Just making sure. Men who hit women are scum. Agreed. I nodded. Here, Cameron grunted. Take my phone number, in case you need anything. After getting over the initial shock of Cameron being nice to me, I looked down at the note in my hands. I waited until Cameron walked away to read the messy scrawl on the paper. Quit avoiding us, Aurora. We need to talk. Alec and Kate, of course. The simple note had my heart thundering in my chest. Not a chance in hell would I risk talking to them. I took Grace's threat seriously, and come this Friday, I would be out of town for good. No more confusing twins. No more threatening and psychotic girls. While my life had not been pleasant, I've never been assaulted at that magnitude before. Sure, Frank couldn't keep his hands to himself, but with a well-placed kick to the balls, he'd leave me alone. I never had someone viciously attack me the way Grace did, and it definitely left a lasting impression. Every time I caught a glance at my swollen face, I remembered her words. Her demand was simple. Stay away from the twins. As much as my heart pleaded for me to go to them, I wasn't that stupid. After the damage Grace did on my face, I couldn't imagine what else she'd do. I fully believed she'd have no problem ending my life. She probably wouldn't even get caught for my murder. I'd just rot in the ground, and soon enough the twins would forget about me. That's what I repeated in my head, the one thought that kept me from seeking the twins out. I was just the new girl, something fun and shiny to play with. They wanted me because they already had every other girl in town. I was a challenge, and simple. Their infatuation would wear off, and I'd finally be free. Tori drove me home that afternoon. The car ride was awkwardly silent, but I didn't mind. As always, the silence couldn't last forever. "The twins were asking for you today," Tori mumbled, noticing my discomfort. I shook my head. "I don't want to talk to them anymore. I can tell," Tori grimaced. "Did something happen with them?" "No," I shook my head. "I'm just not interested in them anymore." "Doesn't seem that way," Tori pointed out, and I debated on ignoring her comment. "Doesn't matter," I shrugged. "I'm just something shiny and new to them. The sooner they leave me alone, the better." The minute I walked through the door, Melissa approached me. "Are we really doing this again?" I huffed. I was not in the mood for another attempt at a heart-to-heart. "I think we need to." Melissa frowned, her eyes lingering distastefully on my face. "Oh, UTH Inc. we need to," I scoffed. "You had 3 years to try and do this. You're too late, Aurora. Don't be like this." Melissa snapped, letting out a tired sigh. "I know I've fucked up, okay, really?" I pursed my lips. "That's good you came to that conclusion, all on your own. Congrats." I retreated up the stairs and into my bedroom before she could say another word. It pissed me off to no end that she magically decided to give a shit about me. 3 whole years, she had practically ignored me, and now she wanted to play the concerned mother card. I was determined to get back into my normal routine. It'll be easier to leave in the middle of the night if she continued to pretend I didn't exist. I hopped in the shower, letting the warm water run down my swollen face. The water stung my busted lip and made my bruised eye throb, but it released a lot of the tension I had been feeling. Sleep had quickly become my best friend, protecting me from my intrusive thoughts. It was easier to forget the world around you existed when you simply went to sleep. A peaceful break from the turmoil and drama that life brought. I woke sometime in the middle of the day. The sunlight streaming through my curtains cast hues of gold around the room. There was something peaceful about staying home from school. Everyone was either working or in class, making me feel blissfully alone. Deciding to do something new today, I pulled myself from bed and got dressed. I had yet to simply explore, and taking a walk through the woods seemed like a good idea. Our town in California didn't really have a forest. The town was close to the desert, making it dry and overflowing with dirt. There wasn't much green in our old town. Everything was so open in California. All of the trees made Georgia feel much more crowded. While it felt crowded, it also made me feel as though I could hide easier. This thought was comforting, as I really didn't want to be seen anymore. Not by the twins, and not by Grace. I simply wanted to remain invisible to everyone, possibly even Tori. Having no friends would make it easier to leave, to know no one was angry at me for my decision. I walked from my bedroom and out the back door, not once stopping to look for Frank. It was almost funny how having your life threatened seemed to take away other fears. I was no longer afraid of Frank, just afraid of getting stuck in this town. I was afraid of having my plans foiled. Frank couldn't hurt me more than Grace had, as I could easily defend myself against him. I walked down the steps and directly into the woods that surrounded most of the houses in the neighborhood. I was far from that little town in the middle of the woods, making me feel calm and secure. The last thing I wanted was to stumble into the little town Tory and the twins lived in. My fingers grazed the back pocket of my jeans, itching to touch the note the twins had left me at the restaurant. I stuck it in my back pocket. My intention was to throw it away as soon as I committed the hastily scrawled words to memory. I walked in a straight line through the woods, committing each tree and bush to memory. I contemplated where I would go this Friday. Should I go to a city? Somewhere with lots of trees, or maybe in the mountains. It would be much harder to find me if I ran to a city, but I didn't enjoy living in cities. I had never lived in the mountains before. The thought sounded tempting. Unfortunately, my sense of survival won out. I decided my best bet would be a crowded city, but now I would have to figure out which city. New York was too expensive and overrated. Plus, New York was simply too close to Georgia. Denver, CO popped into my head. Mountains and a city. I sat against a huge oak tree in this small clearing, a bottle of water lying on my lap. A withered book sat in my hands. I wasn't sure what the title was, nor did I really care. I read the words greedily, a desperate attempt to escape the world I lived in. The sound of snapping branches ripped me from my thoughts. Chapter 22. Snapping branches tore me from my thoughts, and my heart nearly stopped as two wolves walked into the clearing. I had never seen wolves in person before, only in pictures and movies. I was sure wolves weren't naturally this big. The two were nearly identical, both the color of midnight. Their fur was shiny and glistening. I had expected wolves to look much dirtier, living in the woods and all. While I wasn't sure the geographical placement of wolves, I was also fairly sure wolves did not live in Georgia. What troubled me even more was that I wasn't afraid. It was though my mind and body had simply accepted my death as inevitable. My mind played through the scenario. Aurora eaten by wolves. Grace would probably dance with joy, while Tori and the twins wondered what happened to me. Would Melissa even notice when I failed to come home? Did wolves leave any scraps? I was so lost in my thoughts. I hadn't noticed the two wolves were sitting only 20 feet away, simply staring at me as though I were the anomaly. The two wolves locked eyes for just a moment and resumed staring at me. Are you guys going to eat me or not? I huffed. Sure, I felt stupid. I was talking to two giant and supposedly violent animals, but they simply just stared at me. In the back of my mind, I had decided that being eaten by wolves wouldn't be a bad way to go. Painful for sure, but I'd die feeding two beautiful wolves. That had to count for something, right? My fearlessness freaked me out, and some small part of me wondered if I had truly lost my mind. The way the two wolves stared at me was starting to get on my nerves. Their eyes were much too intelligent for two animals, staring at me with shock and almost concern. Wolves couldn't feel those emotions. I was supposed to be prey to them, and yet they looked at me like a lost cub. "What are you two looking at?" I grumbled, dropping my book on the earthen floor. "Go on, get out of here," I shouted at the two wolves, and they continued staring. One of the wolves opened their mouth, letting their tongue roll out the side. If a wolf could grin, I'd imagine that's what it would look like. The other wolf looked at its companion and huffed, rolling its eyes. Could wolves even roll their eyes? "Fine," I snapped. "Sit there and stare at me." I picked my book up with a grumble and continued reading, determined to ignore the freakish wolves. My mind couldn't focus on the book in my hands. It was busy coming up with insane scenarios. What would make two wolves act this way? Maybe they were experimented on at a lab and had human-like intelligence. Maybe evolution had simply taken its toll and produced much smarter creatures. All kinds of theories were running through my head, all of which were bouts of fiction and partial insanity. It was clear I was off my rocker. I looked up from my book and noticed the wolves were much closer now, sitting only 10 feet away. "Quit inching up on me," I snapped, glaring at the two wolves. I looked on incredulously as one of the wolves stood and slowly took a step forward. It was almost humorous how slow the wolf moved, as though it were tiptoeing over to me. I said stop. I glared, and the wolf took another step. The second wolf simply looked at its tiptoeing friend and shook its head. "Get your friend." I snapped at the other wolf, and it gave me a pointed look. How could wolves convey this much emotion in a single look? The damn wolf looked exasperated with its companion, tired of its antics. Did wolves even have antics? The first wolf continued tiptoeing over to me, and I tensed when it was only 3 feet away. The wolf didn't look angry. Surely it would growl or snarl if it wanted to kill me, right? I never had a dog before, but I'm pretty sure they growl and snap when angry. Bad dog. I snapped, pointing my finger at the towering wolf. I wasn't sure what made me say that particular phrase, but it seemed to work. The wolf stopped in its tracks and looked at me with an almost offended look. Its large ears flattened back, and a low whine left its mouth. I could feel the small hairs on my arms stand, and yet I wasn't afraid. Could I truly be that numb from what happened with Grace to not even fear 2 giant wolves? So, I guess this means you're going to eat me now. I nodded with far too much acceptance. The wolf that had been inching closer to me sat on the ground with a loud thud. It shook its head at me, its tongue rolling out the side of its mouth. I assumed the head shake meant no. "I am not going to eat you, thanks." I pursed my lips. I think. The wolf sitting in front of me whined, bringing its face closer to my legs. It rubbed the top of its head against my leg, a low rumble coming from its mouth. While I never had a dog before, I met other people's dogs. One dog I had met rubbed its head against my hand in an effort to get me to pet it, hoping the wolf wouldn't freak out and rip my hand off. I ran my fingers through its soft fur, fur was the color of obsidian, but it was much softer than it looked. Like long strands of silk, it slid through my fingers effortlessly. Does your friend not like me? I glanced at the other wolf, the one sitting farther away. The wolf I had been petting raised its head and glanced at its friend. A mix between a whine and a growl left its lips, as though they were talking to each other. The conversation must have been interesting, as the other wolf began to approach me. Its eyes were guarded, and its steps were slow and calculated. If I didn't know any better, I'd think the wolf was trying not to scare me. My comfort with the strange situation was laughable and made absolutely no sense. I was sitting in the middle of the woods, petting two giant wolves like Snow White or something. Aurora, the animal whisperer, popped into my head. Hello. I spoke to the other wolf as it flopped down next to its friend. The wolf that had just flopped down rubbed its head against my leg, so I began petting it. The other wolf seemed jealous, shooting a low growl at its companion. And here I was, in the middle of the woods, each hand on a very large wolf's head. The two wolves were letting out a low, rumbling sound, almost like purring as I petted them. For just a moment, I lost myself in the silent whoosh sound my hand made against their fur. The storm blazing in my mind was forgotten for those small moments. I felt safe and at home, but I knew that wouldn't last. As fun as this is, I need to get home. I frowned, looking at the two wolves. They seemed reluctant, giving each other wary glances as they stood. I picked myself up from the ground and retrieved my forgotten book and water bottle. I wasn't quite sure what to say. See you next time. Ask for their phone numbers. See ya. I nodded awkwardly at the giant wolves, walking back to the house. I walked back into the house and grabbed one of my boxes of leftovers. As I plopped down on my bed to eat, I thought about the two wolves I had met. It wouldn't be so bad to be a wolf, living in the forest, hunting for your own food. No worrying about who would hurt you, or how to escape your fractured family or small town. You could simply live on your own, fending for yourself. I fell asleep quickly that night, dreaming about the midnight wolves with their intelligent eyes. I knew it was well into the morning when I woke up, shooting from my bed at the sound of a frantic knock on my door. In my years of living with Melissa, not once had she ever knocked or asked for me. I pulled myself from bed and unlocked my door, cracking it open to look into her faded blue eyes. Aurora, I need you downstairs. Melissa pursed her lips. She looked almost petrified. For what? I huffed. The idea of slamming the door in her face popped into mind, but her next words made my blood run cold. Your father is here. Melissa rushed the words from her mouth, her voice sounding as frightened as I felt. Chapter 23. Your father is here. Melissa rushed the words from her mouth, and my heart nearly stopped. What she was saying made no sense in my mind. My father, I didn't have a father. I had Frank and a sperm donor. A father was a foreign concept only lucky kids were able to fully experience. I was not one of those lucky kids. Father, I found found myself repeating the word, confusion soaking each letter, your father. Melissa spat, anger forming in her crystal eyes. The social worker managed to track him down. The social worker, I nodded, not fully processing the conversation. I still couldn't get past the word father. It simply wasn't possible, wasn't fathomable. Get down here, Melissa snapped. He wants to speak with you. Was that jealousy in her tone? Why would Melissa be jealous? I trudged downstairs, completely ignoring the fact that I was still in my pajamas. My busted and swollen face hadn't even registered in my mind. I had spent so many years as a child imagining my father sweeping into my life and stealing me away. We would live in a big house together, and I'd finally be happy. I imagined him in so many different ways. Strong and handsome, working as a secret agent or international spy. His job was the reason he had left my mom, had left me and never returned. My childlike mind had come up with all sorts of excuses for his behavior. It took me such a long time to realize people simply didn't care. They didn't care about their spouses, family, or children. In the end, you needed to look out for yourself. Relying on anyone else was a broken heart waiting to happen. I had spent too many days crying for my father, begging the invisible man in the sky to bring him home. My eyes locked instantly on the foreign man standing in the living room. My father, my sperm donor, his eyes were just like my own. One so blue, it looked almost white, one chocolate brown. His dark hair was the same color as my own, cropped close to his head. I could easily see the similarities between us. I used to love the fact that I looked like my father, and now I hated it. I resisted the urge to cringe as his piercing gaze met my own. Did I look at people like that? With the same wide and startling gaze. The contrast of the deep brown and light blue was violent, making his eyes become the center of attention. My father's sperm donor was billed extremely tall and wide. He looked muscular for his age, and might even be called handsome. He wore a finely tailored suit, slate gray with blue accents, full eyebrows and a wide nose, full lips and long eyelashes. I could see myself within him, and my own self-hate began to bubble and boil towards the surface. Aurora. My name left his lips, surprise widening his eyes as he took in my mangled face. Some childlike part of me wanted to run into his arms, cry in joy that my father had finally come home. Well, it was too fucking late. Too many nights spent crying in the dark, begging for him. Too many nights suffering at the hands of Frank and the cruel words of Melissa. He was too late for me, for my love, my admiration, my loyalty. Who are you? I paused. For a moment, I hadn't even recognized my own voice. It sounded distant and foreign. Hidden pain and torment filled my words. I'm your father. The stranger cleared his throat, running a hand over the dark stubble on his chin. The name's Garrett Maddox. Garrett. I nodded. Garrett I could deal with. A man claiming to be my father was out of the question. Garrett paused, some conflicting emotions forming on his face. none of which I cared to recognize. "Aurora, what happened to your face?" Garrett was very good at controlling his emotions. Nothing leaked out through his words. His eyes were another story entirely. They were lit with unspoken rage, enough to nearly cause a shiver down my spine. "I told you," I tried to ask her. Melissa frowned. Her voice sounded pleading and almost whiny. "She won't tell me." My eyes darted to Melissa, hardening at the sight of her. She was practically cooing for his attention, even with Frank feet away in the recliner. "Aurora, tell me," Garrett insisted. The anger that rushed through me was enough to snap me from my stupor. Not a chance in hell would I give this stranger whatever he wanted, no matter who he claimed to be. He was ruining my plans I was determined to follow through on no matter what. "I don't have to tell you anything," I snarled. "Not a single one of you." Aurora Garrett opened his mouth to speak, but I silenced him with a wave of my hand. "You do not get to speak to me, Garrett." I snarled his name, glee running through me as his eyes widened. Pure, unfiltered rage ran through me. Rage spanning well over 10 years. Every single time I cried for him ran through my head. Every single time I bragged about him to other kids. Each moment was on debut in my mind, each filling me with more and more anger. The world around me vibrated, and it took me a moment to realize I was quite literally shaking with rage. Fear rolled through me, and I attempted to control the torrent of anger. My vision tinged red, and I tasted something burnt in my mouth. Garrett hesitated, some sort of unmet expectation forming in his eyes. He seemed much too gleeful, much too accepting of the anger I felt. It only pissed me off further. The brick wall exploded in my mind, demolished. The bricks crumbled into nothing. The cement disintegrated. Rebuilding the wall was hopeless, futile. Something stirred in the back of my mind, waking at the onslaught of rage I felt. Finally, the voice in my head shouted. Sounding much too gleeful, I stepped towards Garrett. The anger was becoming too much. It started as a fire, comforting and warm. It quickly grew out of control, consuming me and dousing me with gasoline. I wanted to end the source of my anger, Garrett. His eyes widened as I hobbled forward. 2 sets of knocks pounded on the thin screen door. A familiar voice pulled me from my rage, somehow dousing the flames as if they had never existed. "Aurora," Cade's deep voice called out. Alex stood next to him. Both sets of their dark and alluring eyes were locked on me. The flames were gone, vanishing. They no longer licked against my skin, egging me on. The brick wall in my head was still in shambles, unable to be repaired. The voice in my mind that had once been quiet was now much louder, unable to be held back. Garrett's expectant look in his eyes faded, but kept their interest as they looked me over. I hadn't realized it yet, but I was looking at the twins with both eyes. I somehow managed to open my swollen eye. It no longer throbbed with pain, nor did my busted lip. My face felt fine, painless even. Something had happened indeed, whether I chose to accept it or not. Chapter 24. I was torn between my miraculously appearing sperm donor and the twins stationed at the front door. Each looked at me expectantly, waiting for me to make the first move. This is too much. I snapped under my breath, feeling much too exhausted for just waking up. There was no way I planned on letting the twins inside or entertaining my sperm donor for any longer. I'd simply retreat back into my bedroom and pretend this entire day never happened. Garrett and the twins would hopefully be long gone. Let them in. The voice in my head rang out clear as day. The voice was so close. I looked around the room wondering if someone else had came into the house. "I know you can hear me," the voice called out again, sounding exasperated. "I'm going crazy," I mumbled under my breath, turning my back on Garrett and the twins as I bounded up the stairs. It was all too easy to listen in on their conversation. The house was old and the walls thin. All I had to do was peek my head from my bedroom to hear whispers of what they were saying. "You left. Can't take her now." Melissa's voice sounded angry, that same whining tone present in her words. My firstborn, just like me. Garrett replied in his annoyingly calm voice. I flopped down on my bed, pulling the covers tight around me. I squeezed my eyes close and prayed for sleep. Prayed for all of this to be a horrible dream. My world had been flipped upside down in a matter of one day. Aurora, the voice in my head, was soft and teasing. "You can talk to me, you know." "No, I can't." I shook my head, because that would mean I'm actually crazy. "You're not crazy." The voice in my head chuckled. I could explain, but I don't know if it's my place to do that or not. The explanation is that I'm clearly becoming mentally unhinged. I snapped back. Only crazy people hear voices in their head. Well, crazy people and werewolves. The voice responded in a calm tone, as if this were simple fact. "Yep, I'm going crazy," I nodded. Goodbye now. Sleep had finally managed to take me. I knew it was well into the evening when I finally woke up. The bright sunlight was much more dim, the sky darkening in deep hues of blue and orange. A light knock sounded on my door, and a strange smell flooded into my nose. The smell was of stale perfume, and something dull and spicy. I couldn't place my finger on it, and I couldn't remember ever smelling something like it before. "Come in," I grunted, sitting up from the bed with sleep-crusted eyes. Melissa came into my room timidly, and I realized this was the first time she had come into my room in 3 years. She had never bothered coming to get me for anything. Today was a day of firsts, and hopefully lasts. "Your father left a while ago," Melissa murmured. "He's going to be coming back soon, Garrett." I grimaced. "His name is Garrett. Why is he coming back?" Melissa sat on the end of my bed and sighed, looking truly defeated. Yet another first today. Melissa was sitting on the end of my bed. She glanced at my face warily, and I noticed I was looking at her through 2 clear eyes. Slowly, my hand reached up to my face. I let my fingers graze over my swollen eye, surprised to find no pain. I couldn't feel the puffy skin that was once there. Everything felt smooth and flat. I reminded myself to look in the mirror as soon as I could. "It's not my place to say, Aurora." Melissa frowned. "There's just some stuff he needs to talk to you about." "I have no interest in talking to him," I snapped. "Or you." Melissa flinched at my words, but I felt no guilt. Guilt couldn't touch me when I planned to run away in just a few short days. I planned on working a double shift tomorrow, giving me the entire day away from Melissa, Frank, and now Garrett. This would be the last bit of money I needed for me to comfortably leave this town behind. Friday was so close, and I was counting down the seconds. "I know." Melissa nodded, not meeting my eyes. "You'll find it hard to say no to him. He can be very persuasive, maybe for you," I scoffed. "I, on the other hand, have no problem saying no." "You've always had his strength." Melissa nodded to herself. "Certainly not mine. I have my own strength." I growled. The sound was odd in my ears. Apparently, Melissa thought the same. "I got my own strength from dealing with you and Frank for years." "Not from Garrett," Melissa sighed. "You're right. Either way, he's going to want to speak with you. You don't have to give him a chance or let him into your heart, but try and listen to what he has to say." "I'm not making any promises." I shrugged, looking away. Melissa left silently, and I trudged to the bathroom a few minutes later. My jaw dropped as I looked into the bathroom mirror. My swollen eye was completely healed, my busted lip absent from my face. It was as though the event with Grace had never happened. All physical wounds were gone from my body. Only the mental ones remained. "You're welcome." The voice in my head chimed out smugly, quiet. I growled. "You're just a voice in my head. You didn't do this." "Then what did?" "Aurora," the voice teased, "enlighten me." I paused for a moment, thinking over the possibilities. Realistically, there were none. Things like this didn't happen to normal people. Then again, normal people didn't hear voices in their head either. "Shut up," I mumbled, trudging back into my room. I sat in the silence and nibbled on a granola bar, thankful the voice in my head remained quiet. It was strange. The voice didn't sound like my own, a little deeper and rougher around the edges. Yet, I felt like I knew the person who was speaking in my head, as if they were a close friend. That didn't change my feelings on the situation. Only crazy people heard voices. Once I left this town and finally got established in another, I'd have to look into a psychologist. Around 2 hours later, I had absolutely no insight on my situation. I would simply continue what I had been doing, ignoring the twins, making money, and pretending Garrett never existed. A rougher knock sounded on my bedroom door, and Garrett peeked his head inside. He was wearing a different suit, this one a dark ash gray. What kind of man changed his suits more than once in a day? His bright blue eye and rich brown eye stared at me past long lashes. "Aurora, could I talk to you for a minute?" Garrett asked, his face an emotionless mask. It seemed Garrett was good at that particular expression. "Okay," was all I responded with. I watched as Garrett entered my room, his eyes flickering around at my minimal belongings. His eyes flickered over the cracked and peeling paint, and the metal bed frame my dirty mattress sat on. "Where are your belongings?" Garrett questioned. His words had me clenching my teeth. There was interest and concern in his words, two emotions I couldn't stand to hear coming from him. "These are my belongings," I snapped. "Mind your own business." Garrett paused and raised an eyebrow at me. "Your mother's temper, I see. Say what you want." I growled lowly. "But I am nothing like Melissa." My chest continued to rumble, and I stopped the motion with a wary look. I was making all kinds of strange sounds today. I passed it off on my failing mental health and the outburst of anger I had earlier. "Melissa?" Garrett nodded to himself. Noted. "What do you want, Garrett?" I huffed, crossing my arms over my chest. "You don't have to call me Garrett, Aurora." Garrett gave a small and gentle smile. "Call me whatever you wish." I bit back the urge to call him my sperm donor, feeling like that might be a little childish. "Garrett is fine," I snapped. "Quit changing the subject." Garrett looked truly uncomfortable in that moment, and I resisted the urge to laugh out loud. If only he knew he wasn't the only one extremely uncomfortable with this entire situation. He should have just stayed where he was and minded his own business. He went 17 years without thinking of me. What's a few more? There is no way for me to break this easily. Garrett sighed, running a hand through his chocolate-colored hair. "I want you to come live with me, Aurora." Again, my jaw dropped. Dropped in surprise, dropped in offense, dropped in disbelief. My Garrett wanted me to come live with him. He missed 17 years of my life, and now he wanted me. "No," I replied deadpan. No lingering emotion on my face. Garrett opened his mouth to continue. "No." I cut him off. "Aurora, let me speak." Garrett frowned. A stern look coming over his face, I paused, giving him this one moment. "My wife and I have just bought a house in town. You wouldn't have to leave your friends, your school. All I ask is for you to come live with us. There is much you do not understand about our family, and I would like to explain it all." Garrett sounded sincere, but that same strange aura of power surrounded him. It made him seem bigger, more scary. I could feel it swirling around me, but for some reason, it couldn't touch me. Garrett wasn't big nor scary, simply a man who gave himself too much importance. Let me make this crystal clear. A snarl ripped through me. Remnants of today's intense anger flooded through my veins. "I am not your family," I snapped. "I want nothing to do with you. All I want is for you to turn around and leave my life the way you came. I would never live with you." Garrett seemed absolutely unfazed by the anger that racked through me. The voice in the back of my head was urging me to calm down. Now's not the time. The voice murmured, "You need Alec and Cade for your first time." "Aurora, I was not asking." Garrett's voice turned stern, making me wonder if he had any other children. "You are coming to live with me. Why?" I grimaced, my anger seeping from my pores. "Why now?" "Because you are almost 18. Garrett turned, remorse burning in his eyes. "And I have spent far too long absent from your life." I couldn't find the words, couldn't force my lips to form them. His eyes were burning with sincerity. His voice held hidden longing and sorrow. I didn't forgive him. couldn't figure out what to say. Nothing felt right. I wanted nothing to do with this man, and yet he regretted abandoning me. Did his regret warrant my forgiveness? Absolutely not. I saw your condition when you came downstairs. Garrett grimaced. The state of your room and your lack of belongings only solidifies my decision. I clamped my lips shut. Garrett had that tone most adults had. The tone that made it clear there was no room for argument. I would simply be wasting my breath. What infuriated me even more was how Garrett made me out to be a child who couldn't take care of herself. I had been caring for myself for 3 years. Who cares if I didn't have belongings? That didn't matter to me. I would like to take you to dinner this afternoon. Garrett paused. Then I will leave you to pack your things. I'll return in the morning to pick you up. I pursed my lips. Garrett sure seemed to like things in order. Fine, Garrett. My voice was void of any emotion. The anger had fully left my system, leaving me with a blissful numb sensation. One last thing. I called out, making Garrett turn in the doorway. I will play it your way. I nodded, my eyes locked on his own, our eyes equally identical in every way. But do not forget that I've been taking care of myself all this time. I do not need you, and I do not want you. Never forget that. I won't. Garrett nodded. Be ready in an hour. The door closed behind him, and for some reason I felt as though a lot of doors had been slammed shut by his decision. Chapter 25. An hour was much too long to get ready. I brushed my hair and changed my clothes in 10 minutes. That left me 50 minutes to contemplate what the hell was going on. 50 minutes to realize how horribly my fractured life had been appended. Once hour passed, and Garrett knocked on my door. He didn't wait for me to answer. He simply poked his head inside until his eyes locked on my own. Ready to go? Garrett asked, his eyes shining brightly. I nodded, grumbling something unintelligible, and stood to my feet. While my face was somehow miraculously healed, my ankle was anything but. Occasionally, dull pain would twitch up my ankle, making me wince. Garrett and I walked downstairs to where Melissa and Frank were sitting on the sofa. Frank was drunk, as usual. Melissa was desperately trying to keep her gaze off of Garrett. Her eyes kept flickering from the TV to his towering form. I resisted the urge to scoff. She's more interested in Garrett than she's been in me for 3 years. A blind man could see how taken Melissa was with Garrett. Even 17 years later. Try and have a good time, Aurora. Melissa spoke gently, her hand lifted, reaching towards my face. Call it an instinct, but I stumbled back. I didn't stumble back because I was afraid of her hitting me. I stumbled because not once had she ever touched me. This move was too intimate, too caring. It might have made sense for any other mother and daughter, but not for us. The action was unwarranted. I didn't want her comfort or her false sympathy. She noticed my reaction and her face fell, her washed-out eyes flickering to Garrett. Watch closely. The voice murmured in my head, her concern isn't for your benefit. It's for his. For once, the voice was actually helpful. It was right. Melissa wasn't taking on the role of a caring mother because she somehow realized the error of her ways. She was doing it for Garrett's benefit. She truly can't stand for others to see her as the deadbeat parent. Her mask was thin on her weathered face, and I could see through it clearly. "I'll be outside," I mumbled, tripping on the chunky boot, but somehow managing to make it to the front door unharmed. I stood outside, taking deep breaths of the crisp afternoon air. The breeze was picking up, chilling my skin in a way that brought me some semblance of comfort. Looking out into the woods was the most peaceful I had felt in days. Everything was so silent. The only sound was from birds and the quiet whoosh of the wind against the trees. Some small part of me wanted to bound off into the woods and not come back out. Garrett came outside just a few minutes later. I glanced up at his face and snorted. He looked uncomfortable. Something funny. Garrett raised his eyebrow at me, and I marveled at how similar we looked. "You seem uncomfortable," I noted, leaving him behind as I walked down the porch steps. "Something you can relate to." Garrett responded once he had caught up to me. I resisted the urge to laugh spitefully. Of course he'd say that, and of course I could relate. This was all brought on by him, not by me. If he hadn't ignored the existence of his child for 17 years, the two of us might not be so uncomfortable. Garrett opened the passenger door of a large and flashy sedan. I had never been in a car this fancy before. Melissa's car was a '95 Buick, practically falling apart at the seams. This car had all the flashing lights and fancy button you'd see on a brand new car. So it seems Garrett here had money, something that could easily be beneficial for me. Not that I'd ever be caught asking. We arrived at the only restaurant in town, the one I worked at. Cameron gave me a strange look as she walked Garrett and I over to one of the many tables. Garrett excused himself to go to the bathroom, and I grunted in response. If I was dreading an hour-long dinner with the man, how the hell was I going to live with him? "Oh, look, your face is all better." Cameron gave me a side-eyed look. "Lots of cover-up and ibuprofen." I nodded absent-mindedly. "Who the hell is that?" Cameron snorted, her eyes flickering towards the bathrooms. "Long-lost sperm donor," I shrugged, picking at the napkin on the table. "Sperm donor." Cameron scrunched her nose. "I thought Frank was your dad." Her specific information about my family didn't faze me. This was a small town after all. I had heard my fair share of gossip and drama about the other townspeople, choosing to ignore it all. The typical rumors flew around. Who slept with who, couples getting divorced, and the occasional gambling or cheating scandal. "I don't have a dad." I shook my head. "I have Frank, and I have a sperm donor. Sure, it was childish, but I felt like I had that right. I had spent years taking care of myself. Didn't I deserve just a single childish moment? Well, it looks like sperm donor has some money." Cameron shrugged. "Might as well get what you can from it." I nodded in agreement, but I truly didn't want anything from Garrett. I didn't need money or some poorly constructed relationship. I was 17 years old and spent my life without a single father figure. What makes him think I needed one now? The only person I wanted was my grandma. She'd understand how I was feeling and take me away from all of this mess, as she had many times in the past. I also wanted Alec and Cade. Not that I'd admit it to myself or anyone else. Garrett came back to the table and sat across from me, looking as awkward as I felt. The awkward silence was picking at me, making me grow more irritable with each passing moment. "So, do you have any other kids?" I blurted out, nearly cringing at the hostile tone in my voice. Garrett nodded. "I have a daughter. She's 2 years younger than you." 2 years. That's all it took for Garrett to forget about me and have another child. "And you have a wife." It wasn't a question, just a statement. He had his own little family, while mine was left in shambles. "I do." Garrett cleared his throat. Not that I didn't love Melissa, don't. I held my hand up. "Yours and Melissa's relationship doesn't concern me." It was brief. Garrett gave me a painful smile. The relationship was a mistake, but the outcome was a blessing of sorts. I inwardly cringed at his words. It didn't hurt to know his relationship with Melissa was a mistake. What hurt was hearing how he called me a blessing. A blessing he had openly chose to ignore for 17 years. You normally toss your blessings to the side and ignore them for 17 years, I asked, placating them by throwing money their way. Garrett pursed his lips. "Ignoring you, that wasn't my intention." We were interrupted by Tori walking up to the table, a notepad in her hand. She paused for a moment when she saw us, her eyes running over my face slowly. It was obvious she noticed my healed face, and something told me she suspected the cause. "Hey, Aurora." Tori smiled at me, her eyes wandering over to Garrett questioningly. "You two know what you want to drink. Coke," I murmured, giving her a small smile. Her eyes flickered between the two of us, and I could practically hear what she was trying to tell me. "You better give me a good explanation," her eyes practically screamed. I couldn't tell if she was referring to Garrett or my newly healed face. "Just a water for me." Garrett nodded. "We will need a few more moments to look over the menu." "Of course." Tori peeled her eyes off of me and gave Garrett a polite smile. "I'll be right out with your drinks." Tori walked away, and I sighed as Garrett picked up where he left off. I had, let's just call it, an arranged marriage. Garrett looked uncomfortable. I was with Melissa right before meeting my intended, resulting in you. My wife, well, she's not fond of Melissa. His statement held another meaning, and I found my face turning into a grimace as I understood his words. "I'm sure she's not happy you have another child by some other woman," I pointed out, and the look on Garrett's face told me I was correct. She doesn't. Garrett paused. "But you are my firstborn child. That means something where I come from. Where I come from, it means I'm a mistake." I shrugged, unfazed. Tori brought out our drinks, and I ordered some Alfredo pasta. In all honesty, I was tired of eating the food from this restaurant. I didn't cook for myself, so I'd often bring home leftovers. I've been eating this food for 2 weeks now, and it was getting old. The food wasn't bad, but the repetition was tiresome. Garrett ordered something for himself, and the two of us watched as Tori walked away. "That is a friend of yours?" Garrett asked, his gaze showing interest. "My first friend since moving here." I nodded. Garrett sat quiet for a few moments, then finally opened his mouth. "I would like you to tell me what happened to your face." Garrett's voice was soft, yet incredibly fierce. He sounded almost protective. That tone made me feel nauseous, not important. I dismissed him. "As you can clearly see, my face is fine." Garrett didn't seem surprised by my magical healing. If anything, he seemed to have expected it. That fact only left me more confused. "Very well." Garrett nodded. "I'll drop it if you tell me what happened to your foot." Chapter 26. I cringed, but telling him about Frank was a lot easier than telling him about Grace. Frank couldn't torment me anymore, not with me being forced to live with Garrett. Grace, on the other hand, could still manage to get to me. Frank likes to drink. I shrugged. He gets rough. I ran and locked myself in my room. He was trying to break down my door, so I climbed out the window and jumped. "You jumped from your window?" Garrett's voice was calm. "No," I replied deadpan. "I jumped from the roof. That fact makes no difference." Garrett growled under his breath. "Look," I sighed. "Don't go playing the caring father card. Seriously, for my sanity, don't do it." This entire conversation was giving me a headache. My heart was being pulled in so many different directions. I wondered if it could withstand all of the torment. Only a few more days, I told myself. Then I'd be in the wind. Not a single person to worry about. 2 devastatingly handsome faces walked through the doors to the restaurant, making my heart skip a beat. I choked on my drink, nearly spewing soda across the table. Alec and Cade strolled through the front doors, stopping in front of Cameron to be seated. It was as though they could feel my eyes on them. The 2 of them looked up at the same time, meeting my eyes instantaneously. They didn't even have to search around the room. They were like one person with their movements. Their eyes flickered from me to Garrett, and finally back to me. It took all of the willpower I had in my body to peel my eyes away from theirs, only to meet another familiar pair. Grace was walking through the front doors, Autumn on one side, and the dark-haired girl on the other. She too met my eyes instantaneously. A cruel, shit-eating grin spread on her face as she waited behind Alec and Cade. Her eyes were glistening with knowledge, with superiority. It seems she hadn't noticed my healed face, but that didn't surprise me. She probably only noticed my fear and how I practically reeked of it. Cameron sat Alec and Cade at a table, but Alec shook his head. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I quickly figured it out when Cameron sat them at the booth across from us. I had a clear view of Alec and Cade, and boy, was it hard to keep my eyes off of them. The 2 of them continued looking at me, having their own hushed conversation in between glances. Cameron gave me an apologetic smile as she walked away, and I nodded once in her direction. Grace, Autumn, and the other girl were seated at their own booth, not much farther from Garrett and I. The restaurant was feeling much too small, My own personal hell would be complete if Melissa and Frank walked through the doors. With how this afternoon was going, I wouldn't be surprised by anything. Tori came out with our food, setting it down in front of us gingerly. I looked at the white Alfredo sauce and tried not to breathe too deeply. My stomach was in knots, making me feel nauseous and somewhat sick. "You all right?" Tori murmured down to me, her eyes flickering from Alec's table to Grace's. "Yeah," I breathed out. "I'm good." Tori didn't look convinced. She could see through my bullshit from a mile away, yet she didn't question me. I was beginning to appreciate her subtly, more and more. "Friends of yours?" Garrett asked, his head tilting over to where Alec and Cade sat. I shoved some food in my mouth, taking my time to chew and swallow before answering. "No." I shook my head. "Not friends, boyfriends." Garrett raised his eyebrow, looking much more uncomfortable. The word boyfriend got Alec and Cade's attention, but it also got Grace's as well. It felt like every damn person in the restaurant was looking my way, waiting for my answer. I had never felt so much silent pressure in one room before. I looked at Alec and Cade from the corner of my eye. Both were staring at me, the same expectant look on their face. They looked like they were ready to leap from the table and come to my side. All I had to do was say the word. Grace, on the other hand, looked livid, while Autumn looked kind of sick. "No," my voice was quiet. "Not boyfriends." My voice lacked conviction and was unconvincing. "I just go to school with them." I struggled to keep my voice even, keeping my eyes far away from Grace. "I see." Garrett nodded, unconvinced but satisfied by my answer. I hurried with my dinner, scarfing down what I could as though I hadn't eaten in months. I sighed with relief once Tori brought the check. Garrett refused my offer of money and paid himself, leaving Tori a hefty tip. Garrett headed towards the front of the building, while Tori pulled me aside. "Cameron said that's your dad." Tori's jaw was slowly dropping, her eyes locked on Garrett. "Yes," I huffed, not surprised that Cameron told her. "His name's Garrett. I expect a detailed phone call tonight." Tori grimaced, pulling me in for a hug. "I can't imagine how you're feeling right now." I nearly wanted to burst into tears right then and there. I never had someone say those words to me before. All physical affection I've received in my life had come from my grandma. I never had someone besides her simply pull me into a hug or console me. The simple action made me want to bawl and confess the horrible week I've been having. For my own sake, I remained strong. Now wasn't the place to break down. I could break down all I wanted once I was alone in my bedroom. "I'll call you tonight," I replied hoarsely, blinking the tears away from my eyes. Tori gave me one last squeeze and let me go, rushing to the back to grab the rest of her table's food. Just as I turned to walk away, a hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. The sensation that crawled over my skin was completely unexpected. It felt like tiny, pleasurable pinpricks, or little moving sparks running down my skin. Cade looked up at me in shock, his hand still lingering on my wrist. noticed the look of alarm on his brother's face and reached towards me slowly. His hand connected with my forearm, trailing lightly down to my hand. The same unmistakable feeling ran through me. It felt like when I was a kid and decided to put a piece of cutlery in a wall outlet, only less painful and more pleasurable. Something was burning holes into my skin, and I turned to meet Grace's furious eyes. The spell was broken. My attention was no longer on the comforting sensations grazing my skin. "Talk to us, doll," Alec frowned, his eyes widening with concern as I struggled to pull myself from their grasps. My eyes were glued on Grace and the sheer murder that seemed to be rolling off her in waves. Fear pulsed through me, remembering the night she had me drugged. Her rage-filled eyes locked me in place, making it hard to hear what Alec and Cade were saying. I need to go. I scrambled, yanking my wrist from their grasp with more strength than I thought I possessed. Cade's grip on me was released with little struggle. Neither of them had been holding me tight enough to prevent me from escaping. As I scrambled from the restaurant, I allowed myself one last glance at Alec and Cade. I told myself this was my goodbye. I couldn't tell them out loud, but one last look wouldn't hurt. When I turned and looked at the two of them, their eyes were locked on Grace. An innocent look adorned her face, while the two of them looked downright murderous. Nothing happened. Nothing happened, I murmured to myself. They don't know anything. Grace will make up some excuse. It'll all be fine. From the look on Garrett's face, he saw what happened back in the restaurant. I was eternally grateful that he kept silent the entire car ride home. I didn't want to talk about what happened, and I didn't want him to ask. I was tired of all of these people pretending they cared about me. First Melissa, and now Frank. As far as I was concerned, the only person allowed to care about me was Tori. I wasn't even going to bother thinking of Alec and Cade. The more I argued with myself internally, the more the annoying voice in my head decided to speak up. Between the two of us, "You're definitely more annoying," the voice commented, letting out a chuckle. Great. I mumbled to myself. Now the voice in my head is making fun of me, taking self-deprecating humor to a new level. "I'm not you, Aurora," the voice huffed, rolling its eyes. The more the voice called out in my head, the easier it was to picture what it looked like. It was a girl, just like me. Her eyes were mirror images of my own, and yet she didn't look like me. Her hair was extremely dark, almost black. It was short and straight, while my hair was long and wavy. "Then who the hell are you?" I grumbled, regretting entertaining the voice. "I thought you'd never ask," the voice huffed. "You can call me Thalia, chapter 27. "I thought you'd never ask," the voice huffed. "You can call me Thalia. The voice in my head has a name," I nodded. "This is great. Look at it this way. We're improving." The voice sounded happy. "Improving," I scoffed. More like descending into madness. "Hey, I'll be along for the ride." The person in my head grinned. "It'll be fun. You know, I didn't expect the voice inside my head to be so damn optimistic." I rolled my eyes. "Get used to it, Aurora," the voice chided me. "I'm here for the long run, great." I sounded unenthusiastic. Garrett looked over at me from the corner of his eye, concern evident in his gaze. "Feeling all right, Aurora?" he questioned, more concern flooding through his tone. "Yup." I popped the P on my lips, just talking to the voices in my head. I wasn't sure what made me say that, but I didn't really care. This week has been one for the books. I was nearly 100% positive I had the worst week in history. Assaulted, frightened, abandoned, used, and it would only get worse from here. I'd be forced to live with Garrett, thankfully, only until Friday. I could handle that, I told myself. A week of avoiding school and Garrett, like the plague, should be fun. Garrett looked taken back, but a small grin formed on his face. "And what are the voices saying?" Garrett asked, making me raise my eyebrow. "You're not concerned I'm hearing voices?" I scoffed. I couldn't begin to understand this man. He appears into my life out of nowhere and tries to take on the fatherly role, only to completely throw me off. The look in his eyes was almost humorous. Not that I gave a crap about his sense of humor, Garrett shrugged. "We all hear voices sometimes. It's important to pay attention to what they say. The voice in my head says I don't pay attention." I rolled my eyes. She thinks she knows everything and refuses to be quiet. And now I sound absolutely insane. "I don't think you sound insane." Garrett shrugged, his tone relaxed. "Like I trust your judgment." I grumbled under my breath. The first thing I needed to do, once I was settled somewhere else, was find myself a damn therapist. And possibly some strong medication. Garrett dropped me off at home, reminding me to be ready come morning time. Packing my belongings was easy. It only took an hour of my time. All of my toiletries fit into a little bag I had, and my clothes fit nicely in my small suitcase. The rest was just little bits and ends, all fitting nicely in my book bag. I almost wished it took longer to pack, to give my mind a break from having to think about anything. Thalia absolutely refused to be quiet, insisting she had been quiet for long enough. I refused to listen to her, scrambling to find a way to put that brick wall back up. It was nearing impossible. The brick wall was in shambles, and nothing I did even began to repair it. By the time I gave up, it was late into the night, and I had a horrific migraine. "Now, if you listened to me, your head wouldn't hurt," Thalia shrugged. "It's your fault my head hurts." I grimaced. "Oh no, you're not pinning this on me." Thalia shook her head. "If you just listened to me, you wouldn't have a headache in the first place." "Why would I listen to you?" I snapped. "You're a voice in my head." "How sound is your advice? I'm confident in my abilities." Thalia shrugged. "First thing you need to do is stop avoiding Alec and Cade." "Not going to happen." I shook my head. "In a week, they won't matter anymore, see? That's where you're wrong." Thalia shrugged. "Grace isn't going to hurt you again. Not if you stick with them. Grace hurt me because I was with them." I frowned. "I'm not risking it again." I was almost raped. Next time, I won't be so lucky. Next time, Grace won't be so lucky. Thalia growled like a wild animal. "You didn't have me the first time around. Not fully anyway. Problem solved. There won't be a next time. I snapped. I don't want to kill anyone. And I don't want anything to do with Alec and Cade. You're lying. Thalia's voice was a silent whisper as my eyelids fluttered, and I was drawn into a deep sleep. As usual these days, the morning came much too soon. The sunlight streamed into my bedroom, making my tired eyes ache miserably. A soft knock sounded on my door, and I waited for Melissa to come in. As strange as it sounded, I could smell her. She smelled of faded perfume and body wash. Both were strong in my nose, but not overwhelming. Your Garrett's going to be here in a few minutes, Melissa called out, not bothering to step inside my room. Thalia became angry within the confines of my head, and the urge to lash out at Melissa appeared out of nowhere. Something she did or said pissed Thalia off. Goodness, I sounded crazier than ever. Melissa made the voice inside my head mad. Call an ambulance and get me some strong medication. So, is that it? I snapped. The caring mother routine done and over with. My voice didn't sound like my own. It sounded rougher and much more angry than I could ever manage. I felt like I was handing over the reins, giving them to Thalia for just a moment. Melissa's washed-out blue eyes narrowed at me, and she stepped into my bedroom with an air of superiority. Thalia wanted to laugh. This woman was superior to no one. I don't know what you're insinuating, Melissa snapped, her words dripping with venom. None of this would have happened if you hadn't called the fucking social worker. I'm insinuating you're a shit mother who only cares when it benefits her. Thalia growled lowly, and I watched as Melissa's washed-out eyes widened. My voice sounded hostile, more hostile than I could ever manage on my own. If looks could kill, Melissa would be on the floor already. Melissa's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. She was far out of her element. I had never spoken against her this way before, never antagonized a reaction from her. She knew I had her cornered. She couldn't deny what I had said, because we both knew it was true. Melissa wasn't a narcissist incapable of admitting fault. She was simply a shitty person who made even shittier decisions. I stood from the bed, Thalia in control of my movements. It was like stepping into the passenger seat of a car, the car being my body. Thalia approached Melissa, and she backed away in response. Thalia kept going until Melissa was standing just outside our bedroom. That's what I thought. Thalia laughed, a laugh full of repressed malice. Have fun with your husband, Melissa. The two of you deserve each other. Thalia slammed the bedroom door shut with incredible force, and I was amazed the door hadn't been destroyed in the process. I knew Melissa was just an inch away from being hit by the door. She probably felt the gust of wind lash at her face. Thalia relinquished control over me, and I finally realized I had been trembling in rage. Relax. Thalia sounded like she was talking to herself. Not yet. Now's not the time. Anger issues. I raised my eyebrow at her. You'd have anger issues, too, if you were stuck with a human girl who never spoke her mind. Thalia snapped in my head. Touche, I nodded. Grabbing my bags in my hands, I hobbled down the stairs. Thankful Melissa was far from my line of sight. I made it out the front door without seeing her once. Seemed she didn't like her little chat with Thalia. Garrett came up the porch steps, and I didn't argue when he took my bags and suitcase from my arms, throwing them into the back of his sedan. The drive was quiet for the most part. I watched out the window, noting how far we were from town. "You'll have your own room." Garrett nodded. "You can pick which one you want. They all come with their own bathrooms." "How big is this house you have?" I frowned, pursing my lips. 6 bedrooms, 6 baths, Garrett responded. "Only 3 bedrooms are taken, so you have 3 to choose from. 1 for you and your wife, another for your daughter," I stated with a nod. "Yes," Garrett nodded, his small smile looking strained. "The 3rd is my office." "I see," I nodded, and resumed my defiant silence. I wanted to ask what he did for a living, but the last thing I needed was to know him. I already knew he had a wife and daughter, and that was all I needed to know. Anything else, any form of attachment, would only make it harder to leave. He had his family, and I wanted a chance to find my own. We drove into the woods for a bit, but quickly made a left hand turn down a road I hadn't seen before. The house appeared on our left, nestled comfortably into the woods, but sitting off the side of one of the main roads. The house was absolutely massive, sitting at the end of a private cul-de-sac. They haven't built any other houses nearby yet. Garrett murmured, pulling the sedan into the driveway. "This was the house you saw in the movies, the one with the happy family and their golden retriever. It was even set with a white picket fence. Maybe in another life, this could have been my home. A life where Garrett embraced me instead of pushing me away. A life where he had raised me himself. I noticed the house was a couple minutes out of town, but not as far as the little area Tori lived in. We walked inside the massive house, and I noticed how our footsteps echoed in the foyer. Garrett set my suitcase against the wall and piled my bags on top. "Are you hungry?" Garrett turned to ask. "We have Lucy with us. She takes care of things while I'm gone. She's also an amazing cook." "You have your own personal chef," I scoffed. An older woman with fading blonde hair stepped around the corner. She was a little plump, her body forming a gentle hourglass shape. She was dressed nice yet casual. An apron was thrown on and tied around her waist. Something white and powder-like clung to the apron. He wishes I was his personal chef. The plump woman gave Garrett a stern look. "Speaking of Lucy." Garrett chuckled awkwardly. "Hello there, darlin'. Let me look at you." Lucy had a slight southern accent. She stepped forward and eyed me up and down, not once making me feel uncomfortable. She smelled of biscuits and coffee, a combination I found extremely pleasing. "Well, you certainly got your daddy's eyes." Lucy nodded, a grin breaking out on her face. "You know how to cook?" "Not at all." I shook my head, "but I wouldn't mind learning. I think we're going to get along great." Lucy gave me a sly grin. When I couldn't help but return, Lucy reminded me of my grandma. Grandma was much thinner before she died, but she had the same faded blonde hair and Spunk, delicate footfalls came down the stairs, and I nearly whipped around at the echoing sound. Everything seemed much louder in this house. I blamed it on the lack of furniture. An older woman came down the stairs, her teenage copy following closely behind. I assumed this was Garrett's wife and daughter, my half-sister. My half-sister was taller than I, even though she's 2 years younger. Long legs and high cheekbones, just like her mother. Their hair was the color of honey, blindingly beautiful. It was a color I hadn't seen on a person before, just cheap imitations. They both had deep chocolate-colored eyes. I couldn't help but notice Garrett's daughter didn't have the same eye condition as her father and I. Garrett and I were the only ones to have 2 different colored eyes. The similarity made me feel uncomfortable. I wanted something that distanced me from Garrett, not brought us together. I almost expected this entire afternoon to go smoothly, but the sneer on the teenage girl's face ruined those thoughts. I blamed Thalia for my burst of optimism. The teenage girl's mother had the same disdainful sneer on her smooth face, looking at me with something similar to disgust. "Aurora, this is my wife and daughter, your half-sister." Garrett smiled, looking truly at ease as he gazed at his wife. "My wife, Veronica, and my daughter Katie. So you actually brought her here." Katie scoffed, looking me up and down. "Katie." Garrett's tone was one of warning, the smile on his face dropping at his daughter's attitude. That familiar sense of power and superiority swirled around Garrett. Katie seemed affected by it, her face turning down in offense as she took a few steps backwards. Even Veronica looked uncomfortable, shifting under her husband's powerful presence. "She's nothing." Katie sneered, "Weak and ignorant." "I should have been your firstborn. I should have been the one to rule enough, Katie." Garrett bellowed, his hostile voice bouncing off of every smooth surface. Katie flinched at her father's harsh voice, her lip quivering before she stormed up the stairs. Veronica shot me one last disdainful glare before she rushed after her daughter. "I will leave you to it." Garrett cleared his throat. "I'm afraid this has been an adjustment for all of us." I didn't respond. My mind was still working through what Katie had said. Of course, it didn't make any sense to me, but I was beginning to expect that by now. "Don't worry about her, darlin'." Lucy shook her head. "She's too used to getting what she wants. Girl needs to learn some manners before she goes spewing that nonsense." I couldn't help the hysterical giggle that left my lips. Everything was now dawning on me. This was where I'd be living. If I thought living with Frank and Melissa was bad, I had a feeling this would be worse. At least Melissa and Frank simply ignored me at all costs. Veronica and Katie were much more confrontational. "Don't go telling your daddy I said that." Lucy chuckled, patting me on the shoulder. "Let's go get you something to eat. I actually have to be at work in a few hours." I frowned, realizing I hadn't told Garrett beforehand. I wasn't sure if he'd want to know, or if he simply expected me to come and go as I pleased. "I'll let your daddy know." Lucy nodded. "Just leave him a note, and I'll make sure he gets it." "Thanks, Lucy." I nodded. thinking she was the one bright spot out of this entire situation. Lucy led me into the kitchen, fixing me up a plate of delectable-looking food while I sat at the counter writing Garrett a short note. Garrett, I have work today at the restaurant we went to. I'm working a double, so I won't be home until 10 tonight. Aurora, Chapter 28. Cade. It wasn't our intention to find Aurora in the forest, but once we caught her scent, it was nearing impossible to stop. Alec and I locked eyes, our wolves inhaling the creamy scent of their mate. She was sitting by herself, her back against a large tree. The sunlight peered through the trees, hitting her in the perfect spot. Her chocolate hair was glowing under the sunlight, looking like freshly spun silk. The sun brightened her unique eyes, making them radiate with color. Are you going to eat me or not? She huffed, her face impassive as she looked at my brother and I. There was no fear in her eyes, just the acceptance that her life could possibly end today. That fact sent a sharp, ringing pain throughout my body. Sending the memory of the night we ran into her rushing to the front of my mind. She was stumbling down the sidewalk. Alec and I noticed her before she saw us. She looked out of her mind with fear, the kind of fear that makes people do dangerous things. Her face was swollen. Our mate was hurt. Something had changed about Aurora in that short time. She smelled different, stronger than normal. Her scent was swirling around us, amplified by some unseen force. It was clear something happened inside the house, something Aurora couldn't bear to talk about. She stumbled away from us, begging us to leave her alone. What the fuck happened to her? Alex snarled through the mind link. His eyes were racking up and down her body, trying to assess the damage done to her. Someone hurt her. I growled lowly, and they will die for what they've done. From what we could tell, only her face had been harmed. I let my gaze travel lower, noticing her jeans were unbuttoned and the zipper was down. I could feel my body tremble, fighting against the urge to shift. Alec followed my line of sight and began his own battle, fighting the urge to shed our skin and hunt down the person who harmed our mate. Aurora's fear helped us maintain control. She needed us right now, whether she knew it or not. Aurora Alec was the first to speak, and I watched pain rack my brother as Aurora stumbled away from him. Leave me alone. She hissed, much like a frightened kitten. Please, just leave me alone. Aurora took off running, bounding into the woods. Her speed was impressive considering her booted foot and swollen eye. Just another thing that didn't quite add up. Follow her. I turned to Alec. Remain hidden. Don't approach her. Just make sure she gets home safely. Determination mixed with the pain in Alec's eyes, and he bounded into the woods after our terrified mate. Every cell in my body wanted to follow, to be the one that made sure Aurora made it home safely, but I couldn't. I needed to figure out what happened, figure out who hurt Aurora. Her terror-filled face would haunt my dreams from now on, that I was sure of. Unique eyes that should have been filled with love and light were filled with terror and pain. I spent over an hour walking around the house, trying to get a grasp of what happened to our mate. Only one person girl with girly hair and dark espresso skin informed me Aurora came to the party with a friend of hers, Autumn. I searched the house for Autumn, coming up short. If she had come to the party with Aurora, she wasn't here now. A light hand ran over my shoulder, and I knew who it was without looking. The smell of perfume and hairspray wafted into my nose, making me grimace. Alec had given me hell for letting Aurora think I was still with Grace. Thinking back on it, I couldn't see why I was ever with her to begin with. Hell, I couldn't see why I was with anyone other than Aurora. Everyone else was simply a cheap imitation of her, and I craved the real thing. I'm so glad you could make it, Grace purred, placing both hands on my shoulders as she lifted on her toes. Not now, I snapped, anger filling me. I removed her hands from my shoulders. Even the thought of touching her skin disgusted me. You seem stressed. She purred, in a way I'm sure she thought was very seductive. At one point, I might have been fooled. Grace had always been an easy fuck, nothing more. I made no false promises to Grace, and never told her anything more than the truth. Love was not a factor in our relationship, and neither were emotions. I'm sure there's an empty room around here somewhere, she giggled, her voice raising 4 octaves. She wrapped her manicured claw around my wrist and tried pulling me towards one of the bedrooms. Something in her eyes made me stop. They looked wide, and she was exuding just a little too much desperation, as though her life depended on what she was doing. Before she could even blink, I had her slammed against the dry wall. My eyes never left hers, even as a long crack formed in the wall. Her eyes were bulging from her head, my hand wrapped securely around her skinny throat. Grace. Her name was a snarl rolling off my lips, dripping with disgust and fury. I will only ask once. Did you touch Aurora? Grace sputtered for a few moments, her face turning a deep shade of purple. I loosened my grip, realizing I had nearly killed her in my blinding anger. Aurora. Grace spat. It wasn't a secret Grace disliked Aurora. Why the fuck would I touch her? Her eyes were bright and defensive. I had to give it to Grace. She pulled herself together skillfully after almost being choked to death. Have you seen her tonight? I forced my voice to remain calm, but let my eyes burn with my true emotions. I was looking for blood tonight. She's here, Grace spat. Fucking great. I turned away from Grace without another word. There were still more people to talk to. I planned on speaking to each and everyone, determined to know who had eyes on Aurora. You came all this way. Grace whined. Why don't you just hang out with me? I didn't come for you. I kept my eyes forward as I walked away, refusing to spare Grace another glance. She's home safe. Alec's voice flooded through my mind. A thick sense of relief washed through me. Good. I nodded. All I've learned is that Aurora came here with a girl named Autumn. No one else saw her there. Alec grunted, his voice thick with irritation. So far, no luck. I grimaced, feeling the same. I'm not leaving until I speak with everyone here. Someone saw her. I know it. I found myself in the kitchen, attempting to speak with a girl who had far too much to drink. Aurora, she slurred. "No, I'm Rachel. Have you seen Aurora?" I pinched the bridge of my nose, exhaling sharply in a poor attempt to remain patient. "I don't know who that is." The girl slurred, giving me a shrug before stumbling to the side. "You can call me Aurora if you want, though. Long brown hair." I closed my eyes, seeing her in my head. She was wearing a long-sleeve shirt and jeans. I'm sure you would have noticed that. Every girl at this party was dressed to impress, wearing short, form-fitting dresses and heels. Aurora was the only one dressed down, dressed for comfort. Oh, that chick. The girl hiccuped, but my attention was captured. "Where did you see her?" The words left my lips in a rush as I towered over the drunk girl intimidatingly. Carson picked her up from the floor. The girl shrugged. "Chick was wasted real good." A grimace formed on my face. Aurora wasn't drunk. That much was clear when we ran into her. Alec and I would have been able to smell it rolling off her lips. She wasn't drunk, and yet she was on the floor. The name Carson registered in my mind, sending possessive jealousy through me. It was no coincidence another man held her in his arms, and she runs from the house with her pants unbuttoned. My vision began turning red, and I stormed through the house in an attempt to find Carson. I recognized his name immediately. A member of our pack, 2 years older than Alec and I, but still a lowly Omega. Constantly begging for some decibel of power was what Carson was known for. "Have you seen Carson?" My voice was a rough growl as I asked person after person. Finally, someone pointed me in the right direction. I stormed up the stairs, opening door after door, until I found the person I was looking for. Carson sat in one of the bathrooms, looking into the mirror as he touched his head gingerly. Blood coated the tips of his fingers. If only he knew. He was going to bleed a lot more before the night was through. Carson locked eyes with me for just a split second before bolting towards the window. I was much faster, my senses heightened by experience and blood. I held Carson against the wall, my claws piercing his abdomen painfully. Blood pooled, seeping into his shirt. "What did you do to Aurora?" My voice was calm, relaxed. I was past the point of blinding fury. This pup would die at my hands for the crime he committed. I didn't. Carson stammered, but it's hard to lie with a set of claws piercing your skin. I shoved them in a little deeper, hearing the squelch of his flesh tearing. Okay, Carson pleaded, his face already slick with sweat. His body was shaking, no doubt from the adrenaline coursing through his body. His body knew it was going to die, even before he did. "What did you do?" I repeated myself, moving my fingers slightly to bring just another ounce of pain. "I just did what I was told, man." Carson whimpered, his lips trembling. His eyes were wide and searching, and I wondered if he truly thought he'd make it out of this alive. "Did you rape her?" I got close, my chest vibrating as I waited for his answer. "No," Carson stammered. "She hit me, got away, so sorry." Carson dissolved into a quivering, sobbing mess. It was such a shame when men couldn't retain the smallest shred of dignity in the face of death. So many people quiver in fear, soiling their pants as they beg for their lives. I refuse to die that way, stubborn and insolent until the end. As your alpha, I sentence you to death for the crimes against Aurora, your Luna. The words were calm, but my eyes were bright with everything I truly felt. For just a split second, Carson's eyes lit up with realization. That didn't last long as I sunk my claws into his chest, severing his heart. "Where are you?" Alec's voice rang through my head. "I came back to the party." "Second floor, 5th door on the left," I replied. 1 minute later, the bathroom door was being opened. Alec's eyes widened as he took in Carson's lifeless corpse. I walked to the sink, scrubbing his blood from my hands. "Damn." Alec nodded. "He was one of ours, right?" I nodded, letting my claws retract into my hands. "What'd he do?" Alec grimaced. "He tried to rape Aurora." I stated as calmly as I could. The words alone sent my wolf into a bloodthirsty rage. Aurora was ours as much as we were hers. Said someone put him up to it. I'm afraid my anger got the best of me before I could ask who put him up to it. Alec looked frustrated, but sighed in understanding. "I can't say I wouldn't have done the same in your shoes." Alec grimaced, but I would have been much cleaner about it. Alec and I were nearly identical in every way. The only thing that was different was our personalities. Both of us enjoyed killing, fighting, and defending what was ours. The only difference was I was more bloodthirsty than my brother, more feral in how I killed. Alec was more strategic. He could take anyone and anything down by simply looking them over for a moment. He preferred the smartest kill, while I simply sunk my teeth and claws into whatever bit of flesh I could manage. "We will find out who put him up to it, brother," I growled under my breath. "Until then, we keep an eye on Aurora." Alec nodded. "If she goes anywhere, we follow." Chapter 29. Aurora. I left the note, changed my clothes in one of the many bathrooms, and left for work. Today was a school day. But that didn't bother me. My boss was so desperate to find someone to cover an extra shift. He didn't even ask about school. I sent Tori a quick text, letting her know I didn't need a ride to work. She was in school, which forced me to walk. I never minded walking. It gave me time to think and clear my head. Unfortunately, I had too much to think about at the moment. I was sure Garrett would give me a ride to work, but I truthfully didn't want to ask. I felt smothered in his huge house, surrounded by people who didn't want me there, Lucy excluded. By the time I made it to the restaurant, my booted foot was aching. The pain wasn't as bad, but it was still annoying to walk on. One miracle is good enough, I told myself, thinking about my magically healing face. The next few hours, work was effortless. There were no kids from school in the restaurant. No one I knew sitting down for a meal. It was peaceful, and was the least stressed I felt this entire week. I could simply get lost in my thoughts and focus on not spilling any more drinks. Once 3 o'clock came around, new faces began showing up. Tori walked through the front door, her flaming hair a mess from the wind. She clocked in and gave me a sympathetic smile. deep breath, knowing she'd want an explanation on why Garrett was here. And that was how the next few hours went. I explained my strange situation, and Tori did what she could to comfort me. She didn't give me any shit for missing school, claiming I had enough to deal with at the moment. I'm still planning our shopping trip, Aurora. Tori cocked her eyebrow. Rich father or not, we're getting you some new clothes. I rolled my eyes. New clothes are not at the top of my list right now. Clothes should always be at the top of every list. Tori shook her head and mumbled to herself. She's right, you know, Thalia chimed in, giving me a shrug. You can't even wear clothes. I hissed. You're a disembodied voice in my head, rude. Thalia scoffed. But I still have better style than you. With Thalia's well-placed retort, she faded to the back of my mind. Why couldn't the voice in my head be nice? I mumbled to myself. No, instead I get a mean voice that just hurts my feelings and confuses me. Tough love, bitch. Thalia growled before disappearing again. I'm losing my mind. I nodded to myself, grabbing the drinks for another table. Acceptance was my best friend right now. After all, what could be done? The stress was clearly getting to me, muddling my thoughts and making me create this false persona. I wasn't very skilled in psychology, but I still knew when something was wrong with me. Cade and Alec came to the restaurant, but that didn't surprise me. It seemed they went out of their way to find me, to approach me. I hid like a coward in the kitchens, only coming out at the threat of losing my job. I rushed a tray of drinks out into the dining room, scanning for my customer's table frantically. A strong hand wrapped around my wrist, causing a surprised yelp to leave my lips. The sparks bursting through my cells stunned me, sending a pleasurable wave of calmness into my body. I knew, without looking, who had touched me. I spun around much too fast, the tray of drinks toppling over onto my chest. Crap. I muttered, brushing the ice from my work shirt. This was the only work shirt I had left, forcing me to spend the remainder of my shift in a sticky shirt. Sorry, doll. Alec frowned, leaning down to grab the fallen tray, while Cade grabbed the cups from the floor. The two of them stared at me in awe, and I cringed under their full attention. The way they looked at me set my teeth on edge, like a man seeing the sun for the first time. They stared at me in wonder, as if I were more than a plain girl covered in sugary soda. Thanks, I muttered, averting my eyes from their own. Looking into their dark eyes did things to my mind, placed images that I no longer wanted to see. My mind was trying to move on from them. My body just hasn't gotten the memo yet. You haven't been in school. Cade grimaced. The expression made my heart ache. Their dark eyes were plagued with worry as they roamed my face. Yeah, I nodded. Things have been kind of busy lately. Who was that man you were here with? Cade frowned, his voice sounding just a touch possessive. I could easily sense a double meaning to his question, but didn't have the strength to push further. They're ours, Aurora, Thalia murmured in my head, and were theirs. I ignored her and frowned at the twins. We don't mean to pry, doll. Alec shot Cade a hard look. It's all right. I shook my head. That was Garrett, my father. The two of them visibly stiffened. Alec's eyes widened in just the slightest. Cade's jaw clenched, the muscles moving temptingly. Your father, Alec stated, his voice a mix of confusion and denial. Unfortunately, I mumbled. Couldn't leave well enough alone. Had to come barging into my life. Excuse us, we will catch up with you later, sweetheart. Cade murmured gently, his eyes roaming over my face. At school, preferably. I gave a weak nod, fighting the temptation to follow them out the front doors. I had no intentions on going to school, no matter how badly I wanted to see the twins. My gut twisted as my eyes followed the twins out the door, catching Grace's murderous stare in the process. I wasn't sure how much she had seen, but from the intensity of her glare, I assumed it was enough. Autumn and the other girl was with them. I purposefully ignored Autumn's stare, refusing to look into her eyes. What Grace did was reprehensible, but what Autumn did was just as bad. I trusted her, and she led me into a trap. She had me drugged, beaten, and nearly raped. And for what Tori insisted on taking Grace's table, something I would be forever grateful for. I laid extremely low until Grace had left, finishing the rest of my shift in a confused and slightly tormented haze. Friday repeated in my head like a life-saving mantra. Everything would be fine after Friday. No more Grace, Garrett, Autumn, Carson, or the drama and pain that followed. Tori drove me home at the end of our shift, the conversation light as she sped down dark road after road. After some slightly confusing directions, Tori dropped me off at Garrett's house. Oh, Tori cooed, looking up at the house. I wondered when they'd finish building this house. Garrett must have been waiting months for this place. I raised my eyebrow at Tori, confused by her remark. What do you mean? I frowned. Garrett just came to town a day ago. Tori gave me an uneasy look. My mom furnished and decorated the inside of this place. Said some rich guy requested the house to be built months ago. My mind was racing at what Tori had said. Either her mom was talking about another rich guy, or Garrett had this house planned out months ago. Why would he choose here of all places? Did he know I was going to be here? I hopped out of the car and gave Tori a hasty goodbye wave. I was going to get some answers from Garrett, whether he liked it or not. It turns out I didn't have to look very far. Garrett sat in the darkened living room, a glass of dark-colored liquid in his hands. My nose wrinkled as I watched him take a drink of what looked like alcohol, while Garrett looked nothing like Frank. The image was all too similar. Aurora. Garrett cleared his throat, setting his glass on the table. I waited up for you. You didn't have to do that. I mumbled incoherently, setting my shoes in the closet near the front door. There's some things we should probably talk about. Garrett sighed, looking very much like an unwilling participant. I grimaced. Can't they wait until the morning? I'm afraid not. Garrett gave me a sympathetic smile, an expression I was beginning to loathe. I've kept it from you for 17 years. I'd prefer not to wait another day. Fine. I nodded, my lips pressed together tightly. but I have a question of my own. I believe what I'm about to tell you will answer some of your questions. Garrett murmured, but you may proceed. I grimaced at his strange choice of words. Spoken like a true businessman, I guess. This house. I nodded, looking around us. My friend's mom designed the inside, said it was requested months ago. It was you, wasn't it? Garrett never responded, but his eyes held much to decipher. He was avoiding my question for a reason. I was right. My side of the family is unique. Garrett began, brushing off my question completely. I wasn't sure you would inherit this particular trait, but it appears you have. Obviously, I rolled my eyes. Heterochromia iridium isn't that uncommon. Ah yes, our eyes. Garrett paused, clearly taken aback. That is not the trait I'm referring to. I stood silent. I couldn't think of what else he might be talking about. You see, my side of the family are a different species from average humans. Garrett opened his mouth, and I struggled to comprehend the nonsense that flowed from his lips. My side of the family are werewolves. Now, half-bloods don't always develop that wolf side, but sometimes they do. Which brings me back to you, Aurora. Garrett went silent for a minute, no doubt giving me time to process what he had just said. Werewolves. Fuzzy winter dogs that roamed the woods and ate animals, not dogs. Thalia rolled her eyes. You were petting 2 werewolves the other day. You're really buying into this. I rolled my eyes at her. They were wolves. Freakishly mutated and calm wolves. But that's all they were. My mind was beyond trying to understand any of this. So being the slightly unhinged person that I am, I convulsed into laughter. Chapter 30. The laughter fell from my lips in waves, and I realized I hadn't truly laughed in so long. Garrett sat in his seat, a perplexed look forming on his face as he watched me. It was comforting to know the mental decline ran in the family, but didn't give me much hope for the future. My erratic laughter died down, and I was left taking a few deep breaths. Look, Garrett, I snickered, placing my hand against my mouth to stifle another wave of laughter. I think you need to get some help, which means I definitely need to get some help. Aurora. Confusion formed on Garrett's face. Did he really think I was going to believe that? Werewolves. He rips me from my life and confesses there's a world of magical creatures. This isn't a book. Life isn't full of fantasy. You work, get fucked over by people, try to survive, and then die. Don't. I shook my head. I shouldn't even have to entertain this. I turned on my heel and stormed up to my bedroom. I got halfway down the hall when I realized I had no idea where my bedroom was. I remember Garrett telling me I could pick, but I simply didn't care enough to try. Excuse me. I frowned, walking down the hall to one of the cleaning ladies. She looked fairly young and smiled up at me softly. Yes, miss. The woman smiled as she folded a pile of towels onto a thick metal cart. You know where my bedroom is? I pursed my lips, feeling antsy being so out in the open. It would be too easy for Veronica or Katie to find me. Yes, miss. The woman nodded, gesturing for me to follow. Mr. Garrett chose a room for you. He hopes it is up to par. She turned down the hall and opened the second door on the left, revealing what looked like a hotel suite. I scoffed as I looked at the size of the bedroom. This wasn't a bedroom, it was a damn apartment. All I needed was a kitchen, and I'd never come outside. I locked the door behind me, checking a couple times to make sure it stayed put. My legs were groaning from the long shift I just worked through, but my paycheck would be well worth it. I refused to even entertain the idea of what Garrett told me. Thalia was grumbling angrily in my head, but I tuned her out. I made a long playlist of music in my mind and went through each song one by one. By the time I was finished, I had taken a long shower and got ready for bed. I slept well into the morning, not even bothering to answer as a knock sounded on my bedroom door. The phone Tori had gotten me was set on my bedside table, her picture flashing on my screen. That was how I spent the next few days. I read books I've read 1,000 times, talked to Tori, and kept to myself. Of course, Garrett tried to talk to me, to ask why I wasn't going to school, but I ignored his knocks and questions each time. Every few hours, Lucy would bring me up a tray off food, but I wouldn't open the door until she left. I felt guilty, ignoring Lucy, but I knew Garrett would use her to get to me. A couple times she tried to convince me to leave the bedroom, to come and talk to her. While I was tempted, there was nothing to talk about. Garrett was clearly plagued with mental illness and was trying to force his crazy thoughts on me. It must have been working to some extent, as Thalia continued to mutter snide comments at me. I slammed down one of the books I'd been reading. The words were floating around my head annoyingly, and I could practically recite each mated to the Alpha Twins novel by Jane Doe chapter from heart. I was getting tired of reading the same books over and over, glancing at my phone whenever Tori texted. She texted a lot, which didn't surprise me. She wanted to know when I was coming back to school, something I'm sure the twins were wondering as well. I tried to placate her as much as I could, telling her I'd be back Monday. She reminded me very clearly that I promised to explain what happened to my face this Friday. I looked down at my phone. The calendar read Thursday, 6:32 p.m. I could avoid Tori long enough, keeping what happened to myself. Or if I was feeling particularly rueful, I could tell her the truth. It wouldn't matter what happened. I'd be gone shortly after. It'd be nice imagining all sorts of things happening to Grace once Tori found out the truth. I'm sure Grace would look beautiful in a jail cell. Lucy knocked on my door 15 minutes later, letting me know a tray of food was placed outside my door. She tried to reason with me for the next 10 minutes, but eventually I could hear her soft footfalls retreat down the hallway. I sighed and opened my bedroom door, ready to pull the tray inside, when I was met with an angry face. I hadn't run into Veronica or Katie all week, refusing to leave my bedroom for anything. It was pleasant, not having to deal with their glares and sneers. Katie behind my food tray, leaning against the wall. She was gorgeous, with her golden hair and dark eyes, but the sneer on her face ruined her features. She was well dressed, but her mother was the same. The two of them dressed like they were about to step on the runway at any minute. Do you know what it's like, living in the shadow of someone you've never met? Katie snapped, her brown eyes narrowing as she glared at me, my lips parted in confusion. I knew she wasn't talking about me. Garrett ignored me for 17 years. I didn't have a shadow for her to live in. I have no idea what you're talking about. I stared at her deadpan. It wasn't my fault she had daddy issues, nor was it my problem. I sympathized with her because her life shifted as well, but that didn't mean I'd let her walk all over me. You're the firstborn. Katie snapped, and I visibly rolled my eyes. What is with you people? I grunted. Firstborn. It doesn't even matter. Who gives a fuck? My chest was heaving by the time I finished, but Katie looked angrier than ever. Her brown eyes were now black with rage, and her lip was pulled back in a feral sneer. He tried to tell you, and you wouldn't even listen. Katie scoffed. Some shit Luna you'd make. You shouldn't even exist. Pathetic fucking half-breed. Katie's words were confusing, and yet also felt like a slap in the face. Thalia was enraged, spewing obscenities in my end. I could feel her pushing at the edges of my mind, almost like she was in a cage. You're all insane. I snapped. You, your dad, and your stuck-up mother. You're not dragging me into this shit. I never wanted to be here in the first place. I slammed the door in her face, the food a forgotten thought in my mind. My stomach rumbled in protest, but I could hardly feel it. My mind was spinning with what Garrett had said. I spent the last few days pretending it never happened, but he even pulled his daughter into this mess. A few hours passed, and the sun finally set behind the forest line. The moon was quick to rise, casting its white light on everything. A knock sounded at my door, but I'd become attuned to ignoring it at this point. I didn't even look up as the knocking continued. I sat on a wide window seat, a forgotten book in my lap. My cheek pressed against the cool glass window as I looked out into the forest. I tried to imagine what Garrett had told me. Imagine wolf people running around in the woods. I'd only seen a werewolf once in a movie, a grotesque and human-like creature who had claws and way too much body hair. That's not what we look like, Thalia grumbled, rolling her eyes. It worries me that we're already calling ourselves one of them. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I get it. You've been through some shit, Thalia huffed. But you can't keep locking people out. Sure, I can. I frowned. Last time I even thought about letting someone in. I was assaulted and nearly raped. Thalia went quiet as the sound of a door opening filled my bedroom. My head whipped over to the source. Garrett stood behind my open door, a silver key in his hand. Seriously, I grimaced, my eyes narrowing into a glare. Garrett stepped into my bedroom, that same regal air around him. The swirling aura that surrounded him gave him this feeling of authority, while his suits gave him the appearance. You've locked yourself away all week. Garrett cocked his eyebrow at me. What did you expect me to do? Take a damn hint. I scoffed. Leave me alone. Let me go back to Melissa. Disappear from my life again. Take your pick. Garrett seemed unfazed by my miniature temper tantrum. I was well aware that locking myself away all week was childish, but I didn't care. I had been an adult for so long, taking care of myself for so long. I deserved a moment of immature selfishness. Aurora, whether you choose to believe me or not is your decision. Garrett closed the door behind him and paused. But sooner or later, you'll be forced to face the truth. Sure, totally. I nodded. I'll turn into some hairy creature and howl at the moon. We don't howl at the moon. Garrett rolled his eyes, the expression making him look a decade younger. I could see what Melissa saw in him all those years ago. Garrett was relatively handsome, with a thick head of hair and a sharp jawline. I don't need details. I shook my head. It's bad enough you're spouting this shit, but you have your daughter doing it too. Katie, Garrett paused, his lips turning down in a frown. Unless you have yet another daughter. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Then that would be the one. She's unhappy, understatement. I rolled my eyes at him. I could feel his temper flare as the aura of power around him became much more hostile. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand, but I didn't feel afraid. I should have. Garrett looked frightening. And yet, I didn't. Thalia sat uninterested as Garrett stood threateningly over us. Garrett didn't seem surprised that we weren't cowering back in fear. His eyes were burning with acceptance, even if his posture radiated anger. She will deal with it. Garrett snapped, his deep voice booming throughout the room. And you will deal with it. You are returning to school tomorrow, Aurora. I allowed you some time to yourself, but you will leave this bedroom. I felt my lips pop open. Grandma had never been forced to yell at me before, as I wasn't a bad child. Melissa never tried to parent me, sparing me from that catastrophe. Garrett was clearly playing the part of the concerned father. The thought made me cringe. I'll leave the bedroom. I shook my head, but I don't want to go back to that school. You can either go to school, or I will drag you and the rest of my family back to my pack. Garrett growled, his thick arms crossing over his chest. Pack. I ignored that word, knowing it definitely had to do with wolves. Did he call his hometown a pack? You can't do that. I scoffed. Melissa has custody, and I'll be 18 next year. Melissa no longer has custody. Garrett shook his head. His face remained hard. I've been busy this week. While you hid away from the world, it doesn't matter. I shook my head. I'd leave the day I turned 18. A year in my pack, you wouldn't want to leave. Garrett scoffed. You'd become the next Luna. Luna. I pursed my lips. Katie mentioned something about a Luna. Garrett stiffened and muttered something about Katie. A Luna is the female leader of a pack. Garrett nodded, and I pretended not to be interested. She said I shouldn't have existed. I glanced at him before returning my gaze to the window. Care to explain that? Garrett was silent for a moment. The aura of anger that swirled around him diminished. Melissa wasn't my mate. Garrett's voice sounded hard, yet truthful. I had gotten her pregnant right before I met Veronica. Mate, I repeated, the word sounding strange on my tongue. And Veronica is your mate, she is. His voice was one tone, but I could hear the love and adoration in his words. thought Veronica was bitchy, but Garrett's words held such love for the woman. She's right then, I shrugged. The fact pained me a little, but this was all pain I had felt before. It made sense. Why I never truly fit anywhere. Why Melissa never wanted me and Garrett stayed far away. Fate has a way of changing things. Garrett paused. Fate isn't kind, nor does it give us what we want. One day, I could handle one day. I'd survive school, grab my paycheck from the restaurant, and plan my escape that night. I'll go to school. I nodded, my eyes glued on the forest outside the window. I want nothing to do with your pack or your life. Chapter 31. Despite the gut feeling brewing within me, I swallowed down my bile and got ready for school. School was the last place I wanted to be. But somehow, I knew I'd never escape if Garrett whisked me away to his pack. It was only one day. One day, and I could run to work to grab my check, leaving this town behind only a few hours after. I texted Tori that night, letting her know to pick me up for school. She was practically ecstatic that I was coming back, making me feel even more guilty. Thalia questioned my every move, using every moment she could to plant doubt in my mind. What if Garrett's telling the truth? She huffed, frustrated after spending an hour arguing with me to no avail. He's not. I shook my head. I'm not buying it, it's just not real. You know deep down, Aurora. Thalia sighed. You've always known there's been a piece of you missing. This is that piece. This is why you're so strong. You were born to rule. I wasn't even supposed to be born. I rolled my eyes, ignoring Thalia's words. I didn't like how sincere she sounded. Part of me wanted to believe I was destined for something great, but that would mean living with the people who had never wanted me in the first place. Was it worth living with Garrett, Katie, Veronica, Grace, Autumn, Melissa, and even Frank? I don't think so. I gathered my completed homework, stuffing them in my backpack in frustration. I had no idea why I even bothered with the homework. By the end of the day, I'd be a dropout, running away from my own family, if you could call them that. I spent the night refining my plan, working through the smaller details. I'd head to school in a noticeable outfit, changing before I left during the night. I'd keep my face from any cameras and catch a bus to the next airport. I had been smart enough to remove most of my money from my debit card, keeping it tightly locked in a box under my new bed. I'd leave both cell phones behind and catch a flight as far away as possible. All I had to do was get through my last day of school. The morning rolled around much too fast. I should have been worried about Grace, worried about the twins. I couldn't explain why, but I wasn't. The prospect that this was my last day with any of them really put things into perspective. I slipped on the only other dress I owned, something I had only worn in public once or twice. It was simply too flashy for my taste. A heart-shaped neckline highlighted my full chest, the dress ending in waves against my thighs. The dress was a light shade of blue with short sleeves. I had always loved this dress, but hated the attention it brought. It made my light blue eyes stand out bold against my brown one. I I slipped on my usual white sneakers and flung my book bag over my shoulder. I had waited until last minute to leave my room, somehow finding my way downstairs with ease. I slipped into the kitchen. Thankful Lucy was nowhere in sight. I rifled through one of the many cabinets, wrapping my hand around a plain bagel. I stuffed a piece into my mouth and bounded out the door. The drive to school was peaceful, and I had forgotten what today truly meant to me. If I pretended hard enough, today was like any other day. I was heading to school with Tori. Another day of trying to figure out the confusing twins. Thalia's voice ripped me from that fantasy, reminding me of my insane plan. My mom wants to know when you'll be coming over again. Tori chuckled, tucking a fire-colored lock behind her ear. She's been hounding me about you nonstop. My heart nearly stopped, guilt flooding through my veins. What kind of friend was I? With a shake of my head, I set myself straight. I couldn't think that way. I couldn't force myself to stay to save the feelings of one person. I had dealt with the abuse for long enough. I deserved a way out. I owed that to myself. Sometimes I nodded absent-mindedly. Just gotta get situated with Garrett and all of that. You know you can talk to me, right? She smiled softly, the sight sending another sharp pain into me. I can't even imagine what that's like for you, but I can try. I know. I forced a smile in return. I just need some time. It's all confusing, and I'm not really sure what I want. He's trying to act like my dad, but he's not. He never has been. Tori did what she said she would. She tried to understand. She didn't tell me to give him a chance, to forget the past. She simply told me to do what felt right. I hoped she would forgive me one day, not that I would be around to witness it. Chapter 32. We pulled into the school, and the first 2 classes of the day went as planned. None of the other students seemed to notice I was gone. My 3rd class was another story entirely. I had almost forgotten I sat with both the twins in this class. The moment I walked through the door, both of their eyes were on me. Their gazes burned into my skin. The guilt bubbling within me nearly made me nauseous. I walked slowly, my eyes guarded as I looked into their own. It seems the 2 of them had seen better days. Their eyes looked darker, almost black. Deep rings lined their eyes, making it look as though they needed a good night's sleep. Cade was as gorgeous as ever. His hair tousled on the top and short on the sides. His long-sleeve shirt clung to every dip and arch of his body. Alec looked stunning with his longer and tousled hair. His typical leather jacket was in place. They were sitting next to each other for a change, giving me a chance to spend the class without being touched. I needed to resist the pull I felt towards them, but now it felt stronger than ever. Something had definitely changed. The urge to be near them was not purely mental torture. It was now physical. My body ached, shivering at the longing I felt. I wasn't sure how I'd get past this class, but I was determined to try. Well, hello, doll. Alec's dark eyebrow lifted, his obsidian-colored eyes roaming the dress I had chosen. My cheeks flared under their attention, but I chose to ignore his comment. "We heard you had quite the week." Cade spoke smoothly, his eyes running over my face. "Yes, I did." I nodded, keeping the conversation as bland as possible. "You moved in with Garrett." Alec quipped, and my heart fluttered. It made my insides warm when Alec called him Garrett. Everyone else had almost slipped up and called him my dad. "They know how you feel," Thalia murmured. "If you'd open up to them, you could feel their emotions too. People don't feel each other's emotions." I rolled my eyes. If they did, Melissa and Frank would have never treated me how they did. Thalia sighed and retreated to the back of my mind, clearly tired of arguing with me. It's not like I had a choice. I frowned, my eyebrows furrowing together in a grimace. That must be quite the adjustment. Cade frowned, looking troubled. "How are you holding up, doll?" Alec's frown matched his brother's, and I felt myself stiffen in my seat. "I'm acclimating," I nodded. They both sounded so sincere, so conflicted with what I was going through. Something shuddered within me, something that linked me to these two brothers. I nearly gave into that feeling, but I reminded myself why I couldn't. I couldn't see myself building a life here, one where Melissa and Frank were close by. I bottled my feelings, shoving them deep down. I could deal with them once I was out of this state altogether. I struggled to get through the class, struggled to keep my eyes from flickering to the twins. They made little comments, asked me little questions. I answered the best I could, keeping a tight hold on my emotions. The class ticked by slowly, their eyes leaving tracks along my body. I was out of my seat before the bell rang, scrambling to get to my next class. I was thankful Tori was in this class, keeping me safe from Grace. Alec approached the front of my desk the moment I sat down. A frown still played on his face. "You can talk to us, doll," Alec frowned, his dark eyes glinting sadly. "In case you ever need someone to talk to." I mumbled my thanks, ignoring the heated glare from Grace. I wouldn't let her glares hurt me any longer. I was safe here in school, surrounded by people. As long as I remained with other students, Grace couldn't hurt me. My fourth class passed, and I squirmed in my seat every time Alec glanced my way. Tori and I talked about nothing and everything. She didn't push me to talk about what was going on in my life, letting the topic of conversation change freely. I managed to get to gym early, heading into the locker room before everyone else. I changed quickly, my eyes peeled to each student that flocked into the locker room. I was just about to exit the locker room and head into the gym when a familiar face approached me. My stomach twisted in fear, but Thalia somehow stifled the emotion. A strange surge of strength washed through me. The strength wasn't physical, but mental. Just enough to get me through this without turning into a quivering mess. "Aurora, I need to talk to you." Autumn spoke in a hushed tone, the words spewing from her mouth quickly. "You need to talk," I scoffed, storming past her before another word could leave her lips. Her soft hand wrapped around my wrist. Her grip wasn't tight, more pleading than anything. "Please, Aurora, she began, but I whipped around to face her. You what? I snapped, letting Thalia egg me on, her anger mixed with my own, heightening my emotions to newfound levels. You didn't mean to lure me into a party. You didn't mean to let Grace beat me. You didn't mean to almost let me get raped. Autumn's mouth flopped open, and she fought for the words to say. I was drunk on my anger, ignoring the startled gazes from some of the other girls. It's so good to know you didn't mean any of it. I snickered, ripping my wrist from her hand. That completely excuses everything you did. Before she could say anything else, I stormed from the locker room. My blood was boiling the entire class, making my vision fill with a red tint. I couldn't get the disgusting metallic taste out of my mouth, only adding to my anger. We were playing volleyball yet again, only this time I didn't struggle. I wasn't hiding from the ball, waiting for the moment it hit my skin. I was seeking the ball out, smashing it over the net with ease. My movements weren't hesitant. My body knew what it was doing. Thalia was quite competitive, screaming expletives in my head the entire game. We had won, and I had successfully ignored the gazes of Alec and Cade all day. Autumn didn't try and approach me again. It seemed she finally learned to think for herself. Grace was in class, as angry as ever. Her murderous glare was on me the entire time, but somehow I ignored it. I knew I was safe with all these students around. I knew, without a doubt, if we were alone, she would most definitely end my life. The flicker of madness in her eyes attested to that. At the sound of the bell, we filtered back into the locker room. I slipped on my clothes and headed through the doors, walking down the hall to meet Tori at her locker. For just that split second, I had let my guard down. I was surrounded by students, unworried about who might approach me. A strong grip wrapped around my wrist, pulling me into an empty classroom. This situation was entirely too familiar as I stared into the eyes of Alec and Cade. Alec released my wrist, taking a step back before he closed the classroom door. A few students looked at us warily, their eyes flickering at the closed door. I wondered if any of them would grab a teacher. A small part of me hoped they wouldn't. Doll, you've been avoiding us. Alec tusked, stalking forward. I'm not avoiding anything. I shook my head, trying my best to make my voice sound convincing. My voice cracked at the end, proving the fallacy of my words. Sure you aren't, sweetheart. Cade shook his head, his eyes flickering to his brother before he too began approaching me. We know what you're feeling, doll. Alex smirked, something dangerous glinting in his eyes. Stop fighting them, Thalia urged, but I couldn't focus on her at the moment. Stop fighting us, Cade murmured, his large hands grasping my hips lightly. The contact sent a lightning shock through my skin, searing my insides wonderfully. I hadn't realized how badly my body craved the contact, as if it had been going through withdrawal this entire time. We can't. The words were on the tip of my tongue, ready to flow from my lips. The words refused to be spoken, refused to drift out into the air. Cade's grip on my waist tightened as he pulled me towards him. He stepped back until he was able to sit comfortably in one of the many chairs scattered about. My body didn't hesitate, even as he pulled me onto his lap. My legs were open, straddling his lower body. I could feel my short dress ride up, but the only thing on my mind was Cade's touch. His hands gripped my waist tightly, as if he were afraid I'd slip away. My core was pressed against the lengthening member in between his legs. The sensation sent shocks down my thighs, pleasuring yet relaxing. Alec came up behind me, pulling up his own seat as he stroked my long hair, brushing it to the side. His fingers trailed the length of my neck. A breathless sigh left my lips under his touch. The sparks acted like a sedative. My body had spent so long craving their touch that I couldn't force myself away. All of the inner screaming, all of the turmoil couldn't save me now. I had deprived myself for too long. Thalia wanted the twins, wanted me to give into their touches. Let this be our goodbye, I murmured in my mind, letting my face drift closer to Cade's. Chapter 33. My lips hit Cade's with a hunger I didn't know I had. For just a second, the tight control I kept on myself slipped. I could truly see how much my body had been craving their touch. They were right, I belonged to them, but I didn't know if that was enough. I needed normalcy, a normal life with normal people. Not a delusional dad, a murderous ex, abusive parents, and a backstabbing girl who pretended to be my friend. The only bright spots in this were Tori, Cade, and Alec. But would they be enough? When Cade's tongue ran across my lips, I didn't fight. My tongue ran against his own, savoring the taste of him and committing it to memory. Alec's lips ran the length of my neck, leaving his marks on my skin. The hard spot in Cade's pants pressed against me. My panties are only barrier. He ground himself into me with a low growl, hitting against my covered clit. A moan slipped from my parted lips, never once leaving Cade's. Cade's large hands gripped my waist tightly, rubbing himself against core. His grip on my waist was tight, almost painful, but it added to the delicious sensations I was feeling. Alec's hands traveled under my dress, grazing the soft skin just beneath my bra. It was far too easy to give into their touches. The two of them kept their attention on me, their hands grazing over every inch of skin they could manage. Cade rocked my hips against his, grinding himself against my core at an agonizing pace. I had never thought a simple action would send the pressure in my pussy building. I had seen people rub against each other while dancing, but I had never thought of this. Cade and Alec were both experienced, taking their time exploring my body. Cade gripped my waist tighter, making me pick up pace. Alec's hand lifted my bra, his fingers trailing lightly over my nipples. Alec's hand cupped my breast, molding it gently as he growled into my neck. So perfect. I wasn't sure if I heard him correctly, my attention on the building pressure in my pussy. The strange sparks assaulted my body, but only added to the pleasure. Cade's lips were tangled with my own as he rubbed himself against me. My dress had fully risen now, showing my thighs and my purple underwear. "That's it, sweetheart," Alec murmured against my neck. Come for us. I felt myself become undone as Alex squeezed my nipple in his fingers. Cade let my lips go as my head fell back, the pleasure rolling in waves. His hands still gripped my waist, prolonging the bliss. Giving in to their touch didn't ease the embarrassment I felt when it was over, or the blush that formed on my face. I wasn't embarrassed about what we had done, but how I had wanted them to do more. I was far too willing to go all the way, giving up the last piece of me I had. Each of them gave me a lingering kiss, one sweeter than I had ever anticipated. Their lips were soft against my own, moving slowly and with purpose. I had to physically tear myself from their side to leave the room. I was sure Tori would already suspect what happened, but she was also out there waiting for me. I walked quickly down the hallway, heading towards her locker. The halls were practically empty now, only a student or two lingering. I frowned when I turned the corner and spotted Tori's locker. She was nowhere in sight, a knot formed in my stomach. The closer I got to Tori's locker, the bigger the knot in my stomach grew. Just when I was 5 feet away, a hand clamped over my mouth. They were dragging me into an empty classroom. Their body felt small, and yet they were freakishly strong. My back met the wall, banging against a rack of whiteboard markers. Grace glared at me menacingly, the girl's losing it. Thalia shook her head. She's got crazy in her eyes. That's not helpful. I shook my head. Know how to fight. I thought I was just some voice in your head. Thalia rolled her eyes. You are. But you talk constantly, I pointed out. So talk now and help me. Didn't we already have a conversation? Grace narrowed her light eyes. They scanned my bare neck, igniting in anger as she noticed the deep purple marks from Alex's lips. And yet, I see you fucking around with them in one of the classrooms. My mouth opened a bit, apparently unable to form words. Embarrassment washed through me. Had she seen everything that happened? What was I going to say? I couldn't deny it. Grace seemed a lot more unhinged than normal. She glared daggers at me while murmuring to herself. Cade wouldn't even touch me after I slept with Dean. I don't see how he can stand to be near you after Carson had you. She mumbled, keeping me locked against the blackboard. Some part of me hoped Tori would show up after realizing I hadn't met her after school. I wondered how long it would take until she did come, if she did. You're not ready for me to come out yet, Thalia grunted, but I'll help you with what I can. I resisted the urge to make a comment, appreciating the support right now, even if it did come from a voice in my head. And yet, the two of them seem obsessed with you. Grace grimaced, overprotective and definitely overbearing. Something seemed to click in Grace's head. I could practically hear it as the link formed in her head. Of all people, Grace scoffed. It had to be you, and both of them. How could someone like you get a break like that? I have no idea what you're talking about, I snapped, not feeling as scared as I did last time. You really don't, do you? Grace snickered, but didn't stalk forward. It doesn't matter. I shook my head. I'm leaving. You can have them. Thalia growled in my mind. Telling Grace could have ruined my plans, but I doubted that. She's been wanting me to leave this entire time, Leaving, Grace grinned, and for just a split second, she was looking at me like her best friend. She looked like a good person when she smiled. You could never tell what was hidden underneath it all. When, tonight, I nodded, fear churning in my gut. You've been planning this for some time, haven't you? Grace giggled. You should have just said so, silly. I would have never had to sick Carson on you. Bile churned in my gut, making me feel nauseous. Grace had completely changed from her murderous self. She acted as though it had never happened, talking about what she did as though it were some game. It wasn't on my mind at the time. I choked out. How could I think about anything when I was being sexually assaulted? It happens. Grace waved it away, as though it happened every day. This is great. You can't tell anyone. I shook my head. My Garrett would try and stop me. I'd never do that. Grace shook her head. That crazy glint was gone from her eyes. Need some money. She's insane. Thalia shook her head. Now do you see why I want to leave? I frowned. No. Thalia shook her head. Unless you want to take Alec and Cade with you. Not happening, I promised. There wasn't a chance in hell I planned on taking money from Grace. The thought of taking money from her put a sour taste in my mouth. I wanted no part of her when I left. No. I shook my head. I've been saving for a while. Good, good. Grace grinned. Go somewhere far. Grace took a few steps closer, her face inches from my own. Oh, and Aurora. Grace's voice was like honey and silk, hiding the wasps beneath. Don't come back ever. I will take my anger out on Tori, and then I will move on to you. And I always keep my word. Threatening me was one thing, but threatening Tori was uncalled for. Tori hadn't posed any sort of threat to Grace. She was simply using her to get back at me. I knew Tori could handle herself. But what if Grace had backup, like she did with me? Could Tori fight against 3 people? I didn't think she could. Alec and Cade were just wealthy teenagers, but they couldn't stop Grace. It seemed she was just as wealthy as they were. I won't. I promised, my stomach sinking at my own words. Chapter 34, Grace had let me leave the classroom without any hassle. Her murderous and slightly unhinged demeanor faded as soon as I told her the truth. She even had the audacity to chat with me, asking about my plans once I had left. What frightened me more than her bold threat against Tori was the way she changed with the flip of a switch. I gave rushed, one-worded answer in a hurry to leave the classroom. I had just enough time to mask the fear and disgust on my face before Tori found me in the halls. She had already grabbed what she needed from her locker, wandering around in search of me, her face contorted in confusion as she saw the heat fill my cheeks. Understanding flashed in her eyes as they traveled down my neck. Without a doubt, she was thinking of Alec and Cade. I sat quietly as Tori drove the 2 of us to the restaurant. We both ran in, grabbing our checks from the manager on duty. I'm still waiting for that explanation, you know. Tori's orange eyebrow lifted as she shot me a stern look. My stomach flipped, and a chill spread over my skin. I had promised Tori explanations for a lot of things. Explanations I couldn't give. I had planned to leave a note for her when I left, one explaining what Grace had done to me. Grace's threat against Tori made me question whether that was the right decision or not. While Tori could handle herself, Grace was incapable of thinking clearly. It was just another thing I would need to think on. While I wanted nothing to happen to Tori, it was eating me alive that Grace would get away with this. She had successfully chased me out of town. Not that I hadn't been planning it regardless. I couldn't see what telling Tori would hurt. I would explain everything to her, giving her ample warning what Grace was capable of. I could only hope she kept the information to herself, keeping her safe from Grace. "I'll give it to you." I coughed uncomfortably. "I'll call you tonight." I wasn't sure if I'd be able to tell Tori what happened over the phone. My voice cracked and weakened any time I tried to speak about it. Bile would rise in my throat when I thought about my swollen and busted face. "I'm holding you to that." Tori's lips were pressed together tightly. "I'll call you around 8. Mom's having a dinner party with our neighbors." "That sounds fun." I forced a lopsided grin to my face, ignoring the pinpricks of guilt that settled under my skin. "You're more than welcome to join." Tori chuckled, giving me a playful eye roll. "It'll be more eventful than what you're doing tonight. You're right about that." I laughed hollowly. "You're going to hurt people when you leave, Aurora," Thalia murmured in my mind. "Tori's one of those people. People have done nothing but hurt me." I grimaced. "I deserve more than this, than living in fear with people I hardly know. You'll come back to them, Aurora," Thalia murmured, her voice growing silent. "I know you will." I knew exactly who them were. Alec and Cade's faces flashed into mind. The feel of them still lingered on my skin. Tori and I stopped by one of the banks in town. The two of us cashed our checks. I placed my wad of money deep in my book bag, eager to add it to what I had saved up. Taking money from Grace had been an offer I hadn't anticipated, but had no qualms refusing. Taking any form of help from Grace filled me with a sick sense of disgust. Tori dropped me off at Garrett's house before heading to her own. She shot me one last stern glance, concern flickering in her eyes. I mustered up my strength and gave her a bright smile. Tori hadn't asked about our shift at work tomorrow, and I hadn't mentioned whether I'd be there. Come tomorrow, everyone important would know the news. Garrett was there the minute I stepped into the house. His crisp suit irritated me, as did his dark, slicked-back hair. His aura of poise and superiority grated away at my nerves. If only everyone knew the insanity that was hidden beneath his glamorized facade. "I would like for you to attend dinner with us." Garrett cleared his throat, his mismatched eyes staring down at me. For a moment, I wondered if people thought the same thing when looking into my eyes. My eyes were an exact replica of Garrett's. One eye was a light blue, lighter than the sea or sky. The other eye was a rich brown, hints of honey and gold thrown into the mix. The sight was hypnotizing, both eyes bright and unique in their own way. Dinner. I wasn't asking a question, yet the word fell from my lips regardless. The last thing I wanted to do was eat dinner with his family. His wife and daughter clearly hated me. As if reading the contempt in my eyes, Garrett shifted to the other foot. They will learn to accept you, Aurora, but you must make an effort. I need to make an effort, I scoffed. I hadn't tried due to the clear distaste his wife and daughter had for me. How could I make an effort when the two of them refused? I understand they can be difficult, but this is as new to them as it is to you. Garrett frowned, compassion filling his eyes as he spoke of his wife. After dinner, there is something I would like to show you, I frowned, hoping it wouldn't be another fairy tale. Garrett clearly noticed the reluctance on my face, but chose not to comment. I had no choice but to indulge him. Come the end of the night, I would be gone. Garrett told me to come down to the dining room in an hour, and that dinner would be ready soon after. I thundered up to the bedroom, wasting no time as I closed the door behind me. I grabbed a medium-sized duffel bag from the closet and began packing some clothes. I rolled my clothes up tightly, saving as much room as possible. Apart from clothes, a picture or two, and all my money, there was nothing left to pack. I wanted to bring toiletries, but decided they would take up too much room. I stuffed a couple granola bars and water bottles into the bag. It had been a last-minute decision to raid part of the large kitchen to find some snacks to bring. I wasn't sure when I'd be eating next. I had thought of nearly everything when it came to my escape. I would change into something I hardly wore, making it harder to be identified on cameras. I'd keep my hat and hood pulled up, blocking what parts of my face I could manage. The phone Tori had gotten me would have to be left behind, but I could manage without a phone. I emptied out my bank account, planning to use cash for everything I needed. I didn't bother changing for dinner. If anyone reported me missing, they would remember the dress I had worn today. I walked down the stairs quickly, wanting to get this entire afternoon done with. Garrett had already taken his place at the table, Veronica by his side. Katie sat beside her mom, a permanent sneer on her slender face. All eyes were on me as I walked into the dining room. My face heated under the stairs. I couldn't help but feel I had interrupted something. Garrett's face held anger as he looked at his wife. It was clear they were having a heated conversation about something. I could only guess what that something was. Me. I'm glad you joined us, Aurora. Garrett smiled. While the emotion looked genuine, I couldn't get past the irritated stares coming from Katie and Veronica. I felt like I was interrupting their family dinner, barging in on something I had no business with. Garrett controlled the conversation, including me at every chance. He asked about my childhood, classes, and interests. I gave answers where I needed, never once looking into Katie or Veronica's sharpened eyes. Garrett seemed genuinely interested in my past, something I wasn't keen on sharing. His eyes filled with guilt as I talked about my grandma, the woman who had raised me. He could hear the love and gratitude dripping from my voice as I talked about her, along with the contempt I held as I talked about Melissa. I finished my dinner in a rush, ready to retreat upstairs. My stomach dropped when Garrett and stood from the table and motioned for me to follow. Lucy shot me a wide smile as she began gathering the empty plates. I had forgotten Garrett wanted to show me something, only wasting what little time I had. I followed Garrett silently as he led me out the back door. The garden in their backyard was beautiful, overflowing with brightly colored flowers. As we stepped into the yard, I could smell their sweet aromas. Katie did all of this. Garrett smiled proudly at the flowers. His entire demeanor seemed to change when he spoke of his family. The thought sent a small wave of pain washing over me when I pushed to the side and ignored. Really? I scoffed in disbelief. I couldn't imagine prim and proper Katie getting on her knees to garden. The image didn't sit right in my mind. Wouldn't she be afraid of chipping a nail? Garrett did something unexpected, he laughed. His entire face lit up as his chest rumbled. She really doesn't look like the type, does she? Garrett chuckled, one of his hands smoothing the material of his suit. Not at all. I shook my head, unsure what to make of this entire situation. Why are we out here? It can't be to talk about gardening. Garrett's smile fell, a serious expression on his face. I regretted the words as soon as they came from my lips. It isn't. Garrett shook his head. I understand I may have chosen the wrong moment to explain your heritage. Instead of telling you, I should have shown you. The thought of entertaining this had anger bubbling in my veins. Garrett could see the reluctant frustration forming on my face and jumped into action. Before I could turn my back on him, a sharp, snapping sound rang out through the backyard. My eyes were wide, my mouth gaping as I stared at Garrett. It sounded as though he snapped his own spine in half. His eyes were wide as he looked on at me. A splotch of hair began forming on his neck. Watching, Aurora Thalia murmured, urging me to keep my eyes on Garrett. I wasn't sure I could pull them away if I tried. The entire process was quick, but my body had long ago gone into shock. I could only stand and stare as Garrett turned into a large silver wolf. The wolf was bigger than any wolf I had ever seen, easily the size of a full-grown bear. The animal's eyes were just like Garrett's, just like my own. One a bright and startling blue, the other a deep golden brown anger, frustration, disbelief, horror, and fear were bouncing through me like an aggressive mosh pit. My dinner sat heavily in my stomach, my blood turning cold at the sight. Garrett, the wolf, stalked forward slowly, sitting on its haunches when it was only a few feet away. I wasn't sure how long we stood like that for. It could have been hours for all I knew. My eyes were locked on him the entire time, those 6 conflicting emotions swirling within me. Something else began to form inside of me, acceptance. Some part of me, no matter how small, knew Garrett was telling the truth. It was as though I had been missing a piece of myself, and now I was finally whole. The thought should have filled me with joy, right? Wrong. I was terrified. Terrified of Garrett. Terrified of myself. The truth rattled in my head, and understanding formed in my mind. I refused to address those thoughts, knowing what they meant. Thalia wasn't just a voice inside my head. She had been there all along. There was something else that bubbled in my mind, something I had tried to forget. I had met 2 wolves before, both eerily similar to Garrett. 2 wolves, identical in color and size. Chapter 35. As much as I wanted to deny the truth, it was sitting right in front of me. I couldn't help but do a mental check over my own body. I didn't feel different. Apart from Thalia's intrusive voice, I felt nearly the same as I always had. It would explain why my face had healed so quickly. You would think I'd be excited, but I wasn't. Turning into one of these creatures was the last thing I wanted. Needed normalcy. Sure, some small part of my mind wondered if I could use this against Grace. As much as I wanted to feel guilty over that, I couldn't. I was yanked from my thoughts by the ringing of a cell phone. The cell phone in my hand was buzzing. A picture of Tori lighting up the screen. "I'll call you back in 10. I answered, ending the phone call without another word. My eyes were still locked on the giant wolf, on Garrett. Garrett walked over to a cluster of trees nestled in their backyard. I watched on in silence as Garrett returned to his human form. A pair of sweatpants hung on the lower portion of his body. His suit had been torn to shreds during his transformation. "I don't want this." Those were the first words that left my lips, followed by, "You don't even know if I can turn into a wolf. I've never turned into one before." Instead of Garrett's face contorting in anger, like I suspected, his eyes held sympathy. "I don't need to watch you shift to know what you are, Aurora," Garrett murmured, leading the 2 of us back inside. My body was on autopilot. Half of me wanted to run, to get away from Garrett and his strange family as soon as possible. The other side of me was smart, knowing if I ran now, he would only catch me. "I can feel your wolf," Garrett sighed. "She's inside of you. She will help you shift when it's time." "I tried to tell you, Aurora," Thalia frowned. "We can't shift yet, but when we do, we're going to need Alec and Cade." "What's so important about Alec and Cade?" I grimaced, my heart thundering at the mention of their names. "They're our mates, Aurora." Thalia rushed the words out in an exasperated huff. "What is a mate?" I spoke before thinking, gaining Garrett's full attention. "What makes you ask?" Garrett's lips pressed together tightly, his eyes intense as he looked at me. My wolf mentioned the term. I shifted uncomfortably. The truth coupled with Garrett's interrogating stare made me want to flee. They're like soulmates. Garrett spoke slowly, his own eyes glazing over as he thought of his wife. "And, Veronica, is she your mate?" I paused, discomfort and fear swirling in my gut. "She is." Garrett nodded, clearly reading the discomfort in my eyes. Garrett had a child with another woman, one who wasn't his mate. Thalia recoiled at the thought, showing her clear disgust. "I see." My voice sounded weak, my head churning with the overwhelming amount of information I was being forced to process. "That changes nothing, Aurora." Garrett grimaced. "You are my firstborn, which means my pack will someday belong to you." I wanted to scream, to shout at Garrett, until I turned blue in the face. I didn't want a pack, a wolf, or anything else that came. I wanted a normal life with people who wouldn't hurt me, threaten me, or leave me in a perpetual state of fear and anxiety. Some people spend their entire lives waiting for something like this to happen. Some kind of strange, magical calling that takes them out of their boring world. I wasn't one of those people. I wanted a normal life and all that it entailed. I paused. What would denying everything do? Garrett would continue to push, forcing me to accept some planned out future he had. I need some time. I gulped, my eyes darting to the staircase. I understand, Aurora. Garrett frowned, his eyes softening in the slightest. I was raised knowing what we are. You weren't. I'll give you the time you need, but please think on what I've said. I will. I nodded, telling the lie effortlessly. I retreated to my bedroom on shaky legs, fumbling to close the door behind me. I slipped out of the clothes I had worn to school. I threw on a long-sleeve shirt, followed by my heaviest jacket and a dark pair of jeans. Melissa and Frank wouldn't be able to identify me by the clothes I wore. Melissa never paid enough attention, and Frank was always too wasted to notice. I swung my backpack over my shoulder and placed the phone to my ear. It rang a total of 2 times before Tori picked up the other end. What happened? Tori frowned. You sounded kind of flustered. Nothing important. I shook my head. Garrett wanted to talk to me. Oh, I see. Tori frowned, understanding clear in her voice. She knew how I felt about Garrett. It was one of the only things I could openly tell her. Yeah, I cleared my throat. My heart was hammering in my chest. Anxiety racked my entire body. I was becoming antsy, wanting to leave as soon as I could. I'd have to wait another hour until I was sure Garrett had left the lower part of the house. I hoped he didn't have some kind of super hearing, but it was too late to change my plan. Now about that explanation. Tori paused, clearly dealing with her own unease. What the hell happened to your face? For a moment, I wasn't sure what to say. Did I really want to do this? I couldn't see how it would hurt, as I'd be gone before morning. Whatever happened to Grace after I left wasn't my fault. But didn't Tori deserve warning against Grace's threat? Grace happened. I cleared my throat, fighting back the tears of frustration that formed behind my eyes. She didn't like that I was talking to Alec and Cade, so she had Autumn and her other friend help. Oh my God, Aurora. Tori's voice was a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, disbelief, shock, sympathy, and hate. I knew someone hurt you. I never thought Grace would go that far. I need to tell Tori, do me a favor. I clamped my eyes shut, pinching the bridge of my nose. I knew she would react this way. All I had to do was delay her for just a few hours. She could tell whoever she wanted in the morning what. I could hear the frown on Tori's face. You better not ask me to keep this a secret. She seriously hurt you, Aurora. She can't just get away with it. I know. I choked out, wishing I could tell her the rest. I wouldn't be able to fight back the tears if I told her more. They would overtake me, turning me into a pile of mush. Just wait until morning to tell anyone for me, please. Tori let out a long sigh, and I could almost see the look of frustration on her face. else to say. There is something else, she threatened you. Said she would come after you if I told anyone. She threatened me. Tori scoffed, her voice filling with heat. I just wanted to give you a heads up, I frowned. Just be careful around her. I think she's kind of losing it. Whatever it is, Grace lost it a long time ago. Tori chuckled dryly. Don't worry, Aurora. Grace won't get her claws on me. After ending the phone call with Tori, I was left with an hour to mull everything over. It was an hour I didn't want to wait, but had no other choice. It gave me time to think about everything. I didn't want to think over what Garrett had said. I wanted to shove it all deep down and never let it see the light of day. What Thalia had said about mates struck a chord within me. Alec and Cade were our mates. Typically, wolves only have one mate. Thalia's voice was soft. We have two. I never wanted one to begin with. I fought against the stabbing pain in my chest. An hour passed, and I stood at my bedroom door in silence. My hand was only inches away from the handle. Once I opened this door, I wouldn't turn back. I changed my own life, finally live it the way I chose. My bedroom door swung open, and I stepped into the hallway. My heart dropped to the floor as I met Katie's light eyes. Her eyes narrowed, eyeing me suspiciously. Whatever she was going to say caught in her throat. Her eyes widened as she took in the bag over my shoulder, and the clothes I was wearing, her eyes flickered down the hall and back to me. He's in his office. Katie murmured, You have 15 minutes before my mom goes back downstairs. Without saying anything more, Katie retreated into her bedroom. I stood there gaping at her bedroom door, replaying the words she had said to me. She was helping me. Of course, it was for her own selfish reasons, but I appreciated it nonetheless. Her tone had been soft, kind even. I wanted to laugh dryly at the number of people who wanted me gone. It seemed like the number continued to grow. I crept downstairs and out of the house easily. I planned on calling a cab with my old flip phone, the one Melissa had gotten me. I planned on walking to the little corner store, the one I had visited when we first moved here. I would call a cab to pick me up at the store, taking me to the nearest bus stop. Fear does things to a person's mind. It dulls all thoughts of reason, dulls anything good and supportive. Fear consumes and burns until there's nothing left. Fear had formed in me the night Grace attacked, and had been boiling and festering ever since. Fear put you in a constant state of fight or flight, pushing everything else to the back of your mind. I wasn't thinking of Tori, Alec, Cade, or anyone else. I was thinking of myself, of running from the fear that scorched my insides, even as I stepped out of the cab and walked through the doors to the bus terminal. I was only thinking of myself. Chapter 36. Thalia had been silent up until we reached the bus terminal. I found myself staring at the brightly lit board, times and dates flashing through my mind. I walked over to the clerk. I pulled a couple bills from my bag. I couldn't help my wandering gaze, my eyes flickering towards the multitude of cameras in the bus terminal. It was a silly thought, one driven by paranoia and fear. What if they managed to find me? Melissa and Frank were useless and would spare no effort searching for me. It was Garrett I worried about. From the look of his crisp suit and his large house, it was obvious he was wealthy. Would Garrett put forth the effort and money into finding me? I wasn't sure. I had to pay extra for the soonest bus to Atlanta, GA. It would take 3 hours to get to Atlanta. Thankfully, there were no stops involved. Anxiety and paranoia clung to me along with the crisp nighttime air. My foot tapped relentlessly. My eyes locked on the clock ticking away in the terminal. I had discarded my old flip phone at the corner store before stepping into the cab. Another precaution I decided to take. Thalia had been quiet the entire time, only speaking up as the bus pulled into the terminal. "Don't do this," Aurora Thalia pleaded, her voice as stressed and nervous as my own. "I know why you want to leave, I understand. I'm telling you it's the wrong choice. I want to find that out for myself," I grimaced. I never had a choice, not with anything. "If this is a mistake, I'll find out on my own. I won't help you do this, Aurora." Thalia's voice sounded tired and sad, almost making me regret my decision. "You'll be on your own. I've always been on my own," I murmured, walking over to the coach bus. The smell of cleaner and air freshener filled my nose. It's time I make my own decisions. Thalia went silent, and I couldn't help but feel as though I had lost a part of myself. The silence was deafening. It was then I realized how much I had gotten used to her voice, even in the short days I had known her. "You're doing the right thing," I murmured to myself, stepping onto the near empty bus. "I'll learn from my mistakes like anyone else." At least I finally had the freedom to choose. My stomach was doing flips as I walked down the narrow aisles of the bus. Only a few people lingered, clearly impatient for departure. I sat down in one of the empty seats, placing my duffel bag at my feet. My fingers twitched impatiently, the hairs on my arms raising. Fear and anxiety had become my closest companions this past week. They followed me around, their silky voices hissing in my ears. I could feel the handle of the seat crunch beneath my death grip. I only released my grip as the bus pulled out of the terminal and headed towards the highway. I purposefully averted my eyes, ignoring the large crack I had caused on the handle. 3 hours. 3 hours of nothing but silence. Dull music played through the speakers of the bus. My cheek pressed against the cool window of the bus, a poor attempt at stilling my nerves. Just as my eyes began to close and sleep began to take me, a noise close by startled me. Walking down the narrow aisle was a young-looking guy, one whose dark eyes were locked on my own. His hands brushed against the scratchy material of each seat until he reached the one I currently occupied. A slew of thoughts ran through my mind, all driven by paranoia. Did Garrett send this guy? Did he know I had left? Did Katie tell what she saw? Of course not, I thought to myself dryly. It hasn't even been an hour. They probably think I'm asleep. The guy stopped once he reached my seat, his dark eyes looking down on me. The guy was good looking in a rugged sort of way, His hair was a light shade of brown, wavy, and just barely grazing his broad shoulders. Normally, a guy like this would send a rush of butterflies swarming through me, but I felt nothing. Only two faces popped into mind. Identical features, full lips, long lashes, sharp jawlines. This guy had nothing on Alec and Cade. With great force, I willed the two of them from my mind and ignored the sharp pain that ran through my chest. Thinking of them would only cause me unneeded pain. Mind if I sit here? The guy grinned softly, showing just a hint of his blinding smile. Sure, I mumbled, unsure if he was able to hear me. The guy sat in the seat beside me, cramming his book bag between his legs. Whatever kind of cologne he was wearing swirled around me, filling my nose. It was a pleasant smell, woodsy with a hint of something sweet. Another sharp pain rattled me, reminding me I had smelled better. I've been on this bus for 4 hours now. The guy chuckled, giving a tired shake of his head. I watched from the corner of my eye as his wavy hair shook and tickled against his shoulders. You seem like you could use some company. Where are you coming from? I found myself asking, purely to get my mind off of everything else. My voice was stronger than I expected it to be. While I felt weak inside, my voice conveyed not an ounce of fear or worry. Florida. The guy chuckled. It was then I noticed his tanned skin, gold and kissed by the sun. It's been a long ride. Hell, I still got more to go. Where are you headed to? I'm not sure yet. I chuckled dryly. I'm still figuring that bit out. You look a little young to be riding the bus by yourself. The guy smirked, his chocolate eyes playful. I'm 19, if that makes you feel better. I shrugged, the lie leaving my lips effortlessly. Lying had become something I was good at. Liar, 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 the word rang out in my head, filling my stomach with guilt. I'm just messing with you, but I do feel a little better. The guy chuckled, flashing me a 1,000,000-watt smile. A smile like that would have sent blush rushing to my face. Instead, it had no effect. What brings you all the way from Florida? I found myself asking. Part of me felt guilty for talking to this guy. I could have cared less who he was or what brought him here. All I wanted was a distraction, something to keep me from drowning in my own anxiety. Visiting my mom. My dad's sick, and she needed my help. The guy shrugged, his lips twitching into a frown. I'm taking the year off from college anyway, so I don't mind lending a hand. I'm sorry about that. I nearly cringed at how insincere I sounded, my words coming out clipped and hard. Do you like Florida? Oh, I love it. The heat, the sun, the ocean. The storms are a downer, but you can't have everything. The guy shrugged, giving a chuckle. It seems he hadn't noticed my insincerity, or he hadn't cared to point it out. I've never been to the ocean before. I murmured thoughtfully, wondering if I could catch a flight somewhere near the ocean. Even living in California for most of my life, I had never stepped foot on a beach. When I lived with my grandma, we were too far from the ocean to make the long drive. I had never thought about it until now. Never been to the ocean? The guy scoffed, his hand over his heart. as though I had personally offended him. Have you lived in Georgia your entire life? There's beaches in Georgia. I used to live in California. Never had the chance to go to the beach. I chuckled dryly. Have you thought about heading back to California? The guy asked, his brown eyes pooling with curiosity and sincerity. I actually haven't, I shrugged. It's a long trip, and there's too many memories there. What I didn't mention was that if anyone looked for me, California would be the first place they would look. Melissa wouldn't hesitate to tell Garrett I used to live in California. California was too obvious. I wanted to live somewhere no one knew my name. California is a huge state, but it wasn't what I was looking for. I understand that. The guy nodded, and I believed him. His eyes held a shadow within them, one that felt oddly familiar. My name's Justin, by the way, Amber. I nodded. More lies. Liar, liar, liar. Another surge of guilt rushing through me. Tori's face popping into my mind. I couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for the overwhelming emotions to fade. When would my own guilt fade? When would the cruel voice in the back of my mind silence? Well, Amber, I hope you find what you're looking for. Justin smiled, one that held a similar pain. Some small part of me wondered what ghosts haunted him, what the cruel voice in his own mind might whisper. I do too, I murmured, forcing my mind to part from the past and think towards the future. Justin accompanied me all the way to Atlanta. Gah. I did most of the listening as Justin talked, telling me about his life. He was heading to North Virginia, to his mom's small ranch house. He had traveled to Florida for college, the waves calling his name. He had even participated in a couple surfing competitions, earning second place in one of them. I had learned much about Justin, yet refused to give much on myself. Justin had asked me what hobbies I might have, making me stumble and fall into uncomfortable silence. What hobbies did I have? School, homework, working, saving money. These things were not hobbies. They were not enjoyable. The realization was like a punch in my stomach. I had no hobbies, no passions. There was nothing I truly enjoyed doing. I never had the time or security to explore the things I cared for. Such a simple question caused such turmoil within me once we reached the terminal and hopped off the cramped bus. I asked Justin to call a cab for me. After wiping away the confusion on his face, he pulled a phone from his pocket. I had lied again, claiming my phone battery had died and my charger was left at home. Justin gave me a reassuring smile and a wave as I hopped into the cab. I returned his wave, but I couldn't force a smile to form on my face. Part of me wondered if I would ever smile again. Of course, I will. I scoffed to myself. The silence in the cab was deafening. I need to feel secure and safe first. Happiness will come later. I told myself that lie up until I arrived at the Atlanta GA Airport. Chapter 37. While the bus ride had been somewhat uncomfortable, Justin's presence was a welcomed distraction. Anything to keep my mind from what I was leaving behind soothed my frayed nerves. At this time of night, there were little options on flights. My options were New York, Texas, and Missouri. While New York was an intriguing option, my money would burn much faster there. The flight to Texas wasn't until the early hours of the morning. Waiting until the sun crested the forest line and hung above the clouds wasn't an option. The wait alone would unravel me, my nerves turning me into a mess of anxiety. Missouri, it was. I knew little about the state, but assumed the weather would be similar to Georgia. Humidity tempered with the brilliant sun. Warm, but not nearly as blazing as Texas or California. I had little issue getting a plane ticket, my duffel bag serving as a carry-on item. Every dollar I spent weighed on my mind. Instead of counting each individual purchase, I pushed the number from my thoughts. Thalia had been silent since our last conversation, buried deep in the depths of my wandering mind. I had a feeling we wouldn't talk for quite some time. My stomach had been a mess of knots and fear up until I boarded the plane. Once the plane left the ground, I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, saving money where I could. I declined the offer of first class and smushed myself as close to the window as possible. The plane wasn't crowded, but nearly every seat was full. An older woman sat beside me, her child on the far end. I leaned my head against the window, peering out into the darkness of the sky. I might have enjoyed this flight during the day. The thick clouds hanging in the sky, resembling large tufts of cotton. At night, it was hard to make out the shapes of the clouds. Only dim stars speckled the sky, a war between my self-control and eyelids ensued as they begun to close on their own accord. Exhaustion had been unknowingly creeping up on me since first hopping into the taxi. The adrenaline from sneaking out of the house had long wore off. With my duffel bag tucked on the floor against the wall of the plane, I succumbed to the creeping darkness. Perfume. That was the scent that filled my nose, followed by the light scent of laundry detergent. Floral notes mixed with the crisp scent of soap. Somehow, I found this comforting. Something soft pressed against my cheek, pressed lightly against my shoulder. "Sweetheart," the plane's landed. A soft voice called out, followed by another touch to my shoulder. All at once, the events of the last few hours battered my mind. I lurched away from the older woman, the one I had been using as a pillow. With sandy blonde hair tucked neatly in a bun, small lines formed around her eyes and lips. Her deep brown eyes watched me calmly, a motherly smile on her face. The child in the seat beside her was also stirring, wiping the sleep from his small eyes. "You seemed exhausted. I didn't have the heart to wake you." The blonde woman spoke, a slight southern accent to her words. Her accent was light, weaving between her words in a way that brought me a shred of comfort. "Thanks." I cleared my throat uncomfortably, blood undoubtedly rushing to my face. I had used this woman as a pillow for the last few hours, and she had allowed it graciously. I mustered up the courage to ask her for the time, stifling a yawn as she told me it was past 3 in the morning. I was grateful to stand from the plane, to exit into the warm Missouri air. Even at night, the breeze was thick with warmth. Even at 3 in the morning, taxis and other drivers lingered outside of the airport, most of them leaning against their cars, smoking or chatting. While in the airport, I heard 2 older women chatting about a town called Higgins. I hadn't heard much, apart from how lovely of a town it was, but I had already made my decision. I found it liberating and refreshing to choose where I wanted to live on a whim, as I had never held that kind of control before. Higgins was half an hour drive from the airport. The drive was filled with silence, and the dull static-filled pulsing of the taxi driver's radio. I had asked him to drop me off at the nearest motel, one located in the center of town. The neon blue light flickered warily, ivy and vines working their way up most of the building. A rusted blue railing spanned most of the building, serving as a balcony to the guests staying. The hotel office smelled of stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener. But this place was only a means to an end. All I needed was a few hours' sleep before I set off in search of a job, and hopefully somewhere to live. After paying a little under $100 for 3 nights, I sulked up to the second floor. The withered key the employee had given me rattled against my pants as I trudged up the cement stairs. The doors to each motel room were the same deep shade of blue as the railing. Some doors looked fresh, as though they had recently been painted over. The motel room smelled much like the hotel office, a fact I forced from my mind. While the bed smelled like someone's dust-filled attic, I curled up on it blissfully. Even with the withered springs poking my back, I felt safer than I had in a long time. For just a moment, my heart leaped in my chest. No more Frank with his drunken rants and wandering hands. No more Melissa with her manipulations and psychological torment. No more absent fathers, talk of my future, or psychopathic ex-girlfriends. For just a split second, before 2 irresistibly handsome faces popped into my mind, I was truly happy. I had slept well into the morning, waking up to a brick of lead weighing down my stomach. I was almost positive someone had noticed my absence already. The old alarm clock on the table read 1:23 p.m. I had slept well into the afternoon. There was always a chance no one had noticed my absence. It was Saturday, and I didn't have a shift at the restaurant until much later in the day. I wondered if I would see my face plastered on television, big bold letters saying missing. Would I become one of those horror stories they tell on television? The one where they talk of serial killers, missing women, and acts of violence, using the tiny bottles of shampoo and conditioner. I hopped into the rather filthy motel shower. After downing a bottle of water and 2 granola bars, I changed my clothes and left the motel room. The 2 women at the airport had been right about this town. It was rather beautiful. New, crisp buildings lined the street, some painted bright colors, plenty of small shops open, along with a bakery down at the corner. The smell of buttered rolls and frosting filled the air. The air was thick lush trees and bushes danced throughout the town, clustered on streets and behind buildings. The center of town had that antique feel, a multitude of colorful shops lining the streets. For once, hope filled my lungs and mixed with the lingering oxygen. Out of all these stores, one had to be willing to hire me. I wanted to use my real name as little as possible. Working under the table was a preference, not a necessity. I walked down the street, breathing in the thick and humid air. I had changed my pants and dark sweatshirt into something more appropriate for the weather. A pair of shorts sat on my hips, followed with a white colored blouse. My only pair of fairly worn sandals sat on my feet. 2 hours passed, and I had stopped in most of the shops, buying myself a coffee in the process. I had spent time speaking with someone in each shop, asking if they were looking for new employees. Many said no, while others asked for a phone number to reach me at. Many of their faces fell when I informed them I didn't have a phone, a weary look crossing their face as though they get many brief travelers looking for money. While my heart dropped with each refusal, I took my time looking through each store. A sliver of pain ran through me, Tori's face flashing to mind. She had wanted to take me shopping more than anything, insisting on buying me whatever I wanted. Part of me wished Tori were here, that she were roaming the shops by my side. With a painful sigh, I pushed those thoughts out of mind. I had a couple shops left, but the rumbling of my stomach stopped me in my tracks. The thick scent wafting from the bakery was practically calling my name, begging for a small fraction of the money I had brought along. The inside of the shop matched the heavenly smell. White and a light shade of pink lined the bakery, striped padded seats at each of the booths inside. Large round cakes and small pastries sat under a thick dome of glass, some of them still steaming. Notes of frosting, cinnamon, and vanilla filled the store. The scent wafted down the street, beckoning the walking crowds. A guy and an identical-looking girl stood behind the counter, each looking determined and a little frazzled. Even from my spot beside the door, I could see the small beads of sweat that clung to their foreheads. Sandy blonde hair was plastered to their foreheads, but they continued to move as though they hadn't noticed. The sidewalks were crowded with people. I couldn't tell if everyone lived here, or if most were tourists coming from the city. A small crowd had formed in the bakery, a long line spanning the store. Taking deep breaths of the sugary scent, I basked in the small, blissful moments where I truly felt happy and continued to ignore the growing hole in my heart. Chapter 38. Resisting the intense urge to purchase one of everything, I ordered myself a blueberry muffin and something called a bear claw. I sat down at one of the shiny-looking booths. The striped pink and white seats gleamed merrily. Everything in the bakery looked brand new, from the shimmering booths to the large ovens peeking over the counter. I couldn't help but watch the duo running the counter in silence. It was clear they were related, most likely brother and sister. Each had the same shade of sandy blonde hair the same full yet pouty lips. The girl was slim with curves in the right places, looking out of place in the bakery. I would have expected to see the girl on the cover of a magazine, not at some bakery. The two of them rushed from counter to oven, to prepping tray, to cash register. Each a whirlwind of energy and determination as I continued watching in silence. I had long ago finished my muffin and bear claw, wiping the sugary goodness from my fingers with a napkin. The heavy crowd eventually died down, people leaving the bakery in large clusters. Once the two siblings were no longer overwhelmed with customers, I approached the register. "What did you need, sweetheart?" The guy turned, his eyes a startling shade of blue. For just a second, my heart leaped in my chest. The word sweetheart bounced around in my head. Only a different voice was speaking. I stammered, losing my train of thought as the image of two handsome faces popped into memory. "Are the owners of this place hiring? We are the owner's girl." The blonde girl emerged from the back, a smear of flour coating her shirt. Her cheeks were flushed from running around the bakery, yet none of her hair fell out of place. A blush creeped along my cheeks, staining my skin as I looked at the girl. They looked around my age, most likely a few years older than myself. They both seemed pretty young to own a bakery in town. Our parents own a few shops down the street. My sister wanted to open a bakery. At the time, she couldn't make cookies without burning them. The guy snickered, giving his sister an amused look. Last I checked, you couldn't either. The girl poked her tongue out, flashing her brother a hard look. "Nearly burned the shop down last time you tried. I'm better with the register." The guy grinned at me, shrugging indifferently. I could use another baker. The girl huffed, frowning at her brother. "You know how to bake." "Not at all." I shook my head, my face burning brighter than ever. The thought of actually baking hadn't crossed my mind. I had been lulled and seduced by the scent of sweet pastries, thinking little of what my job there would actually entail. The girl frowned. "Give me your phone number. I'll call you if we need another employee." "I actually don't have a phone." I chuckled ruefully. The conversation was going poorly, as many of my attempts have today. "I'm staying at the motel on the corner. I'll be there for the next 2 days." "The motel?" The girl frowned, wiping some of the flour from her cheek. Something flashed across her light-colored eyes, something similar to concern. "What are you doing 2 days from now?" "I'm not sure." I shrugged, my lips pressed into a tight line. "Probably stay another night if I can't find a job." The girl's full lips tugged down in a frown. Her and her brother locked eyes, having a silent conversation between the two of them. "You already know my answer." The guy shrugged, grabbing a rag and a bottle of spray from under the register. "If it keeps me out of that kitchen, I'm all for it. Can you be here tomorrow?" The girl turned to me, her eyes wandering the planes of my face. "An hour before opening. I can be here whenever you need me." I nodded enthusiastically. The knot that had been forming in my stomach turned to butterflies, anticipation flooding through my veins. "Be here at 6. You can help me open, and I'll have a little time to teach you the basics." The girl nodded, a smile twitching at the corner of her lips. "I'm Beth, and this is my annoying brother Jake." For a moment, I debated on what name to give them. Lying continued to eat a hole in my stomach, bringing me discomfort at every waking moment. Yet I couldn't bring myself to say my actual name. The thought of being dragged back my garret picked at my mind. Amber. I forced a smile as I looked between the two siblings. "Well, Amber, I'm not half as annoying as Beth makes me out to be." Jake grinned, flashing a gleaming set of teeth. A smile like that would have once sent butterflies swarming in my stomach. Instead of butterflies, a strange hollow feeling had built in my chest. A cold gust of wind swirled within me, whizzing through the hole in my chest. "Let's hope you got some skill, Amber." Beth shot a calm smile my way. "I don't need another cashier. Jake's already filled that position. If you can work hard and bake something edible, you'll have yourself a job. I'll do my best," I promised, a hopeful grin spreading on my face. I enjoyed the rest of my afternoon, wandering the remaining shops in town. While a little lunch cafe was calling my name, I resisted the pull. I had enough money to support myself for a few weeks, but couldn't risk draining my pool of money. I made a silent promise with myself as the smell of rich soup and melted grilled cheeses filled my nose. If I managed to secure this job at the bakery, I would take myself to the cafe and order whatever I wanted once the sun had begun to set. I meandered back to the shady motel. The lopsided spring mattress was calling my name, the thin quilt beckoning me to curl up inside. While I had slept peacefully, two distraught faces swirled in my dreams. It had taken me half an hour to set an alarm on the crappy alarm clock the hotel provided. I had lurched from bed at 5:30 a.m., the faces of Alec and Cade still fresh in my mind. If they hadn't noticed my absence, they would today. I had a shift at the restaurant later today, one I would undoubtedly miss. I yanked myself from the motel bed, stumbling to my feet with an eager smile on my face. I hadn't the first clue about baking, but Beth was willing to let me try. I threw on a pair of jeans and a faded t-shirt, hoping she would give me a uniform to borrow. I stuffed a granola bar into my mouth, the smell of fresh pastry still lingering in my mind. I had shown up to the bakery 15 minutes early, lingering out front as I fought against the crisp morning chill. The sun was beginning to rise, casting buttery light across stores and down the sidewalk. The sky was lit in hues of blue, orange, and yellow. 5 minutes before 6, a shiny silver car pulled up the side of the road. Beth was already in uniform, hopping from her car with purse in hand. "Where's your brother?" I couldn't help but ask. I wrapped the long sleeves of my t-shirt around my fists, warming my hands. "He'll be here once we open." Beth snorted. Getting him out of bed early is miserable. We live in separate apartments, and I hate having to drag him out. Even as she closed her car door, the smell of pastries wafted from inside. I wondered if the smell followed her wherever she went, making her smell freshly baked muffin at all hours of the day. I could think of worse things to smell, and wouldn't mind carrying around the scent of thick frosting and brown sugar. Beth unlocked the front door and flipped on the lights, the pink and white booths shining merrily. Jake cleaned the store last night, so we can focus on getting everything ready for the morning rush. Beth called out over her shoulder, motioning for me to follow. My eyes ran over every surface of the kitchen. Every shiny metal contraption fell under my gaze. The huge ovens followed by the large cooler and freezer. An assortment of piping bags sat out on the metal prep table in the center of the room. I'm going to talk as we go. Follow what I do as best you can. Beth huffed, pulling a large container of what looked like dough from one of the many fridges. Try your best to keep up, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Pushing away the lingering faces of Alec and Cade, I followed Beth closely. The scents and sights of the bakery helped distract me, helped turn my attention from the black hole in my chest. Chapter 39. Cade's POV. I should have listened to that sinking feeling in my gut when I first locked eyes with Alpha Garrett. I should have realized why Aurora's unique eyes were so familiar. It was because I knew her father, Alpha Garrett, exceedingly well. It was known he had a daughter, born from his mate, but there had been no rumors of another child. In the werewolf community, illegitimate children hold the same standing. An alpha's firstborn is in line for the position, regardless of the woman who carried the child. It didn't take long to figure out. The day Alec and I had gone to Aurora's house, only to find Garrett standing in the doorway, arose some suspicions. The two of us knew for sure when we saw Aurora and Garrett out at the restaurant. His eyes were copied onto her face, his nose and cheekbones identical. Aurora had in fact taken after her father. The moment we found out the truth, a sinking feeling formed in my gut. Garrett had never liked our family, always coveting what he couldn't have. He was jealous our territory spanned farther than his, including a few major cities in our reach. What worried me most was Aurora. Garrett was a bloodhound when he wanted something, and I knew Aurora wouldn't be able to handle it. She had been close to breaking down the day at the restaurant, for reasons still unknown. The night we found her beaten replayed in my dreams, reliving the fury of finding her broken and alone. Alec had dreams of that night as well, only dare mentioning it when the two of us were alone. Aurora had been a weakness neither of us saw coming, and yet we couldn't seem to let her go. Her secrets drove the two of us mad. When she moved in with Garrett, we were forced to stay away. We hadn't a clue if Alpha Garrett was aware of our connection to Aurora, and wondered what the repercussions of that might be. It was against our law to keep mates away from each other. Garrett was bound by law to hand Aurora over to us. Alpha, Garrett's house, was completely unguarded, meant as a taunt to my brother and I. He knew he was safe in our pack, allowed to be on our territory for his daughter, the day everything went to shit. Alec and I got a phone call from Tori. Aurora had been in school that day, something that surprised Alec and I. She had let us touch her so willingly, giving into the mate bond she tried to resist. It had taken all of our collective willpower not to take Aurora in that empty classroom, completing the mating bond before she knew the truth. As much as we wanted that, we couldn't bring ourselves to do it. We hadn't revealed the truth to Aurora to protect her. Her fragility was obvious, and the last thing we wanted was to scare her off. Tori had called us Saturday morning, frustration lacing her tone the moment I picked up. Alec and I weren't close with Tori and had our own friend group we stuck with. But Tori was Aurora's friend, which made her important. Tori would tell us of her conversations with Aurora and how she was doing that day. Aurora didn't confide much in Tori, a fact that pissed her off to no end. Aurora told me what happened to her face. Tori scoffed, her tone abrupt and angry. Without taking a breath, Tori continued her train of thought. Grace saw her hanging around you two and tried to scare her off. She wouldn't give me much detail, but she seemed shaken up. Apparently, Grace threatened to hurt me if she told anyone. The human girl Autumn was in on it too. They set Aurora up. Tori's word vomit took a moment to sink in. Alec had long ago paused his video game, his dark eyes locked on my own. A ripple passed between the two of us. Our facial expressions mirrored as murderous rage flowed through our body. Grace had never been more than a toy to me, one who had long pressed her boundaries. Regardless of the countless times I had told her the truth, Grace refused to accept it. We'll deal with Grace. Did she plan to do anything about this? Or was she content remaining afraid and quiet? I murmured, fighting to keep my voice even as my eyes remained on my brother. My anger shined through in my words, and I wondered why Aurora wouldn't tell the two of us. Regardless of her thoughts towards us, she knew she could trust Alec and I. The mate bond told her that much. You know how she is. Tori grumbled irritably, always trying to deal with things herself. It was hard enough getting her to admit what happened, and even then, I didn't get many details. Alec was dressed and ready to leave before I hung up the phone. His dark eyes held the same murderous tint as my own. Within 5 minutes, we were leaving the house. The plans we had for today pushed back. Alec and I were supposed to be meeting Alpha Julian, a man who had earned his title purely by coincidence. Julian was the leader of a group of rogues, quickly growing in size throughout the years. Alpha Julian had earned his title a month ago and made good use of his time. His claimed territory overlapped with our own. His meeting was to discuss a potential treaty and a possible reshaping of our own land. Alex, the nicer twin between us two, quick to come to an understanding. I tend to be rash, living in the moment with little care for consequence. The only things similar about the two of us are our looks and outrageous temper. While our parents stepped back and let us take the reins, they monitored every decision we made closely. Alec and I had never let them stop us. We had willingly stepped up to take the role. While they advised our decisions, they stepped back and let us take control. never been one to enjoy relinquishing control. We had yet to tell them about finding our mate. Neither of us looked forward to the conversation, unsure of the outcome. Twins sharing the same mate had never happened before. Then again, there have never been twin alphas before either. Aurora belonged to Alec as much as she belonged to me. Neither of us worried what others would think, as we wouldn't change a thing about meeting Aurora. They were both in the kitchen, laughing as my dad made breakfast. Dad was cruel at times during his reign as alpha, but always had a soft spot for Mom. They were the picture-perfect image of what mates should be. About time you two woke up. Our Mom chuckled, her eyes bright as she looked at our dad. Alec and I looked identical to our dad. The three of us had the same dark chestnut hair, deep brown eyes, and nearly the same facial features. Our Mom stood out next to the three of us. Light blonde hair fanned her slim face, the barest trace of lines around her eyes and mouth. Bright eyes the color of seafoam, nothing like the dark eyes that belonged to her husband and sons. We're pushing back the meet time with Alpha Julian. I got straight to the point, wanting to waste as little time as possible. Anything you guys need to talk about. Mom looked between the two of us, her seafoam eyes scanning the angry features of our face. No. Alec shook his head, his eyes hardening. Do what you think is right. Dad could see the anger in our eyes, as well as our impatience. Alec and I left the house, peeling down the road towards Grace's house. When we had first took the position of alpha, we decided to choose two betas. Having been raised by their side, we chose our two best friends. Jason and Zane are two of the best warriors in the pack, and both took the position as betas. The downside of that decision was the constant barrage of voices in our head. There was rarely a moment of silence with Jason and Zane around. Push back the meeting with Alpha Julian. Alec was first to speak through the mind link, directing his words to Jason and Zane. How far back? Zane's voice overlapped Jason's in the mind link. 3 hours. Alec turned and asked me, his eyes hard as we sped down the road. We can get information from her in 2. I turned my eyes from the road, a grim smirk on my lips. Push it back 2 hours. Alec responded, cutting the mind link short before they said anything further. The two of us were silent as we pulled into Grace's driveway. Her parents had been killed when she was young, hardly old enough to remember them. Her aunt had raised her, but from a distance. Money whenever she needed it, aids to cater to her needs, but her aunt never provided affection or restrictions. Grace had let her life turn her bitter, intent on ruining anything good. I knocked on her front door, my sight turning a sickly shade of red. My wolf clawed at the edges of my mind, telling me to break down the damn door. Grace had failed miserably to hide the flash of fear in her eyes as she opened the door. A coy smile played on her lips as she glanced between the two of us, but I could still see that tiny trace of fear lingering in her eyes. She had asked countless times if Alec and I would share her. My patience ran thin as I continued to refuse her suggestion. Cade, my name left Grace's lips, my self-control wavering as I shoved her inside the house. I stopped as her back slammed into the wall. Fear bled into her eyes as she realized that we knew. It doesn't matter. You won't see her again. Grace chuckled, her face flushed from my grip on her throat. Chapter 40. Alex POV. It doesn't matter. You won't see her again, Grace's reptilian voice echoed throughout my head, sending waves of pain running down my chest. From the look on Cade's face, he felt the same. Grace might have been cruel and slightly insane, but she wouldn't lie. She was smart enough to tell the truth. I could see Cade's self-control slipping, his eyes darkening murderously. Cade had always struggled with self-control, rarely thinking things through. I like to believe that was why we worked together so well. Cade was brutal and animalistic, while I was cunning and calculated. Two sides of the same coin, the same person split into two, before Grace could open her mouth and speak any further. A deafening crack sounded in the house. Grace slumped to the floor, her head bouncing against the hardwood. For a second, I had thought Cade killed her. Her eyes rolled in the back of her head, her eyelids fluttering shut. The side of her face was red, already beginning to swell. Cade had knocked her out without little thought. Hitting women never sat right with the two of us, but this was different. Grace had hurt Aurora, had scared her into silence. As far as I was concerned, Grace was a traitor. I watched as Cade's form shook with fury. His fists clenched into tight knots at his side. His control was slipping, and I knew if I didn't intervene, he would surely kill Grace. Not yet. I told my brother, my hand firm on his shoulder. She still has useful information. Are you trying to save her life? Cade snarled, his back facing me. I knew Cade was speaking thoughtlessly. He knew I had no qualms with killing Grace, but time and place were crucial. Grace deserves to feel everything we put her through. Don't you think, brother? I murmured, my eyes flickering down to Grace's unconscious form. She still has information about Aurora. Then, what do you suggest? Cade's voice was a rough growl. He was slipping, but managed to hold on tight enough to hear my words. Let's drop her off at Jason's. Him and Zane can leave her in the dungeons. We need to talk with Garrett, see if Aurora really left. I told him, silently thanking the heavens when his form stopped shaking. Once Cade fully lost control, nothing would stop him. That was what made him so useful in battle. His rage and brutality overwhelmed him, pushing his humanity to the side in order to kill. Let's talk to her mom first. Cade grunted. If she left, she might have stopped there first. I'm not sure she would. I frowned, remembering her strange aversion to her mom and stepdad. But we can still go there first. Cade grunted in approval, then turned to leave the house. I scooped Grace up like a sack of flour, cringing at the overwhelming scent of her perfume. I tossed Grace in the trunk, slamming it shut without looking back. Are you with Zane? I asked, forming a mind link between the four of us. Sure am. Justin called out, the sound of video games in the background. Hanging out at my place. You two coming over were bringing a prisoner. going to need you to put her in the dungeons until we come back," Cade growled, gaining some control over his voice. Justin and Zane went silent for a moment, undoubtedly picking up on Cade's anger. Justin and Zane were the only two who knew about Aurora. They had seen her a couple times in school, but always maintained a distance. "Come outside," I called through the mind link, severing it once I finished. Justin and Zane were outside in under a minute, both their faces stern. Cade remained in the car, fighting with what little self-control he had left. I opened the trunk and watched as surprise crossed Justin and Zane's face. It was no secret Cade and Grace had screwed around a lot, as Cade was never one for secrets. He had always made it abundantly clear that there were no strings attached. It was Grace who refused to listen. "Whoa, what happened?" Justin gaped, his blue eyes wide with surprise. "She pissed Cade off or something." Zane chuckled lightly, his smile fading as he noticed the expression on my face. "This has something to do with Aurora, doesn't it?" Justin frowned, always quick to catch on. "Yes," I nodded, anger flashing in my eyes as I looked down at Grace's form. "Put her in her own cell. Keep her weak, but alive. I mean it. Don't let her die." Zane visibly gulped, looking down at Grace with a mix of anger and pity. They knew we would not show her mercy, that Cade was slowly losing his grip. Another perk of being friends with Justin and Zane were their loyalty. They already held respect for Aurora, knowing she would be their future Luna. Cade and I headed to Aurora's house, the one she had lived in before Garrett came along. It was hard to imagine anyone living here, with the cracked and withered boards and peeling paint. The house looked near abandoned, yet Aurora had lived here for weeks, keeping in front of Cade. I knocked on the front door. With each passing minute, Cade's patience waned. Stepping in front of me, he threw his fist forward. The crappy wooden door splintered and snapped from the hinges. Neither Cade nor I blinked as the door clattered to the floor. "What the fuck?" A gruff man slurred from the recliner in the living room. "Get the fuck out of my house. Cade, don't." I shook my head, hand tight on his trembling shoulder. I turned my attention to Aurora's stepdad, noting the scent of stale beer and liquor thundering around the house. "Have you seen or heard from Aurora?" "Why the fuck would I hear from that bitch?" Her stepdad half snarled, half slurred. He stood from the recliner and stumbled towards us. A defeated sigh left my lips as her stepdad edged closer to Cade. From Cade's shaking hands, I knew it was no use before her stepdad could take another step. Cade had lurched forward. Her stepdad was on the floor in under 3 seconds, his thick neck under Cade's hand. His claws were lengthening, pressing into the drunk man's flesh. "He's useless." I scoffed, watching as Aurora's stepdad's face turned red. "Too drunk to know anything. Then it will not matter if he dies." Cade snarled, his eyes locked on Aurora's stepdad. His grip tightened around his neck, thick beads of blood sprouting from where Cade's claws pressed into his neck. "I think we should let Aurora decide what to do with him." I mused, wondering what our kind-hearted mate might do. After all but prying Cade's hands away from the man's neck, we left his house. Her mom had not been there, presumably at work. We pulled into Garrett's driveway. Cade jumped from the car before I could put it in park. My heart thundered in my chest, a feeling I wasn't familiar with. She's here. She hasn't left. She's here. She hasn't left. I swore Cade's frantic thoughts matched my own. Duty and respect had left long ago, leaving the frantic need to find Aurora. If we were to do this by the book, showing up at another Alpha's house without notice is disrespectful, regardless of whose territory they are on. We had not called Garrett ahead of time, nor did we knock on his front door. A plump blonde woman came out of the kitchen, her eyes wide as she noticed Cade and I standing in the foyer. "Where is Alpha Garrett?" I asked, ignoring Cade as he strolled into the house. Cade didn't wait for her answer, but headed to the stairs. "His office, 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right." The woman stammered, clearly startled by our abrupt behavior. Cade was up the stairs before the woman uttered her last word. The door to Garrett's office was open by the time I ran up the stairs and down the hall. Cade stood in the open doorway, his hands balled into tight fists. "Where is Aurora?" Cade growled lowly, still trying to keep some semblance of control over himself. "She's here, clearly." Alpha Garrett scoffed, standing to adjust the crisp suit he wore. We were told otherwise. I added in, my face hardening as I noticed the similarities between Alpha Garrett and his daughter. No matter how similar they looked, Aurora was nothing like Alpha Garrett. "And who gave you that information?" Alpha Garrett scoffed, shaking his head as though he were talking to two delusional children. The look on his face tested my own patience, anger flashing through my eyes as I looked at the man. Cade and I had stepped up into the position of Alpha as soon as we were able. We trained and studied for countless years. We were not children, nor would we be treated like one. "Show us to her room, or you can get the fuck off our territory." Cade snapped, visibly shaking as he stared down Alpha Garrett. "If you force me to leave, I will take her with me." Alpha Garrett's tone was quiet calm. I wanted to laugh, to chuckle right in his face. If only he knew. He had no claim on Aurora, not while we were her mates. I knew what my brother was going to say before he opened his mouth. Alpha Garrett clearly had an inflated sense of self-importance, and it was past time to knock him down a notch. "You will take our mate nowhere," Cade snapped, savoring the surprised look on Alpha Garrett's face. "You have no claim on her, and now you never will, mates." Alpha Garrett scoffed, his eyes wide as he looked between the two of us. "Both of you, both of us." I nodded grimly, impaling him with my eyes. Alpha Garrett reluctantly complied, taking us down the hall to where Aurora's room sat. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head, could see him scrambling to come up with some kind of plan. His high and mighty position was crumbling. Whatever his plans had been were clearly failing. "She's right in here." Alpha Garrett gestured to one of the many doors in the hallway. "Although, I don't think she's interested in company. She will be once she sees us," I snapped. eyes narrowing at Alpha Garrett. Cade had regained enough control to knock on Aurora's bedroom door, but that was as far as his patience stretched. As 10 seconds passed, Cade gripped the doorknob and shoved. With a sickening crack, the door swung open. Cade shot Alpha Garrett a murderous glare, daring him to speak. I was quick to enter her bedroom, wrenching open the bathroom door to check inside. Unless she had taken up a liking for hide-and-seek, Aurora was nowhere in this room. Her bed was still messy, as though she had just slept in it hours ago. Upon looking in her closet, most of her clothes were gone. All that was left was an old t-shirt and a used pair of shoes. I gripped her comforter in my hand, bringing it to my nose and inhaling deeply. If she had just left, her scent on the comforter would still be strong. As I inhaled her scent on the comforter, a gut-wrenching pain ran through me. Her scent was dull, nearly gone from the fibers of the blanket. Wherever she was, she hadn't slept in her bed last night. She's gone. My voice was low, but came out in a snarl. Anger flashed in my veins, but who was at fault? Heart-stopping fear ran through me at the thought of Aurora on her own. She understood the ugliest parts of the world, but didn't know how to defend herself. I should have known. Garrett sighed, gaining the full attention of Cade and I. What did you do? I spat each word as though it were a weapon able to pierce his skin. I could now see how Cade felt when he was losing control. My skin felt uncomfortable and itchy as fur threatened to sprout. My human teeth felt disgustingly uncomfortable, my canines itching to break through my gums. My body was like a cell phone on vibrate, shaking as I refrained from shifting. I showed her the truth. Garrett spoke plainly, as if he had done nothing wrong. She needs to know what she is and what her future holds. I do not have the patience for coddling. Coddling, Cade scoffed, but the sound was similar to a snarl. You were absent from her entire life. Steal her away from two people who clearly don't want her, and then tell her she isn't human. And you're surprised she reacted this way. Despite the anger that blistered through me, I wanted to laugh. Alpha Garrett had the nerve to look at us like we were children, and yet he had chased his own daughter away. I did what I thought was best. Alpha Garrett snapped, his eyes hardening as he glared at my brother and I. We're going to find her, Garrett. Cade sneered his name, purposefully forgetting to use his title. And when we do, you'll never see her again. She is my daughter and heir. Alpha Garrett snapped. I have a right to see her. She knows nothing of running a pack, so that's why he finally came back for Aurora. I wondered if Cade had gleaned the hidden meaning to his words. She doesn't need to know how to run a pack, I lied, letting my lips turn up in a cruel sneer. She's our mate, which means your pack will soon be our own. Alpha Garrett's face contorted in fury, and I knew I had assumed right. For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon.